Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
And there it is, a yende bar. A yende bar, or whatever it is, a yende bar. You have yours, I'll have mine. That is the explanation I've been giving. So Good to see you, dear friends. Yendeba. So Yendeba, another day, another dollar. So we do it again. We're going again. So the usual protocol, please click on the like button as you're coming in. If you're not subscribed already, please correct that as well. If you want to come join us on the screen, let me look for the hyperlink and repost it. So if you want to come join us on the screen, don't leave it till too late and then you're struggling to get in. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. You know the routine. First come, first serve. So just click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. So do that. And of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee is ever there at your discretion entirely, but you are welcome to do so if you will. So there it is. So that's the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. So there it is. You don't need me to tell you what is going on. You all know what is going on. Peter Obi has now filed, but as the filing lived up to the expectation of what we were expecting to hear from him. So that's all for discussion. So let me give you a run through. Let me give you a run through of the headlines. So a run through of the headlines. So of course we are only really starting from this space. Peter Obi files petition against Tinubu's not victory, but victory. Peter Obi files petition against Tinubu's victory. 6-5 prayers. So it's a 100-page long, or however long the submission, but the sum total of everything that Peter Obi is filing for, it boils down to essentially 5 prayers. So those 5 prayers, then we'll go through them and see if they've lived up to the billing, because of course a lot trailed this, but has it lived up to the billing? But not to be outdone, just at the last minute, he comes in as well. So here it is, almost copy and paste. Presidential poll, Atiku files petition, insists Tinubu not qualified to contest. So I think that's where they're all hinging their narratives on. So this one now is just a satellite little story. I have completed my earthly ministry. I will die soon. That is Ndaboski predicting his own demise. Well, this thing now that we have been advocating for since we were advocating for it just as early as yesterday. In fact, Kulata spoke at length to it, but it looks as though now it is come to reality. I am pained by ethnic tensions, infractions which characterized March 18 governorship House of Assembly elections. So that's Tinubu now coming out to speak to that language of national unity, which is the language that a lot of people are asking to hear from him. Release IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu to help peace efforts in Southeast Nigeria. Soludo tells President-elect Tinubu. So all requests now, as you'd expect, now all pointing in the direction of Tinubu. And then we'll be making a cameo stop with the race for the Senate president as well. Fabio has made an impassioned speech for himself to be considered. I'm hopeful that I have it. Let's see if my own property. Oh, all right, hold on. President. I do have it. So Fabio has made an impassioned speech for himself to be considered. So that's up for debate as well. So as ever, a rich menu. So plenty to go through. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. B mode, you have to switch on your mic if you want to come into the studio because your device is not connecting properly. So lean back, kick back, B mode. Oh yeah, I think you're connected now. So lean back, kick back, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button just to say you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, just like the people that I'm seeing already coming into the room, you click on that hyperlink, which is what they did, brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, let you onto the screen, a conversation ensues. So nothing more complex than that. An open microphone session, the open microphone, the hyperlink that invites you. So do that. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. That is ever ready. So we'll take another micro musical intermission. And then when we get back, we'll delve straight into the throes of it. But first, the guides. Okay, got it.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water.
Only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Hobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodana ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niri Agbeche, may death have nothing to do with us. If you spent more than a minute on this platform, you know the meaning of that prayer. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, Ikuko Niri Agbeche, a prayer no more important a prayer than that. So let me just let's have this. Yeah, so pardon me. So Ikuko Niri Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. Peter Obi filed petition against Tinubu's victory, 6-5 prayers. So the petition that Peter Obi filed was 100-page long. But thankfully, we would not have to read those 100 pages because it has been condensed now into 5 essential prayers that is requesting of the court. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, has filed his petition to challenge the victory of Bola Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC in the 25th February election. Mr. Obi, who came third in the election, filed his petition to challenge the outcome of the poll at the Presidential Election Petition Court in Abuja at about midnight on Tuesday. He alleged that the election was characterized by various irregularities, including non-qualification of Mr. Tinubu and his running mate, Kashim Shettima, to contest the election. He also alleged that Mr. Tinubu failed to win the majority of the lawful votes cast in the election, and just as he could not secure 1/4 of the lawful votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory FCT Abuja. He also alleged that the election was conducted in substantially non-compliance with the provision of the law. The Labour Party candidate, therefore, urged the court to either declare him the president-elect in the belief that he scored the majority of the lawful votes during the election, or nullify the entire election and order a fresh election. The petition contained a total 5 prayers divided into 2 categories. So the petition contained a total of 5 prayers divided into 2 categories, 2 main prayers and 3 alternative prayers. Mr. Obi jointly filed the petition alongside, Mr. Obi, hold on. Mr. Obi jointly filed the petition. Mr. Obi jointly filed the petition alongside his party, the Labour Party. The co-petitioner sued the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), Mr. Tinubu, Kashim Shettima, Vice President-elect, and their party, the APC, as the respondents. The petitioner filed their case on Tuesday, beating the 21-day deadline that began to count from the 1st of March when INEC declared the winner of the election. INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu, who announced the final result in the early hours of the 1st of March in Abuja, said Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) came second in the election. Atiku polled a total of XYZ votes in the elections, according to the results declared by INEC. Mr. Obi of the Labour Party came third behind Atiku, with a total of 6.1 million votes, whilst Rabiu Kwakwanso of the NMPP came fourth with 1.5 million approximate votes. Mr. Obi's legal team, and by the way, the legal team of Peter Obi is up for discussion as well. The legal team of Peter Obi is up for discussion as well. I'm going to show you a photograph. Let me actually see if I've captured it. I'm going to show you a photograph of the list of SANs that Peter Obi has employed to tell you then why it's up for discussion. But we'll get to that in a moment. The petitioner filed their case on Tuesday, beating the 21-day deadline that began to count from the 1st of March when INEC declared the winner of the election. INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu announced the final results in the early hours of the 1st of March in Abuja. Said Atiku Abubakar of the PDP came second in the elections. Mr. Obi's legal team, which filed petition against the outcome of the election on Tuesday, was led by Levi Uzoku, a senior advocate of Nigeria. So Levi Uzoku, so that's his lead counsel. Mr. Uzoku led Atiku's legal team when the former vice president unsuccessfully challenged the victory of President Buhari in 2019. So grounds for the petition. So this is really where we want to be. Grounds for the petition. So what are those grounds? As part of the grounds of the petition, Mr. Obi urged that Mr. Tinubu, at the time of the presidential election, was not qualified to contest for the election. The petitioner anchored this claim on the grounds that Mr. Tinubu was fined. Oh, all right. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. I hope you have all read this, by the way. So I'm reading it. I'm reading it blind, just so I can react to it in real time. The petitioner anchored this claim on the grounds that Mr. Tinubu was fined $460,000 for an offense involving dishonesty, namely narcotics trafficking, imposed by the United States District Court, Northern District of Illinois, Eastern Division, in case number XYZ, between the United States of America and Bola Tinubu. So they've gone back to that space now. That was one of their main watering holes during the election. So they've gone back to feast again from that watering hole. I thought that was a settled matter even at the United States, but certainly, and that was a matter that INEC was aware of, so we'll find out how that plays out. Concerning the alleged non-qualification of Mr. Tinubu's running mate, Mr. Shettima, the petitioner cited his nomination for two separate constituencies as Borno Central senatorial candidate and vice presidential candidate for the whole of Nigeria in the same election cycle. All right. Anyway, I was hoping for more than this, and hopefully it does give more than this. He said the law provided that a presidential candidate shall nominate another person as his associate who is to occupy the office of the vice president. He recalled that Mr. Tinubu had nominated Mr. Shettima as his vice presidential candidate on the 14th of July 2022, whilst the latter was still representing Borno Central senatorial district at the National Assembly. He added that the APC nominated Mr. Shettima as its candidate for Borno Central Senatorial District as of the 15th of July 2022, whilst already chosen by Mr. Tinubu as his running mate. So is that double dipping? I think it's still. I'm still not. I'm still not seeing where the silver bullet is. We'll probably have to reread it at some point in the course of the session because I'm not seeing any silver bullet so far. He vowed to prove in court that APC's purported sponsorship of Masters Tinubu and Shettima, whilst the latter was still representing Borno Senatorial District, rendered their candidacy invalid. He added that for this reason, the votes purportedly recorded for Mr. Tinubu at the presidential election were /R wasted votes and ought to be disregarded. The petitioner also contended that Mr. Tinubu was not duly elected by majority of the lawful votes cast at the time of the election. So that is quite a weighty thing to say, that Tinubu was not lawfully elected by, let's read that again. The petitioner also contended that Mr. Tinubu was not duly elected by majority of the lawful votes cast at the time of the election. So that's quite a weighty thing to say. And there has to be an abundance of evidence to prove that. So you have to upturn and overturn a minimum of 1.5 million votes, which is the quotient between Tinubu and Atiku for that to subsist. The petition also contended that Mr. Tinubu was not duly elected by majority of the lawful votes cast at the time of the election. He argued that Mr. Tinubu did not win the majority of lawful votes cast in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation and the FCT. So I think they are going back to that Abuja argument, of course. But then, of course, Buhari did not win 2/3 of Abuja. He didn't win 2/3 of Abuja or whatever. He didn't win a quarter of Abuja, I should say. So there's already precedence in that space. I'm still looking for where the silver bullet is. He also argued that Mr. Tinubu did not win majority of the lawful votes cast in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation. So he did more than 2/3 of the states and the FCT, but the FCT space is probably where the case hinges on. He added that Mr. Tinubu was not entitled to be declared the winner of the election, having failed to score 1/4 of the lawful votes cast in the FCT in the election. So those are two separate prayers, by the way. So he's saying that he argued that Tinubu did not win the majority of the lawful votes cast in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation, which he patently did. I think Tinubu scored about, did he get 2/3 in about 28, 30 states? So he comfortably surpassed that. But then it says, and the FCT. So I thought the FCT was the prayer then, but then they went on to a separate prayer for the FCT. It says, he added that Mr. Tinubu was not entitled to be declared the winner of the election, having failed to score 1/4 of the lawful votes cast in the FCT in the election. So let's now go through the 5 prayers. All right, the 5 prayers. Mr. Obi put forward 5 prayers in court. 3 of them are alternative prayers to the main 2 prayers. So there are 2 main prayers and then 2 auxiliary and 3 auxiliary prayers. So what are they? In his 2 main prayers, he urged the court to declare Mr. Tinubu and his running mate, Kashim Shettima, unqualified to contest the 25 presidential election. I'm not quite sure what the 25 means, but there it is. So actually, let me share the screen with you just so you can see as I'm seeing. Maybe you'll be able to read along. So let me share the screen with you because I did title my session yesterday that we've entered silly season. So this is silly season now. So those are the prayers. You can read along as well. I'll even pop the link in the comment section because really, I don't want you to accuse me of adding or embellishing anything. This is what this guy is actually, all of this noise, this is where it lands. So where is it? Let's go back to it. So 5 prayers. Mr. Obi put forward 5 prayers in court. 3 of them are alternative prayers to the 2 main ones. In his 2 main prayers, he urged the court to declare Mr. Tinubu and his running mate Kashim Shettima unqualified to contest the 25 presidential election. I'm not quite sure what the 25 presidential election means. So prayer 102. The petitioner, therefore, seek the following relief from the honorable court. They first pray as follows: that it be determined that at the time of the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023, the second and third respondents were not qualified to contest the election. And number 2, that it be determined that all the votes recorded for the second respondent in the election were wasted votes owing to the non-qualification/disqualification of the second and third respondents. Number 3, that it be determined that on the basis of the remaining votes after discounting the votes credited to the second respondent, the first petitioner scored a majority of the lawful votes cast at the election and had not less than 25% of the votes cast in at least 2/3 of the state of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. But I'm not sure what is going on here because we know that Peter Obi got 25% in about 12 to 16 states, which is a good 6 states, I think. Sure, I remember when Atiku was not Atiku, when Kulata was pressing somebody that how would it make up those states, you know? So what's going on here? What's going on here? That it be determined that on the basis of the remaining votes after discounting the votes. Oh, right. I see what they are doing now. So if they remove Tinubu's votes completely, it reduces the... okay, I see what they are doing. That it be determined that on the basis of the remaining votes, after discounting the votes credited to the second respondent, the first petitioner scored a majority of the lawful votes cast at the election and had not less than 25% of the votes cast in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, and satisfied the constitutional requirements to be declared the winner of the 25th of February 2023 presidential election. So these are all whistling in the wind sort of stuff. Number 2, so those ones were number 1, subsection 1, 2, 3, and so on. Number 2, that it be determined that the second respondent, having failed to score 1/4 of the votes cast at the presidential election in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, was not entitled to be declared and returned as the winner of the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023. So that one, that's where the push might be, but we'll see what the legal interpretations of that are. We'll see what the legal interpretations of that are. So those are the 2 main prayers. So now the alternative prayer, in the alternative to 2 above. So these are the secondary prayers now. 3, an order cancelling the election and compelling the first respondent to conduct. So the first respondent will be INEC. An order cancelling the election and compelling the first respondent to conduct a fresh election at which the second and third and fourth respondents shall not be participants. So the second respondent, the first respondent is INEC, so an order compelling INEC to conduct an election. This is what IPOB is asking the Supreme Court to do. So if they are not able to declare him the winner, which is his first prayer. The alternative prayer is that they cancel the election, which is one, and order compelling the first respondent, which is INEC, to conduct fresh and order cancelling the election. So that's an act of the court, and then compelling the first respondent, which is another act of the court. So the first respondent will be INEC to conduct a fresh election in which the second respondent, which is Tinubu, the third respondent, which is Atiku Abubakar, and the fourth respondent, which is the APC party, shall not participate. So just you know, I have to applaud the comedy of it. Listen to that, and then whether they are obedient or not, just listen to. It's on your screen anyway, so don't take my word for anything. It's beyond belief. What are we doing now? What's this guy doing? And so sorry, I'm not laboring it. I'm just incredulous. But I'll just read it one more time. An order cancelling the election. So the Supreme Court cancels the election. That's the first prayer, and then compelling the second respondent. So having cancelled having the Supreme Court haven't cancelled the election, they then compel the first respondent, which is INEC, to conduct a fresh election. So another 400 billion check, please. So to conduct, it's just unbelievable. And then compelling the first respondent to conduct a fresh election. So that's one, in which the second, Tinubu, the third, Shetima, and the fourth respondent shall not participate. So there it is. Still under the first prayer, he urged the court to declare that Mr. Tinubu did not score the majority of the lawful votes cast in the election. He asked the court to declare that he satisfied the constitutional requirements to be declared the winner of the February 25th, 2023 presidential election after the deduction of alleged illegal votes from Mr. Tinubu's scores. In the second main prayer, Mr. Obi urged the court to invalidate Mr. Tinubu's victory due to his failure to win 1/4 of the lawful votes cast in the Federal Capital Territory FCT Abuja. However, in his third prayer, which he put forward as an alternative prayer, Mr. Obi urged the court to cancel the election and order INEC to conduct a fresh one. But he went further to repeat his claim that he won the election in prayer 4, which he also put forward as an alternative prayer, claiming to have scored the majority of the lawful votes cast during the February 25th election. Mr. Obi called on the court to declare him the president-elect and order INEC to issue him a certificate of return. He urged the court to void the certificate of return wrongfully issued to Mr. Tinubu. So that's the fourth prayer that you're seeing on your screen. That it may be determined that the second respondent was not duly elected by a majority of the lawful votes cast in the election for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, held on the 25th of February 2023, and therefore the declaration and return of the second respondent as the winner of the presidential election are unlawful, unconstitutional, and of no effect whatsoever. So that's prayer 1, sub prayer subsection 1, prayer 4, subsection 1 rather. That it be determined that based on the valid vote cast at the presidential election of the 25th of February 2023, the first petitioner, which is Peter Obi, scored the highest number of votes cast at the election and not less than 1/4 of the votes cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all of the states in the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory Abuja, and ought to be declared and returned as the winner of the presidential election. Number 3, an order directing the first respondent, that is INEC, to issue the certificate of return to the first petitioner, that is P2B, as the duly elected president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Pardon me. It's beyond. I'm disappointed, I have to say, because I was hoping for more. I was hoping for slides of INEC servers. Oh, this was Tipex there. I was hoping for more than this. Anyway, let me just read it. Maybe when we get into the conversation, we get into it. But I cannot contain my disappointment. An order directing the first respondent to issue the certificate of return to the first petitioner, as yes, we've read that. Number 4, that it be determined that the certificate of return wrongfully issued to the second respondent by the first respondent is null and void and be set aside. So there it is. In further alternative to 1, 2, 3, and 4 above. So this is prayer 5. This is 5.1, that the presidential election conducted on the 25th of February 2023 be voided on the ground that the election was not conducted substantially in accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act 2022 and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. And then number 5.2. An order cancelling the presidential election conducted on the 25th of February 2023 and mandating the first respondent to conduct a fresh election for the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, dated this day, 20th day of March 2023. Dr. Levi Uzoku, SAN. So he put his name to that. A copy of the prayer Peter Obi filed. So there it is. What more does this offer? In his fifth prayer, another alternative prayer, he called on the court to nullify the election, which he said was conducted without compliance with electoral law and order a fresh election. Read the 5 prayers in full. The petitioner therefore seeks the following relief from the Honorable Court. 1, that it be determined that at the time of the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023, the second and third respondents, Tinubu and Shettima, were not qualified to contest the election. Number 2, number 1B, let me put it that way. That it be determined that all the votes recorded for the second respondents in the election are wasted votes owing to the non-qualification/disqualification of the second and third respondents. And then subsection 3, that it be determined that on the basis of the remaining votes, after discountenancing the votes credited to the second respondent, the first petitioner, Mr. Obi, scored a majority of the lawful votes cast at the election and had not less than 25% of the votes cast in each of at least 2/3 of the states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory Abuja, and satisfied the constitutional requirement to be declared the winner of the 25th of February 2023 presidential election. And then number 2, do you need me to read all of it still? I think we've covered all of them. Yeah, let me leave it there because I'm sure we'll revisit it at some point. Yes, but there it is. So that is the sum total of all of that noise making. Tinubu was a drug dealer, cancel him. Shettima, he bought 2 forms, cancel him. Cancel all their votes and declare me winner. Never mind Atiku Abubakar, and that is the end of Solomon Grundy. So that's how that particular Solomon Grundy ends. But very quickly he moves as well, Atiku Abubakar. So here is now Atiku Abubakar's prayer. So as I did, let me just put this up, just to fulfill all righteousness. Let me put this up as well. It's almost prophetic how I titled yesterday's session. We are in silly season now. It's comedy hour now in politics. Comedy hour, awada, keri. A presidential poll, Atiku files petition insists Tinubu not qualified to contest. So I wonder if we'll be asking them to cancel Tinubu on the basis of criminality, seeing how deep his files are in the United States. That's Atiku. Candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, has filed a petition to challenge the declaration of Bola Tinubu of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC as the winner of the presidential election that was held on the 25th of February. Atiku in the petition marked XYZ, which he lodged before the presidential election petition court, sitting in Abuja division of the Court of Appeal, applied for the withdrawal of the certificate of return that was issued to Tinubu by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. He maintained that the declaration of Tinubu as the winner of the presidential election was invalid by reasons of non-compliance with the provision of the Electoral Act 2022. Atiku, through his team of lawyers led by Joe Kiari Gadzama, SAN, further argued that Tinubu's election was invalid by reasons of corrupt practices. The second respondent was not duly elected by the majority of lawful votes cast at the election. The second respondent was at the time of the election not qualified to contest the election. Atiku added, whilst listing the grounds, he said the court should consider nullifying Tinubu's election. He prayed the court to declare him the winner of the presidential election, having secured the second highest number of lawful votes cast at the election. Meanwhile, correspondents learned that Atiku's legal team perfected the petition filing process at the Registry of Courts late in the night on Tuesday. It will be recalled that the Labour Party LP and its candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, had on Monday night also filed a petition before the court to void the declaration of Tinubu as president-elect. They prayed the court to hold that Tinubu was not lawfully qualified to contest the election, alleging he was previously convicted and fined the sum of $460,000 by the United States District Court, Northern District, Illinois, Eastern Division, blah, blah, blah. So I'm not quite sure. They're not telling us about what exactly Atiku's prayers are, or is it copy and paste, as I said? I concur with my friend Nick. So it looks as though it's just a case of I concur. All of the prayers as requested, we align with that. So that's what they are saying there. So that's that. That's Atiku Abubakar latching on to Peter Obi's submissions, just to add his name. So there is that. So let me share the screen as well, since we are now sharing screens. Let me share the screen for this one. This one is it's a breakaway from politics somewhat, just to take a little respite moment from politics. I have completed my earthly ministry. I will Kaya, is it palm or there's a slang they use for it now. I will pass on. Let me use that one. I have completed my earthly ministry. I will pass on soon. Prophet Odumeje. Let's see. Start from the top. Controversial clergyman Chukwuemeka, something or the other, aka Prophet Odumeje, has said that he has completed his work on earth and will pass on soon. Correspondents report that the founder of the Mountain of Holy Ghost Intervention and Deliverance Ministry said this during service in the church, where he told his congregation that it was time for him to go. According to the publication, Odumeje, fondly called Ndeboski, said he had a heart-to-heart talk with his first son, David. Sorry, I've actually clicked away from it. Maybe that's just as well. Is a nonsensical, yes. Right. According to the publication, Odumeje fondly called Ndeboski, said he had a heart-to-heart talk with his son David and informed him that his last days on earth were near. He told the boy to prepare to be the man of the house who will take care of his siblings and mother when Odumeje, is gone. I have called my little son, King David, and told him that very soon his father will leave. You must take care of your brothers and mother. I came to this world for a purpose, and that purpose has been fulfilled. I have finished my earthly ministry, and I will leave soon. So I don't know what to make of this, but I'm only bringing you this off the back of TB Joshua, and I have a suspicion that there might be some occultic pact that these people sign themselves. I'm not a real believer in that space, but there is an argument that there might well be an occultic pact that these people sign themselves up for. So that's Odumeje saying goodbye to the world as we know it. So Odumeje saying goodbye to the world as we know it. So we continue, just two more readouts, and then we come into the room and then try and see if a conversation kicks off. So that this now speaks to what Kulata was trying to say yesterday, and he got a summary flogging for. I am pained by ethnic tensions, infractions which characterized March 18 governorship, House of Assembly elections. So this is Tinubu speaking to that space now, as a lot of people had implored. Nigeria's President-elect Bola Tinubu has condemned the series of violence that occurred nationwide during the election period in Nigeria between February the 25th presidential/National Assembly and March the 18th governorship/state assembly elections. The former Lagos State governor made this appeal in a statement released on the official website of the Tinubu/Shetima campaign, whilst urging Nigerians to embrace the spirit of oneness, regardless of their sentiments and biases during the election. The statement reads, with the conclusion of the governorship and state houses of assembly elections, I congratulate all the elected governors and assembly members for earning the mandate of the people. The March 18 governorship election, pardon me, pardon me. The March 18, let me see if I've got some water left here. The March 18 governorship election held across 28 states and the state legislative poll across 36 states of the Federation have brought the 2023 election cycle to a fitting close, the statement further says. However, I am saddened by the reported isolated infractions. And by the way, that term, isolated infractions, they are exactly right as a description of how this election has gone. The narrative of these elections has not been the backdrop of violence. It has not been. Of all of the noise that you're talking about that there was violence in Lagos, I cannot recall. I recall that only one person got. If more than one person did get killed, then let us know. But the documented death was actually an APC person that was beaten to death by the obedience space in Lagos. And I know that there are pockets of deaths spread all over the country throughout this electoral cycle, and you'll say even one death is excessive just in an electoral cycle. But the backdrop of this election has not been violence, no matter how hard people try to paint it as such. The statement for the statement further stated, it should be the statement further reads. You know, it's really bad. But anyway, let me not get into grammar, but it is bad grammar to say the statement further stated. That's double negation. It's tautology. It's the statement further reads. That should be better. The statement further stated. However, I am saddened by the reported isolated infractions during the election and its aftermath in some states. I strongly condemn it. Also, the report of arson after the announcement of governorship results in one of the states did not represent who we truly are, peace-loving people. The physical and verbal assaults committed are unacceptable and antithetical to democratic ethos. Our elections should be a celebration of our maturing democracy and freedom of choice and ought not be moments of grief. I am particularly pained by cases of ethnic slurs which are capable of creating needless mischaracterization reported in some locations. My appeal is for us to rise above our differences, which in reality are fewer than the valued strings that bind us together as a people, irrespective of the circumstances of our birth. Tinubu said, as former governor of Lagos State, he can attest to the strength in our diversity and togetherness. As your president-elect, it is that spirit of inclusiveness we engender in Lagos that I intend to bring into national governance so that together we can attain our potentials. I will give priority to expanding the civic space and safeguarding citizens' freedom to exercise their rights within the bounds of the law. Indeed, the elections are over. The people have voted to elect their governors and state legislators that will serve them for the next 4 years. The time for leadership and governance is now upon us. In a democracy, majority will have their way, but the majority must not suppress the minority from having their say. As Democrats, we have to safeguard free expression. Winners must be magnanimous. Maybe you should tell that to our campaign spokesperson that has been throwing daggers at the Southeast. Winners must be magnanimous, and those who did not win should have a large heart of tolerance and respect for the greater interest of the nation. As the elected, the only way to justify the trust and confidence of the people and the mandate entrusted in us is to commit ourselves to the service of the people. We must all work diligently and sincerely to make life better for the masses. So it goes on in that vein. So essentially, actually, let me give you the fullness of it. As elected officers, we have no other assignment than to be burden bearers for the masses and ensure they have better lives that we promised during the campaigns. We must take urgent steps to unite the people, those who voted for us and those who did not. We must champion the healing process by embracing the opponents and their supporters. As I have stated previously, the time for politicking is gone. This is time for national building, a task beyond one individual or one section of the society. We need every hand from wherever it may come from to be on deck. I am ready to work with you all as your president. I will be a worthy partner you can trust and rely on as we all bond together in unity of purpose and renewed hope for the betterment of our blessed country and beloved people. So there it is right there. The healing words, or the putting together words of our Tinubu. So this now the last readout. And this one, a recommendation that a lot of people would ask Tinubu to quickly accede to, maybe even during his national broadcast on the 29th of May. This should be one of the key items he speaks to. Amnesty is what we're talking about. Release IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu to help peace. Release IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu to help peace efforts in the southeast Nigeria. Soludo tells President-elect Tinubu. The Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo has urged the President-elect Bola Tinubu to release the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, immediately. Yes, like I suggested, I hadn't read it all, but that seemed to make infinite sense. The Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo urged the President-elect Bola Tinubu to release the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, immediately after swearing in on May the 29th, 2023, for the sake of sustainable peace and security in the Southeast. Governor Soludo, who made the request on Tuesday in his post-election speech in Oka, the state capital, said Southeast leaders need Kanu around the table as an important stakeholder in the discussions about healing and sustaining peace in the region. Soludo in January also asked Mohamed Buhari administration to release Kanu unconditionally, saying he was ready to stand shorty for the IPOB leader. And by the way, make no mistake, Soludo is playing is Soludo versus Peter Obi, that subtle battle that is going on in the East that nobody is paying attention to. This move is making an anti or against Peter Obi move, because Peter Obi's his journey is coming to a crescendo now, and we've read the details of his plea to court, so we know that will end very quickly. So when Peter Obi's pace ends very quickly, it will dissipate very quickly and cannibalize. But if they release Nnamdi Kanu after this guy had been pleading frontally, then he seizes the march in the Southeast. So this essentially, you can read this to mean who is the alpha male in the Southeast. Soludo in January also asked President Mohamed Buhari's administration to release Kanu unconditionally, saying he was ready to stand as shorty for the IPOB leader. Soludo, in the post-election address, congratulated Tinubu. Look at that, his own home governor. Governor Soludo, in the post-election address, congratulated Tinubu, who was announced the winner of the February 25th presidential election by the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on the platform of the All Progressive Congress, APC. Soludo said, "Let me also congratulate the president-elect, Asiwaju." I don't know why they keep on calling him Asiwaju. That's not part of his official name. Is that a birth name? Soludo said, "Let me also congratulate the president-elect, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for his election. We congratulate your closest opponents for their courageous and impressive outing. Nigeria needs healing and restructuring, and the fundamental challenges of insecurity and the economy remains humongous. We pledge to collaborate and partner with you and the federal government for the development of ANAMBRA State and Nigeria. This is the only country we call ours, and we must make it work. One crucial issue that we must draw your attention to is the issue of systemic insecurity in the Southeast. Whilst our efforts with the security agents are yielding significant results, we believe that sustainable peace and security will be enhanced through wider non-kinetic engagement with the critical stakeholders. In this regard, may I repeat my previous calls and hereby request our president-elect to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu immediately after swearing in. That is, if it's not released before then. We need him around the table as an important stakeholder in discussions about healing and sustaining peace in the Southeast. Kanu, the leader of the secessionist group, okay, yeah, so it gives us that. So that's it right there. So no, that's not actually what's on the screen. I've gone on to another. So that's it right there. That's the readout. So now let's now see. So there is still room on the platform for anybody who wants to join, but certainly joining us, the progressives, Ajale Koko ever ready, or going to provide the legal interpretation. His Grace to give the blessing on the session, Kulata to glorify, and I told you so after this marking it got yesterday, and Ola here to keep everything 100. So there it is. Good to have you, gentlemen. Good to have you, gentlemen. So the obvious place to start, of course, is with you, Ogbeni. Can you, in terms that we, the Ogberis, will understand, unpick this thing that Peter Obi has submitted. I am disappointed, though. I did not see that killer punch. Did you?
Good evening or good morning, everybody.
Good day.
Yeah, it's it's a petition. Petition simply means
do you think Tinubu will be ordering his champagne now? Do you think it will open that champagne that is left on ice now?
Who, Tinubu?
Yes.
One man, let me tell you, Tinubu has known right from the time that there is no way you can overturn the election, because when you look at the election, when you look at what played out during the election, you realize that APC was not desperate. If they were really desperate, like it used to be in the PDP days, they won't allow some states to slip from their hands. And do you observe from that petition? Let me start from my observation about the petition. Do you observe from the petition that all the allegations the obedient have been making around in the social media, they are not contained in the petition? I don't know if you have the full copy of the petition. I have the full copy with all the paragraphs of the petition, right?
Benny, that's the first thing I noticed. That's why I actually came to join. But continue.
So all the allegations flying around, they are not contained there. In fact, he didn't even list Lagos State, except I can't see it.
No, I've heard them say that it didn't list Lagos State, but would it list Lagos State? It's you mean the 900,000 that they said they got in Lagos State?
Yes, it's not there. Right. If you check it, it's not using Lagos State.
It is implied, Benny. It is implied because there's a place where there's a zero-sum thinking in the what they call it prayer. I mean, whatever the charges, where he said that Obi will get the constitutional requirement by reducing Tinubu's votes. So it's kind of thinking like there's one part of it that said Obi got the popular vote and the constitutional requirement, but it's implying that they'll cancel enough Tinubu votes and he will gain enough. I mean, that's why I call it zero-sum thinking. That Tinubu will go down, he will go up, and he'll be the winner. There was something else. There's a prayers on those veins. So it didn't specifically call out Lagos or
Kulata
or what's it called?
Kulata.
Yeah.
You see the way Plateau. Petition. You see the way election petition is filed there. There is something you call your pleadings. Your pleadings must contain facts as to what and what you are challenging. You must be specific. That is, you read all the decisions on that. Is it Obasanjo Ojukwu? Is it Yar'Adua Atiku? Is it PDP INEC? Read all the decisions on it. You must be specific. What do you want? It's not to just make.
But what about calling out? I don't know. But if they say what are the exhibits for this to buttress,
even when you see the exhibit, see his complaint. His complaint is that
the complaints they're lousy.
You want us to? The court gave an order for us to do inspection. They didn't have.
When since you are the lawyer here, and we have the good fortune of you actually not only being an experienced, long-standing lawyer, but an expert in electoral petition space, talk us through that petition but use language that we will understand. Though, but talk us through the petition. Yeah.
Let me tell you in simple terms what Obi is saying.
Yes.
In simple terms, Obi is like the biblical baby mama before King Solomon, who wanted the baby, or the baby should be divided, or the baby should be killed. Obi is simply saying, declare me as the winner. Based on what reason? Based on the reason that the lawful vote cast in that election belongs to me. They manipulated it and gave it to Tinubu. On that basis, declared me. Now, if you can't declare me, then nullify the entire election and let's go and recontest. On what basis?
Let's do it this way. I beg your pardon, but let's do it this way. Just so let me read out the prayers and then you can talk them. So his first prayer was that that it be determined that at the time of the presidential election held on the 25th of February 2023, the second and third respondents, Shetima and Tinubu were not qualified to contest the election. So
Okay, let me speak to that first.
so Tinubu was the drug case, and that Shetima
So,
was double tickets. Yeah.
one man, let's speak it one by one.
Mm.
Let me speak to that first one. So
Mm.
now the reason why I'm going to the meat of the petition is I've looked at these are what they call preliminary objection. They are more like is hitting the qualification. Okay, is challenging the qualification of the candidates that they declared. Okay, it's what I want to explain as number last before, but let's speak it one by one. So what he's simply saying in that is that as at the time Tinubu picked Shetima as his running mate, Shetima was a candidate already. They've already submitted Shetima's name with INEC as the senatorial candidate of Borno Central District. Therefore, by the Electoral Act, Shetima was supposed to have to withdraw first. Okay, withdraw from INEC first before Tinubu could appoint Shetima or nominate Shetima and then send Shetima name to INEC. That's what he's simply saying there. And he's saying that if Shetima is not qualified, okay, to run as the vice president because of that, therefore, Tinubu lacked that. It means Tinubu did not have a qualified vice presidential candidate. Therefore, the case of Bayelsa will now kick in. Then it means that Tinubu is not qualified because he didn't fulfill the constitutional requirement for him to have a vice presidential candidate to be able to jointly run the election. Okay, that's a simple allegation he's making there. And if you ask me what was my answer to that, my answer to that is very simple. There are cases, and I'll just a lot, right? They will all go and trash the whole thing. But my simple answer to that is PDP and Oga. In PDP and Oga, the court heard that you can bring issue of qualification, okay, to election matters. Ordinarily, qualification matter is an issue of pre-election. Pre-election is that issues that happen before election, nomination, all these things, they are all pre-election matter, right? But over time, the case of Silver and some other cases, they've been able to bring pre-election into election petition. But in 2016, in that PDP and Oga, the court heard that qualification issue that you can bring in the election petition must has to do with qualification as prescribed by the Constitution. So once you file your election matter, you don't go back to the Electoral Act. If you want to question anybody based on what is contained in the Electoral Act, do it before election. Once you have election, you can't go back to that. You must start looking at the qualification in the Constitution. And the Constitution doesn't talk about all these nomination, you first draw and they withdraw. So for me, it's dead on arrival. That ground is dead on arrival. I don't see Supreme Court going too much into that. That's
all right. You've looked through the totality of the petition, I'm sure. Hopefully, you've not read the 100-page document.
I've read everything.
God Almighty.
I've
yes.
Everything. The entire petition.
Yes.
Let me tell you, the entire petition is just 90. It's just about around 96 to 97 paragraphs. Okay, that's the entire petition. All others, they are just list of documents, then witness statement, just 2, and that's all I've seen in this petition. I'm disappointed with this legal team. I don't know. So well, anyway, that's the first ground. What's the next thing? He's talking about the drug.
Yes,
it's laughable. I'm telling you. Okay.
No, you can't say it is laughable, because those are the two key. Because they have 2 main prayers and then 3 alternative prayers to make them 5 prayers. So their main prayer is predicated on Shetima being cancelled for buying 2 nomination forms and Tinubu being cancelled for drug convictions in the United States. So if they succeed in that prayer, that invalidates them, and then of course it doesn't still make Peter be the winner though, because he came third, but it invalidates them and precludes them from
Okay, I've addressed the issue of Shetima qualification, right? And my address is very simple on that. I've read this thing. I know that if they want to go to the substance of the whole issue, what matters is what INEC is bringing out. If INEC is able to show that the day I received is the receipt of a document by INEC that matters. If INEC receive, because you see him keep talking about dated. That's not what matters to a document. What matters to a document is when did you submit it to INEC? When is INEC aware of this? So I expect INEC to come and defend that, right? That's apart from the technical points that I've given to you that you can't be complaining electoral heart after election. It's a pre-election matter. Now, except qualification that has to do with what is provided in the constitution, and it's simple. The constitution says you must be 40 years old, you must be this and that. There's nothing like all this nomination thing in the constitution. That's about that. Now, on the drug EU, let me tell you why I say it's laughable. On the drug EU, the constitution talk about conviction, right? Now, that means criminal liability. Somebody who has been convicted, you can't come and contest. So the first question you ask is that before you convict somebody, there must be a charge filed, right? The person must go to criminal trial, right? The person must be put on trial, okay? And the person must be convicted. In this so-called case, there was no charge filed. So the first qualification to make a case criminal is not there. And I hope they will go and call maybe Rufai Hosseini and all those Abati to come and witness for them in court. Because these are the guy peddling all these things around. Or home free, or what do you call that one? That one in US that is pending. So Udehi, or what do you call that one? So no criminal charge filed anywhere. See, there's a clear difference between civil forfeiture and criminal forfeiture. What happened to Tinubu's property in US is clear. It's called civil forfeiture. What they filed against Tinubu was filed against his property, not Tinubu as a person. It was filed against his property. And I will give you a simple example. A simple example is this. You want to buy dollars, for instance, okay? Or pounds, for instance. And you gave somebody your naira. The person transfer pounds to your account. But you don't know the source of that pounds, right? And by the time they transfer it to your account, your bank locked your account. And they go after you. It happens a lot in the UK. They'll go after you, declare the source of this money. And you say, I bought this money, but I don't know where the person, the malam I bought from, get it. They say, okay, if the source is questionable, then prove the one that it is legitimate in your account. But you will surely forfeit this one.
Hold on. Sorry, I just saw this comment. Are they insulting me on Mayegun's diary now? So carry on. I'll save this one for later. Okay, carry on. Sorry, already.
Okay, so I know I'm just giving you an example of civil forfeiture. Yeah. So if you now insist, they would file a civil forfeiture proceeding against that your property, not you. They are not saying, for instance, in the case I just gave you now, nobody can say you are culpable, but your property, your money in that account is what is questionable. So they would rather go for that your money. So they will file a civil forfeiture against that your money, not you. That's just simple thing that happened to Tinubu. If you look at all the papers in media, it was and he couldn't prove, he couldn't go through the rigors of proving that particular amount that he has to cede to them and forfeit, in order for him to be able to get the one he can prove out of his account. So there's no criminal charge against him. It's a civil forfeiture proceeding. So how can you say he's guilty or is a criminal? What constitution is talking about? Criminal liability and not civil liability. So that knocks down.
All right. Just for the benefit of not going through all of it, which I'm sure we will at some point. What are the highlights for you? What should Tinubu be losing sleep over? What should they be sweating over in this petition?
I think is the forensic report. That's what I think Tinubu should. The Tinubu Council, the team, will be working seriously now to see what exactly is that report. But funny enough, again, when I check the petition, I can't find the report there. So they will be intending to find that report later. And if you are filing that report later, it will be questionable. There will be serious objection raised to that. And eventually they may even strike out whatever report, because the law is that whatever you want to you use to prove your petition, apart from listing it, you front load it and let us have a look at it so that I can find my own answer also to whatever petition you file. So whatever you are bringing must not be at variance with what you have already said in your petition. So I wish them good luck, but I just think where the legal team for Tinubu will be racking their brain and head on now will be, what is the report of that beavers? Now, when you look at it again, the issue of uploading, you see, there's a way they generalize it. And that's what I keep telling people. Now, beavers, if you go back to that, their petition very well, you see, their complaint about beavers is not the same thing you have on social media flying around, right? So what they are simply saying is this. They are saying that the INEC intentionally blur for me CAA. And mind you, I keep talking about this for me CAA. Now that is the basis of any petition and not beavers. Beavers just come to supplement, to help, okay, validate whatever you want to do. So their argument now is that they blur the results uploaded in the IREF, and because of that, they blur it purposely to shortchange OB. So, but you now wonder whether the ones that blurred in Anambra, Ebonyi, and others, and they still declared OB as winner in those houses, whether they also did all those one intentionally.
Is that sufficient enough of those uploads? Because we've had a look at quite a few. They're quite legible to us.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course.
Is there sufficient enough of them that are blurred for?
I don't think so. And that is why when you see it, you just realize that his petition is just too generic. They are general allegations. They don't go specific in all the election petition I've seen that is filed now. I was expecting the paragraphs until I realized that I've read up to 80 and it was already winding down, and there is nothing really substantial. Let me give you an example. Is questioning Rivers State. Do you know what he's saying in Rivers State? No. Let me start with Benue. He's questioning Benue. Do you know what he's saying in Benue? He's saying in Benue they declared 310. Okay, then in Benue they declared 310 for Tinubu and they declared 308 for himself. He said, but what Beavers shows that should honorably be the result is that he got 329 and Tinubu got 300,000. So assuming the court even agree with that, then he's simply buying himself 29,000 votes. What's the effect of that on 1.8 million gap? And now, when you go to Rivers, those are the just two states he identified. Other states, he didn't even go specific. But these are the two states he identified. And according to him, I think those are the two states they allowed him to have access to the inspection, right? So in Rivers, he said in Rivers, they declared, for him, they declared 177,071. For Tinubu, they declared 231,591. But ordinarily, the real result showed that he scored 205,110 and that Tinubu got 84,108. So now my question is this: if Tinubu scored 84,108 and you have 205,110, it means that they got from your vote and give Tinubu and also got from PDP vote and give Tinubu. Is that what you are saying? Now, if that is not what you are saying, then are you saying there is overvoting in that place? Because as it stands now, it's not considering Atiku. So when you now pick his own and add it with Tinubu and add it with Atiku, then there will be overvoting in that place. And what's the meaning of overvoting? They cancel that state. So if you cancel that state, you know the implication. It will reduce 175,000 from OB that even wants more. And then it will now reduce 231 from Tinubu. Tinubu will still lead you. So when you combine Rivers and Benue that is complaining about together, Tinubu will still be leading you by about 1.6 million. So how do you cover for the rest?
Ogbani, Tinubu leads him currently by 2.7 million.
Is it 2.7 or 1.8?
No, it leads Atiku
No,
by
it leads
1.8.
Atiku by 1.8, Peter by 2.7. People is trying to. That's why it's asking that the whole election be cancelled, because no matter how many mathematical gymnastics, Tinubu will still beat him by a comfortable 2 million votes.
So obviously, I has made a mistake in this election petition, I guess, because I read him saying 1.8 somewhere here. Margin of lead 1.8. Oh, sorry, yeah, margin of leading the second. Oh, second maximum vote. Sorry, yes, you are right. His petition is saying 1.8. That's leading article, and it's only 2 point something. So when you look at that and you remove it, you realize that Tinubu is still leading you. So, and it's not specific on anything here. So for me, if the Tinubu legal team is going to lose sleep for tonight, and today when they find their respondent the answer to this petition, I think for me is that forensic report, and why I say forensic report, okay, is because that one, what you're going to do in that one is that you're going to get evidence from the beavers directly. You extract all evidence from the beaver, you extract all evidence from the voter register, and see accreditation, and then try to generate whether there is overvoting or not. So if they are able to establish that and they realize they are overvoting, don't forget overvoting. If there is, which is another danger in it. If you are able to prove overvoting, what happened in those houses is they cancel the entire election in those houses. Because it's challenging Ekiti now, he said there is overvoting in Ekiti and not those houses. So that's just my reading of the election petition anyway.
Do you think it was hurriedly put together? Do you think it's a rushed job? Are we looking at a rushed job?
I think so. And I think the reason why it's a rushed job.
Is that your son?
Yeah.
It's not sleeping. He wants to be with daddy.
He's sleeping. It's because I'm talking. That's
all right.
So
but put him on your chest. Put him on your chest. That's what I usually do.
No worries.
If you put him on your chest, it will sleep off. Yeah.
It's too big to be put on chest now.
All right. Okay.
So I think they were expecting to inspect the beavers thing, and they were expecting INEC to really cooperate with them and have their way. I'm not sure what happened. Possibly the decision of the Supreme Court on who to inspect and what extent, what they should inspect, what document they should inspect, was not too clear. And I think it was because of that, INEC was skeptical about what can they expect, what is the ruling talking about and everything. And don't forget they had 21 days to file the election petition. Before even coming to court to apply, they've already wasted some days already. INEC went back to court to challenge, to vary, and all blah, blah, blah. We want to reconfigure and all those things. So for me...
Benny, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Has Atiku filed anything?
Atiku has filed. Atiku has filed. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, continue. Yeah.
You see, eventually, when you read Atiku petition, I've seen that one, realize that eventually, like we have said before on this platform...
Is it copy and paste?
No, not really copy and paste. Atiku really made some cases. He also talked about the drug and the other one too. But when you look at it, Atiku still have a bit of substance. He was a bit specific. He went on some polling units, particularly in the northern part, which he believed they just changed the thing and things like that. But for me, eventually, when you look at Atiku petition and Obi petition, two of them will cancel each other eventually, because they will consolidate those petitions and they'll start facing each other. I win this, you didn't win. I win this, you didn't win. And eventually, Tinubu will still emerge as the only person that nobody will be able to question whatever is his win.
When are you willing to take questions from the panel, since you're a legal expert? But before you take questions from the panel, since are they going to be heard as just one case, or are they going to be heard as standalones, Atiku and Peter Obi? Are we expecting two verdicts or just one verdict for the two of them? And also, do you expect a verdict on this, or do you expect them just to throw it out? So those two patients,
they won't throw it out, because don't forget, Beavers is very new. We need and don't forget that after this, we're going to have Kogi election. We're going to have Ekiti election. We're going to have some elections that will come after this. We're going to have about 8 or 9, right, in the next 4 years, within the space of next 4 years. So there are so many questions in those petitions that the Supreme Court need to make policy judgment. Okay. So I don't expect the Supreme Court to just pick one preliminary objection and throw away the petitions. No. And with the mood, don't forget Supreme Court is a policy court, and it's a court that also watch the mood of the country, and it's a court that also consider what is international community saying. And don't forget that international community, so many of the Committee of Nations have said, okay, go and follow due process, go to court, nobody should fight, and all those things. So I expect them to deliver a reasoned, well-reasoned judgment. And particularly on beavers, they should tell us what the stance of beavers. If beavers is recognized under Electoral Act, or beavers is just to supplement or help or aid INEC in the election. And whether INEC can vary if there is glitches, if there are glitches, if there are problems, what should INEC do? Whether INEC have done right, and whatever decision INEC take, even if it's against INEC regulation, is it substantial enough to throw away the baby and the bowl and water, or should we reconduct? There are a lot of questions in that petition, which is you are testing a novel law, a new law for the first time. I don't expect Supreme Court to just dodge all those things and throw away the case at the preliminary level. I don't see them doing that, because it's going to be a full panel of the Court of Appeal. I don't see them doing that anyway.
I have a question, one man.
Yeah, hold on. Is it going to be heard as one case, or are they going to do them individually, the Atiku petition and the Peter Obi petition?
So generally, no, ordinarily they do it separately, ordinarily, but I see them consolidating these two because they're asking for almost the same reliefs that are diametrical in nature. Both of them are saying declare me. Both of them are saying nullify it. Both of them are saying cancel the order. So there is no way they won't consolidate, because they won't, because Peter Obi is practically challenging some of the articles' votes impliedly. When you look at it, impliedly. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. You had a question for Ogweni Thomas.
Yes, please. Yeah. With what you've read as a competent lawyer, did he really have a case that the tribunal can even attend to, or they will just attend to him because of the temperature in the country? Because with what one man read through, I don't think he has a case. So what is your legal perspective? Thank you.
No, now this is my perspective. From what he has filed so far, there is no case established anywhere from what the man has filed so far. But he has indicated where his main case is. The forensic, and that's why I said the forensic expert report has indicated that now I've extracted the papers from the data from beavers. I've extracted this from IREF. I extracted this from this, and that during the trial I'm going to present in order to show how I won the election. So when you pick this election, this paper that is flying around that has just filed now, if you have to rely on this alone, this man has not made any case. No case whatsoever. No case. You need to see the petition now. It's just full of repetition and just empty things. But by the time they bring that, and that's why I said that report, they will fight that report. Because that report is not attached here. They will start fighting that report whether it should enter or not. Once they allow that report to enter, yes, you can say, okay, as a case, let's see the merit of that case. But if they don't allow that report to enter, which is still speculative, the entire thing is still speculating now because they have not even specified. So, but if we're able to get the report, it is when we see the report we will now know whether this man actually have a case. But for now, Mr. Thomas, forget it. This entire petition and whatever it has for now, I don't see any case made out of it. I'm telling you, unless I see that their report. Once I see the report, I can now tell, okay, this guy has a case.
Well, when you say fight that the report should be admissible or not, who is going to put up that fight? And also, have they been granted access to INEX server for them to have been able to build this? Have they had the chance to interrogate INEX server?
No, in their petition, they complained. They complained about them not being able to have access, okay, to the server. They said they were able to have access to, I think, 2 states or something like that. So they are complaining that they didn't really allow them to have access and get whatever they want to get out of. So, but eventually, INEC will still come to court to explain why they couldn't get it. Okay, and there are days to.
But what will be the basis of their prayers if they don't have the figures and the data to back it up?
That's the challenge I tell you is going to happen during trial. So now, if later now they are bringing one report.
So is this petition, is it a placeholder?
No. There is nothing like placeholder in election petition. You can't add anything to what you have presently now. They can't add anything from it. The way you see it now, the best you can do is when you are bringing your report, you must be able to connect your report to what you have in this pleading. If you don't connect it, then there is nothing you can do again. Do you get? So that's why I said it's not, this election petition is not specific, it's too generic, and there are even fundamental mistakes there. See the man that signed it. If okay, you don't have the full petition. Now, if you have the full petition, you see the man that, and this is a very fundamental thing that is simplest thing that even ordinary 1-year-old call should not, a day call should not even make that mistake. Now, when you go to the person who signed it, the name on it say Levi Uzoku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. That's the man that signed this petition. And don't forget, signing petition is very fundamental, right? Signing any originating process in court is very fundamental. If it's defective, the entire process will go. Now, that is the man that signed it, right? As franked on the paper. One Dr. Levi Uzoku, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. When you come to the seal that the man carries, that seal is the name in the Supreme Court. The seal says the person who bears this is Uzoku, right? There is no Levi there. There is no seal in this your own. There is seal in this my own name. You will see Uzoku Livinus. That's the name, not this Levi, not NIVY hyphen. No. The name recognized by Supreme Court, known to Supreme Court, is Uzoku Livinus Ifeanyinshuku. That's not the person who signed this thing, or you can't really say that is the person. So if you look for this name in the roll at the Supreme Court and you can't find it, this petition should be dead on arrival. Just one of the mistakes I just pointed to. Immediately I saw it, I said, who signed this thing? Did they show it?
Sorry, Benny, is that not true? I don't think that, I mean, if it's name, I don't know, if it doesn't, it's not the origin, it's not like a wrong originating summons or the wrong originating paper process. So, I mean, if they make a mistake writing names, I mean, is that substantial to throw it out? I don't think so.
It is substantial because there are cases where Supreme Court said the name of whoever frank or signed a process must be recognized in the roll of the Supreme Court. So, for instance, if they call me to bar and my name at the point of calling to bar is Maduka Benga, and I now started signing as Mad Benga. Mad Benga is not known to Supreme Court, it's Maduka that is known to Supreme Court. It may sound very petty, but if you go deep and you see all these titans, Waliola Nipeko and all these guys, by the time they expand all these things and start fighting it, you just realize that they are making a sense from it.
Was this not the same guy that lost the petition in 2019, Atiku Abubakar?
Who?
This Levi Uzoku. Was it not it was one that
he handled that matter. He handled the Atiku Abubakar matter back then in 2019.
All right. I'll take my questions towards Ogbeni only because he has been in electoral petitions before. But before I do that, I want to be a bit pedantic for a moment. I've put this on the screen for a purpose. So Peter Obi now fighting now that he should be declared the president of Nigeria, and he has assembled a bank of lawyers to carry out that fight for him. But is that bank of lawyers representative of the Nigeria that he wants to govern? Dr. Livy Ozoku, Awa Kalu SAN, Dr. Onyechi Apazu SAN, PIN Ikweato SAN, Chief Ben Anna Chebe SAN, Sebastian T On SAN, Author Obi Okafor SAN, Ikechukwu Ezechukwu SAN, JS Oku Tepa SAN, Dr. Mrs. Valeria Azinge SAN, Emeka Okpoko SAN, Alex Ejiaseme SAN, Aud Anuga SAN, Professor Igbo Madike SAN, Amenike Mba Nugo Esquire, Chike Obi Esquire. So there he is. That's the Nigeria that so
even family members are there.
It's quite a thing. Yeah.
Mama, wait, let me say this. I think Obi is a stingy man. All those lawyers, maybe they want to do it pro bono.
Two for buy one get one free, Abi. Buy one get one free lawyer.
So Obi will not go pay shishi now.
He went to Tesco. Did they go to Tesco to go and recruit lawyers? Buy one get one free.
You know my thinking. I don't think it's because Obi is not releasing money and now when you look at those names, not all of them are really from Southeast. I can see Ikpeazu there. Sorry. I can see my Oga Okutepa there. Okutepa is from Kogi, but his main practice is in Benue. I can see, you can give me the list again. Let me see.
Yes, it's Lizzie Ozoku. So yeah, that one is from the Southeast.
I'm coming. Let me identify. Okay.
Can you see them on your screen?
I can see now. I can see.
All right.
You see, they are majorly Anambra practice. Yeah, they are the Anambra guys like Benanashebe, PN Ikweto, Ikpeazu. These are Anambra practice bar, right? Now, and you expect now the ones that are not really Anambra, but ST Hon, ST Hon is a Benue guy. JS Okutepa is Kogi, but Benue practice. Then Okoko is Delta, that's the Warri person. Then Azinge Delta. Then so they are not really all. When you look at, there's another one. Ado Anuga, I think Kogi. So when you look at all of them, the way it works most time is this. For instance, if you pick the leader, okay, of the person to lead your team is from a particular bar. So this one I want to believe Anambra bar. That's Onitsha bar. Let's say Onitsha, not Anambra. They are mostly Onitsha guys. So Onitsha bar. Now there's a tendency of them, as a lawyer, you don't want to work with people you don't really trust. Because there could be mole also in your team that will be linking your evidence, linking whatever you want to do. So that's the way it works. Law practice is like you are fighting war too. So the likes will call for the likes. So for instance, if you go for maybe Ikpeazu is an Anambra, Onitsha person practicing much in Onitsha, there's a tendency of him to go and call Kekweto and all those guys that they grow together in the profession, from the same bar. That's the way it works. So I don't really see this as maybe pro Southeast. No, I don't really see.
Is it not an IPOB 11? Is it not an IPOB 11?
No, I don't think so. It's just the bar.
An IPOB 11 to go and rescue Nigeria.
It's also see, by the time you flip it
to Biafra 11, first name.
Your humor, one man, your humor.
It's unbelievable now. He wants to be Nigerian president. He assembles an Igbo team.
Woman, by the time you flip it to Tinubu's team, you start seeing Wole Olanipekun, Fagbemi Latif, Prince Latif Fagbemi, Malam Yusuf.
So we're back to Yoruba versus Igbo again in the long course.
So majorly, what I'm seeing here is Midwest Bar and Onitsha Bar, then facing maybe Ikeja or Lagos Bar and maybe learning back. That's what you will see eventually, because that's their comfort zone, and that's where they, they have their lawyers and they gather their team from. So there's nothing like, see, let me tell you, all these legal practitioners are just there to make their money and go, make name too, and go. If they are able to install a precedent throughout the years, now they will get more cases and everything from the president and make name. More people will come and brief them. So law is not, there's no string attached when it comes to law practice.
All right, brilliant. Any questions for Gwenny before we go on to another contributor? All right, let's go on to.
I have questions.
Yeah, go on.
When you were talking a bit at some point about the mood of the country, international courts. That's really the point, right? That's when Peter Obi was going on and on everywhere, and Tinubu's team was writing those letters, and the operative word there was judicial intimidation. And I think I agree with you there. That is judicial intimidation. This whole thing, okay, the person who has a right to decide whether there's a case or not is the court, right? Yeah. But if you read it, just like even as a layman, right, just giving your own opinion, you can say there's not so much meat there, right? So, but the only way to corner around is to be intimidating judiciary, to be calling America to come and colonize Nigeria. So I think that 25%, like when I think somebody asked if it will be thrown, I think there is 25% issue that the court would like to make a decision upon, the 25% of Abuja. So I think it's interesting in that regard. So, but my question is, do you think the Tinubu team does it happen in election petition or in the Supreme Court for the opponent to ask for compensation, to ask this for frivolity, to ask their legal fees be paid for all this frivolity? Like if it turns out to be all frivolity, the Supreme Court will decide that. If it turns out to be frivolity, should they ask that the money that they spend to come and attend to this frivolity be paid?
Yeah, cost. Do they do cost at the Supreme Court? Their judgment to say plus cost.
Well, in election petition, I've not seen. The only one where I've seen before was Bayelsa matter, when they awarded cost personally against the council that brought the matter to Supreme Court. And they awarded about 2.something million or so against Wole and one other. So because they knew it was a frivolous application, the Supreme Court has already dismissed the application before they brought it back again. So the Supreme Court was very angry. And so instead of awarding cost against the litigants, so they felt their lawyer ought to have advised them, and for such lawyer to have that confidence to fight that frivolous matter, therefore the lawyer should be very responsible. So, but generally in election petition, because you can't use election petition to make money, to make gains. So generally in election petition, they don't really of cost against others. They don't really emphasize on it. Once you win your case, you win, you just go. And then the rest, you just leave it for press to be making the amount. So, but for me, this election, I don't know, like the point you make, yes, the judiciary want to sit and, make pronouncement on those low area, 25%, because that 25% thing now of Abuja, I see them overruling their former decision. I can be 80% sure of that.
What was the former decision?
So the former decision, there was a pronouncement that if you don't have 25% of Abuja, you shouldn't be declared as the president. So that was the former decision in the Obasanjo case. So, but they said, despite that, I've not read the judgment till now. It was Andoka, which I believe in, the former Attorney General, who cited out that decision, before China.
No, Ogbeni, was it about 25% that or about winning Abuja? I think there's a difference.
No.
There's no up to now a declarative on the 25% Abuja. There's no historical declarative. There is some issues, some kind of side half of the plate, not the full plate decision on this 25% of Abuja issue. That is like something about it, like the whether Abuja is should be taken like other state or something. I don't really remember. Something with administrative status of Abuja.
So the what Andoka San said was that the interpretation of that provision was whether the word "and," okay, in that provision should be read as a conjunction or as a disjunction. So the thing simply says that before you can win in Nigeria presidential office, you must have at least 1/4 of 2/3 state and FCT. So there's a school of thought that says that bring all the 36 states together plus FCT, you must have 1/4 of the 12/3. Some said no, you must have 1/4 of 12/3 of the 36 states in one side. Then you must also have 1/4 of FCT. That's disjunctive, right? So those are the two school of thoughts on this. And
has that not been tested? Sorry, carry on.
It's been tested. So according to Andoka San said, it was tested in that Obasanjo case, and that in that case, the pronouncement court made was that that "and" should be read disjunctive. It means that you must be able to have 12. You must be able to have 1/4 of FCT, separate from the 1/4 of the 2/36 states that you have. But that they still went ahead in resolving the case against the petitioner in that case. So the reasons why I've not read that, I've not had time to read it. But Andoka even gave an hint that he thought the Supreme Court would still overrule themselves. Because see, the point is the Supreme Court have the power to overrule themselves when they realize that whatever judgment they made as at then may make sense to them because of that case. And when you look deeply, it may not even be the ratio of the case. It may just be a passing comment just made in that matter. So when they look at it, they may say, okay, we overrule ourselves because it's not a good law. Because for me, what's the mischief? Why will you say I must have 1/4 of FCT before I can win, become a president of Nigeria? I'm not a president of FCT now. I'm president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. So what of other states that don't have 1/4 in other states? Then why must Abuja be a special status? So I think
sorry for bothering you. Sorry, last one. The point I'm trying to make, to be clear, there is no definitive declaration on that whole situation. Okay, there was some, as you said, some passing comment about disjunctive, conjunctive, whatever. But there is no declarative statement here that this is interpretation. You must win 25% of Abuja. Whether "and" is a disjunctive or not, is a part of the food, not the entire panoply of the food plate. Okay, some part of it. There is no declaration.
It's an ambiguity that has been dogging the Nigerian political.
It still remains ambiguity. There is no declaration resolving the ambiguity.
I agree with you, but only to the extent that there may not be a definite pronouncement. But don't forget that the only pronouncement that is available now seems to favor Peter Obi. That is the only one available for now. So the Tinubus have to come out to fight that one that is a bad law, and the court must overrule that particular position. If not, that is the only one we can see around that appears to favor Obi's position. Well, my own is, okay, now let's say we even declare that if you don't have 1/4, therefore you cannot be the president. Then what next? That's the question I keep asking. So who do you declare? So do you declare number 2, who doesn't have the highest lawful vote?
There's a follow-on prayer that the whole election should be voided and rerun. For reasons that are I don't know. Maybe one of these reasons that you are saying. Yeah.
You see all those prayers, if you see the way they will fight this petition, all those prayers are not linked to each grant of the petition. You should be able to link for instance, you are saying, oh, this man did not have 1/4 or 12 2/3, including FCT, then your prayer should tell us what exactly do you want with this complaint. Are you saying that since this man does not have it, then disqualify that man? Then who do you now say wins? Is it Atiku? If you want to say it's Atiku, Atiku will not still meet constitutional requirement, which is the highest number of lawful votes. Okay, if you say it's Peter Obi will not meet that requirement because he will only meet the requirement of Abuja. He won't meet.
Yeah, so that defaults to a rerun. That defaults to a rerun, doesn't it?
If you now say give us a rerun, if you do another rerun and you don't, nobody still have 1/4 of that FCT and then highest lawful, what do? We keep doing rerun till infinity. See, the interpretation that Peter Obi is pushing will lead to absurdity. No court.
What was INEC's interpretation of that Abuja space that led them to giving Tinubu the return ticket, the certificate of return?
It was not that issue was not specifically brought to the attention of Mahmoud Yakubu.
No, but did he understand it as a constitutional requirement? Of course, he has to. The constitutional requirements have to have been met for him to give him the certificate of return.
Of course,
and he knew that Tinubu didn't get the 25% in Abuja, but he gave him the certificate of return anyway. So, what was his understanding of that Abuja understanding for him to issue that certificate of return?
One man,
and
let me tell you
that, Ogbeni, so you can answer everything.
Okay.
Why was Buhari not denied that presidency in 2015 and 2019? Because he didn't win. He didn't win 25% in Abuja as well. Yet it was declared
in both instances,
and yet he was given the certificate of return. And this guy served Nigeria for 8 years. That's a precedent that there is no qualms. So why would this time around say, okay, this one cannot, because of he couldn't meet 25% in Abuja, therefore his election will be nullified and they won't let him govern. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand, but cases in court are not like that because that argument is what you call tukoke. Tukoke simply means what about you? That is not allowed in court. You can't say, for instance, the drug you that just raising about Tinubu now. Tinubu could as well just said, I've governed this the sub-region of Lagos for 2 terms. So why are you raising this now? I've governed without any issue. But every case must be decided on the merits. So they have to face this issue and face it once and for all. And then there be a pronouncement on it. And my point, for me, generally my point is that if you have to treat FCT like any other state in Nigeria, there is no special status FCT is having here in the election matter. They don't even have electoral vote.
In fact, the status that FCT has is that it should be treated like any other state. That's what the Constitution says, that the Federal Capital Territory is to be deemed like any of the subsisting 36 states of the Federation.
Yes, you are right. There's nothing special about FCT that one must have 1/4 of FCT, 25% of FCT for you to lead Nigeria. So if that is the case, then you are ranking FCT above any other state in Nigeria. That's the implication. Then it means that if somebody has 25% of other 36 states in Nigeria and you don't have Ekiti, then why don't you say, then you should be able to lead Nigeria? The person will still be able to lead Nigeria, right? So what's special about FCT that is if you don't have 25% of FCT, that is when you can't lead Nigeria. Even if you have all the 24 million votes in Nigeria, you will still not be able to lead Nigeria. That's a ridiculous interpretation. I don't see any court interpreting that. The obedient may be in their space and be pushing that ridiculous interpretation, but no court will hold that kind of interpretation because it's even discriminatory. What's special about Abuja? What is discriminatory?
Ogbeni, can I tell you about what Edwin Clark said? The son. Is he Edwin Clark, right? The son?
No, that's Frank.
Which one?
Frank, Edwin
No,
Clark.
son, Papa Clark. That
Edwin
SAN.
Clark is a Niger Delta man.
No,
It's
no,
Frank
the
I'm talking about. Frank.
Robert Clark, maybe Robert Clark, SAN.
Okay,
Right?
Robert Clark, that light in complexion man.
Yes, that's what you man.
That's
Oh,
Robert
you
Clark.
You know,
Robert Clark.
he said on several occasions that Supreme Court has interpreted that Abuja that it can be treated like a state. That why you are treating the FCT as a state, it should not have undue privilege. That it should not have undue privilege. So therefore, that Abuja FCT cannot veto other states. So it was just trying to mock some of the SN that some of the lawyers and SN they are lazy, that they don't do their research. So that he already concluded that around that place that he doesn't think there's a case about that Abuja FCT being treated with that special advantage. So
do you think they've just filed this thing for, because as I was reading through it, I was looking for that silver bullet and I could not identify any silver bullet. Do you think they've just filed this petition for keepsake, just for the just to fulfill all righteousness? Do you think they've just done it for the sake of it?
I don't think so. I think they are still speculating. They believe they will still be able to get good things from that beavers. Don't forget, and that's why they so much rely on that forensic expert report. They will still go and analyze what they've been able to extract from beavers, IREF, and there are about 4 facilities now they said they have access to, and they have extracted data. I know they will start and reconcile all those data. And for one of the major things they are trying to prove is overvoting. They want to look at all those areas where Tinubu won and then prove overvoting. And if they're able to prove overvoting, then they will nullify all those elections there. And that will hit deep into Tinubu's this thing. So they are still speculating. They don't know, for me, they don't know what exactly they're going to get from that report for now. And that is why you see them not filing it, not attaching it.
It's a huge body of work, what they are taking on, because they are going to go through all of these things.
They will meet a very steep legal challenge, I'm telling you, on the admissibility of whatever they are bringing after this election, after what they have filed today. Because there are 21 days end yesterday, right? So the way election petition works is that you can't add anything now, right? In terms of your pleadings. Your complaint now stands as what you have filed. So whatever they have to do now, they must find a way to ensure that it falls in line with whatever they have said so far. So let's wait and see. Let's see when their report will come out. It will surely come to public. We all know obedient guys. They always like media. You think media is their Supreme Court. They will throw it to media and we'll see.
So do you think Tinubu will feel more emboldened today? Do you think, having now seen the substance of their case, do you think he and his legal team will feel more emboldened, more reassured? Yeah.
Tinubu, little I know from Tinubu and his legal team for now is that Tinubu is not a person that underestimates his enemy at all. You should have people, or at least by now, people that don't really know Tinubu would have seen that throughout this campaign thing. Tinubu knew that he would win this election, particularly when he realized that Peter Obi is not really going to the northern space to get their to reach agreement with them and to ensure that he gets his presence in those areas. Tinubu knew right from the time that he would win. But see the way Tinubu campaigned throughout, even to the last 3-4 days to election. You know how many times that man went to Kano? Despite the fact that he knew that he would not win Kano. He knew he wouldn't win that Kano. But he just wanted to curry as many votes he can just get from Kano. He kept going to that Aziz. See how many times he went to Borno. See how many times he went to... So Tinubu is not a kind of person that will underestimate his enemy. I don't think. Tonight now, Tinubu himself will read that petition, will make his own annotations on it. Each person will start reading now, and they will start digging out what will be our response on this one. And don't forget, I tell you, they will also file their own cross petition against Obi's space to hit down on Obi. So in case they're going to hit their own also, it will hit down on Obi and hit down on Atiku. So interesting days ahead.
All right. Well, so sorry. Just broadly, what sort of money will this the legal space be making off the back of all of this hoo-ha?
Big money. Oh.
Do you charge in dollars?
I'm not privy to that. I've not handled any presidential election petition before, but I know, big money. And sometimes some of them don't really go after the immediate money now. You see, if you're able to install a president as a lawyer, it's a big thing for you, very big thing for you, because that makes you to gain clients, right? That's
hold on, sorry, Ogbeni. Well, in excess of 250 people watching, thank you. But if you can help us with the like button, you may not like what you're hearing. We're just speaking to the facts the fact that you don't like what you're hearing and we're not shouting that Obi will win is not reason for you not to click on the like button. So click on it if you will. If you have no real objection to clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to do so. But back to Ogbeni, So I was disappointed, I have to say. Were you disappointed when you saw it?
What did you say?
No, I was asking if you were disappointed when you saw the Peter Obi petition.
No, not really. I saw it coming. When they kept, I told you here. I said it now, I think 3 days ago. When I told you that when you see lawyers not coming to media to talk, and you see their client coming to talk, it should tell you something. It should tell you that there's an issue with their case. They have advised the client. They're not going to stick their neck and come to media. So let whoever is the client go and talk. And when you see them complaining about, you did not allow me to inspect, I cannot find what I need to file my petition. I knew it. If you are still making that noise 3 days to the day you should put in your petition, ordinarily your petition should be ready by 4-5 days to the day of filing. But if 3-4 days to the day of filing, you are still saying I've not been able to inspect, forget that petition. They will just rush and put something in, and you can't add anything to it again. So I'm not surprised. I saw it coming.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Be giving us the legal angle as the conversation goes on. Let's take the conversation then in the direction of Kulata. But on our way to Kulata, let's acknowledge the super chats that have not really been coming in. But it did come in from RB. It says obedience to cry for the third time. No case here. So we're still looking for the case. We can't find it. And then, of course, Buchi or Carfor. This one is super chatting this one directly at your Ogbeni. Charge and bail lawyer trashing 30 essay and petition. So the obedience are fully represented, as you can see. So keep the super chats coming, if you will, as we go on to Kulata. So Kulata, we waited a long time, had endless conversations around this, and now we've read it out. It's a 100-page document. But of course, it's been condensed into 5 prayers, 2 main ones and 3 alternative ones. All of them, of course, I couldn't find the killer punch. Did you find it? Are you disappointed? I am, I have to say. Kulata. Oh, Kulata is not there. Let's go to Fatai then. Fatai, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. One minute. Can you give me a second? Because I'm more interested in that drug situation. I'm trying to find the paragraph I want to talk about. So,
all right. Let me give you a moment. Let's go to Ajanle Koko then. So, Ajanle Koko, hopefully you are there.
What's up, one man?
All right, brilliant. Ajanle Koko, always a delight as ever. We've been since the 1st of March. We've been waiting for this document to come out. It has now come out, 5 prayers. The main prayer is for them to disqualify Kashim Shettima because he bought a senatorial seat or ticket or something, and then subsequently became a deputy something. So there's that. And then they are saying Tinubu paid $400,000 to settle some case in America, therefore it's not qualified to be the president. So the election should be cancelled and Peter Obi declared president. So all of that waiting, this is where it landed. What are you making then of this petition that just seems to fall flat?
Greetings to our listeners and world. Click the like button, share, and subscribe if you have one man. Ogbeni is a blessing to this platform. He has done a lot of for the past 1 hour now, if I guess. For the past 1 hour, I guess he has done a thorough analysis of all these. All the obese demand in the petition before the court and everything praying for in that that petition. So he's been able to enlighten all of us and our listeners around the world about what we should be expecting from this. What could possibly be the outcome of this petition. So, but for me, as a layman, I just see that that 460 million they're referring to concerning Tinubu Chicago issue, I think it's just an effort in futility that has nothing to do with the election. It has nothing to do with election result. That case has been around for a while. And
you know they've been on that case since 1999 when was that not one of the cases they tried to use to stop him from being governor?
Yes. So this has been around for a while. And before he filed a nomination, and after he filed a nomination, they're crying about it, and all this hue and cry about the 40 billion. And I think there was a case that was I think somebody filed a suit against Tinubu's nomination concerning this matter, that it should be nullified as a candidate. If I may remember, I think someone did it. I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know on what technicality that case was struck out, but it was struck out. If my memory serves me well.
Yes, that was shortly after the David Udeyin expose.
Oh yes, yes. Somebody took it to court that due to this reason, it's involvement in drug activities and so, and therefore it should be nomination should be nullified and so, and the court struck it out. So I believe that will serve as precedent on that matter. But it is problem with 460,000 and the drug issue that they are talking about. I don't think it has anything to do with with the election victory. INEC, that is the umpire that have the responsibility to investigate the background of anybody that is contesting election before approving their nomination, have done that, and they pass it as a qualified nominee of the party for the presidential election. So that one, I think, is INEC issue. Anybody that INEC has, passed on as qualified to contest election, I think I don't see anything in that. And on the other one, which one is the other one you mentioned?
They are talking about Kashim Shettima having a nomination form already, and also being a sitting senator, as well as also being on a presidential ticket. So there is essentially double dipping.
Yes, but I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with that. If what they are raising now is actually true, I don't think that the Tinubu team will be so stupid to allow that to happen. Haven't know the electoral law well, that it doesn't allow that. I don't think they will take that risk. But well, let's see what is going to happen. That is not clear to anybody. To me, particularly, it's not clear to me. Maybe they actually playing, what's the name of Shetima? Actually playing double standards, so, with his nomination here and there for vice president and for senator at the same time. I don't know how that will happen. I believe that as an experienced politician, he will have tendered a letter of resignation before accepting that nomination for the vice president. So, but let's wait and see. Let's see how.
Are you surprised that there was not more pleading regarding the actual vote and voter count itself? Because the bulk of it was to either cancel Tinubu on some sort of obscure technicality, or Kashim Shettima on some sort of obscure technicality. But I was really I was expecting that the abundance of the petition would be about the vote. Because they also accused INEC of not following the 2022 Electoral Act. So a lot of it around technicalities, and not enough of it about the actual votes cast and if they were representative of the will of the people or not.
Let me tell you one man. It's just happened here. With how many page position that maybe on how many did when call it? If with all the demand in that petition, and they are not specific, categorically specific in that petition on what election or a result with respect to particular places that should be nullified on the basis of the facts that they have at hand. It just tells us that Obi and his team are complete fraud. Nothing but fraud. I don't think we should even be surprised, because this man told us on the television recently, a week ago, if I could remember well, that is not challenging the outcome, but rather the process.
Yeah, but that seems to be what he has done, though. He's challenging the process rather than the outcome. Yeah.
Yes. So we shouldn't be surprised that he couldn't pinpoint specific areas where election was conducted and the way the election was fraudulently manipulated to deny him victory. If this man could not specifically mention in that in details, and that to show that what he was telling us on TV, that we call him that he doesn't know what he's doing. He have nothing to present to show that he's been robbed of election victory. So this is what I've seen all through. I haven't listened to you reading all this we don't see a cogent reason, fact to show this is why I am writing this petition, because I was robbed of my victory with cogent fact to specific area where that election manipulation and fraud was conducted against him. So I don't know what he's trying to achieve by doing this. Having 20 sounds, I think it's just an effort to intimidate the judiciary, the judges and justices, you know, those one are capable of standing against them because they've handled series of cases like this in the past, and you know, they don't succumb to, you know, intimidation by carrying large number of sounds to the court. You know, so I don't see any. I don't see anything in this petition that can overturn the outcome.
I've not seen anything in it either. But Ajale Koko, let me read this piece that speaks to one of the spaces that Peter Obi is contending. So there was a previous judgment on that space, as somebody highlighted, and that judgment now has been brought to the fore. 2023 poll: court dismisses PDP suit seeking disqualification of Tinubu Shetima. Federal High Court Abuja on Friday dismissed a People's Democratic Party PDP suit seeking the disqualification of Senator Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC, and his vice, Mr. Kashim Shettima, from the 2023 general elections. Delivering judgment, Justice Iyang Ekwo dismissed the suit on grounds that the PDP lacked locus standi to institute the suit. So locus standi, of course, is that they have no legal grounds. So that's not to say that it was dismissed on the merit or lack thereof, but on the status of their legal standing to bring forth that suit. Justice Ekwo, who held that the case was caught, the case was caught by the principle of issue of estoppel, described the suit as an abuse of the court process. The news agency of Nigeria reports that the PDP, in its originating summons marked XYZ, had sued the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC), APC, Tinubu, and Shettima as first to fourth defendants, respectively. In the suit filed on July the 28th, 2022, the party challenged the validity of Senator Tinubu to contest for the 2023 presidential election as the APC candidate on the grounds that Mr. Shettima's nomination as his running mate was in breach of the provisions of Section 21, Sub 1, 33, 35, and 85, Sub 1 and 2 of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. It argued that Shettima's nomination to contest the position of vice president and Borno senatorial seat contravened the law. The PDP, which sought an order disqualifying the APC, Tinubu, and Shettima from contesting the presidential election scheduled for the 25th of February, also sought an order nullifying their candidacy. It further sought an order compelling INEC to remove their names from its list of nominated or sponsored candidates eligible to contest the poll. But the defendant, in their preliminary objection filed by Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, and argued by Thomas Ojo, urged the court to dismiss the suit for want of jurisdiction. They argued that the plaintiff, PDP, lacked the locus standi legal right to file the case, which invariably was challenging the political party's decision and its nomination of candidates for the poll. So I'm not quite sure because I don't know or when it will interpret that, because what they are challenging is a violation of law rather than a policy position of the APC. They argued that the plaintiff PDP lacked this local standing legal right to file the case, which invariably was challenging the political party's decision and its nomination of candidates for the poll. They further submitted that such act was an internal affair of APC, which they argued was non-justiciable. Delivering judgment, Justice Ekwo agreed with the defendants that the PDP had no local standing to file the matter. According to him, where there is no locus, the court has no jurisdiction. He said the court found that the action was incompetent for lack of locus standi. ECHO held that the matter bordered on internal affairs of the APC, in which the PDP lacked locus to file the case. On argument about non-disclosure of course of action against the respondent, the judge said that there was nexus between locus standi and the course of action. He therefore said that since PDP had no locus standi, it also did not have any case of action against the defendant. Justice Ekwo also agreed with the defendant that the suit was an abuse of court process. It is expressed in the provision of Section 29, Sub 5 of the Electoral Act that the right of action on the matter for which the applicant/respondent PDP has filed this action is given to any aspirant who participated in the primaries of his political party, he said. So that's an interpretation then of the sections of law. So Section 29, subsection 1 was what they were relying on, and the interpretation that the judge was giving to it, because it goes on to a further subsection. It says it is the express provision of Section 29, subsection 5 of the Electoral Act 2022 that the right of action on the matter for which the applicant/respondent PDP has filed this action is given to any aspirant who participated in the primaries of his political party, he said. The judge said that it had established that the PDP was not an aspirant of the APC. Therefore, there is no iota of law which supports this action. It is on this ground that I find this case an abuse of process, and so I hold, he said. Justice Ekwo subsequently dismissed the suit for constituting an abuse of court process. So what does all that mean, Oweni?
So what happened in that PDP matter was, shortly before the election, right, that 25th February election, PDP went to court to disqualify Tinubu and Shettima on several grounds that has to do with this Electoral Act. You will recall that I told you back then that if you have to question qualification of a candidate before election, you can question it by what we call pre-election matter, like this one. You can go to question it, and then the court can listen to you. But once you've conducted the election, you can no longer question based on the Electoral Act now. You must now question qualification based on the Constitution. That's PDP and Oga. So what happened in this case was they went to question qualification of Tinubu and Shettima. The Shettima home was based on the same EU. Obi is raising now, and then Tinubu home also based on all these drug matter and others. So those two EUs, they took it to court at the Federal High Court, and Tinubu went there to mash that case through Prince Fagbe Emisa. And the court, if you note the last paragraph, it said the court dismissed that matter based on abuse of court process. And the court is simply saying that these are internal matters of the political party. They choose whoever they want to, be their flag bearer. Don't be a meddlesome interloper. Don't meddle into their affairs. You face your own in your party and go and contest. Don't be saying, oh, what they did before they got their own candidate was wrong. It's not your business. That's the local standard. And that's why I tell you that there will be serious legal battle. Because
so how come they are representing it at the Supreme Court when there's already a judgment on it?
That's where I'm going. So now there's already a judgment. They never appeal against that judgment, right? To Court of Appeal to say, oh, it was not an abuse of court process. We were right. The court was wrong. So there's a judgment that dismisses that matter. It means you are okay. So to be raising it again now is a foreclosed deal. Shouldn't be raising it against another abuse. these are some of the defenses you'll be expecting from Tinubu's team. Just watch out. You'll be seeing a lot. So they've raised two issues there: disqualification of Tinubu, drug and all those issues. Disqualification of Shetima based on all these. You don't fight this thing before, you don't withdraw before, and everything. And because they're shut up, it's not for you to question that. So go back and rest. And now you are raising it again. So I'll see what the Supreme Court will say. Maybe, oh, you have raised it before. Or Obi may want to say, okay, I wasn't the one who raised it before. But the court may say you were aware, or was there any constructive notice that did you join? Then what happened? Then go and appeal against that as interested party or whatever. So that is that, and that's this. And I remember, I've been trying to pull out the case. I remember that even this drug issue, I think it was an issue against Tinubu during after his 1999 nomination thing and all that. Maybe they went to court. That's why I can't really figure out. I know his legal team. I don't need to be racking my brain for the legal team. They are not paying me. So his legal team will do that anyway.
All right. Also, do you think the legal team of Peter Obi and the legal team of Atiku Abubakar, do you think they would have synergized so that they're not duplicitous in their application?
No, they can't synergize for what? They are both fighting for the same thing now. Yeah, Atiku is saying declare me. The Obi is also saying declare me as the president. Although the only common denominator to two of them is, like I told you, they are like the biblical baby mama before King Solomon, who wanted either the baby dead or given to him. So they are like that. It's a sign of bad losers. Yeah. When it's okay, declare me. Okay, if you don't declare me, please destroy the entire thing. Let's go back and start the race. And you don't think that it will be painful more for somebody who had 8 million than you that had 6 million. Okay, so it is what it is. But
have you read Atiku's petition?
Yeah, I've read part of Atiku's petition before this program. I couldn't finish it before this program. But did
you notice anything that deviates? Is there anything that deviates sharply from Peter Obi's app?
Of course, first and foremost, Atiku went more specific, right? Unlike Obi went specific on just two states, Rivers and Benue, and even the Rivers and Benue itself. What is asking that the court should give him is not significant at all. It's not impacting it won't impact the outcome at all. But Atiku's own more specific on what he wants, specific on some polling units and others. So, but I don't see any of them synergizing on anything because their interest is not aligned this time around. The only area is nullify the election and their interest is not aligned. There's no synergy. Forget that synergy. By the time they get to court, you will see them start fighting each other.
Is there a time bar to all this? Because the whole country is held in limbo. So is there a time bar where a judgment has to come in? Do they have to come in? Yeah.
90 days. So they have 21 days to file petition. 21 days sealed already. Now they have 90 days. Don't forget that 90 days is not from when they file petition. No. That 90 days is from the declaration of the result. So out of that 90 days, they have 20 days gone already. So
the Supreme Court has to give us something.
Yes.
March, April, May, really before swearing in. Just run sure. About yeah.
Is it 90 days before swearing in, right?
Roughly.
Okay, yeah. So they have to deliver something before swearing in.
No, it's a court of appeal. I think it's Supreme Court of appeal.
No, it's the Presidential Tribunal of Court of Appeal.
The tribunal, it's Court of Appeal level.
Yeah.
So there's still a Supreme Court appeal. So the whole thing will still go on for way into the administration.
Right. Yeah. So this lawsuit is at the appellate court level still. So
yeah. So it's called Presidential Election Petition Tribunal, which it starts from Court of Appeal. So it's just 2 layers.
So whoever loses can still appeal to the Supreme Court.
Of course, you appeal. Tinubu will be swearing before that thing gets to Supreme Court.
Yeah.
All right, brilliant. All right, so coming for Ty. So I want everybody now to give us their individual takes on what's happened. We'll kick it off with Fatai. So we're talking, of course, about Peter Obi's now much anticipated petition. So did he live up to the billing, Fatai?
When they say, I think I always believe, or I always study that if there is no hypocrisy, there will not be obedience. So now they've gone to court, right? And they always tell us that our Supreme Court is shit because Uzodimma became governor. Lawan got back to the Senate. And what is the common denominator? Some process, some this, some paper here that, Uzodimma did not win, but the Supreme Court got him in because of some process, blah, blah, blah. So even Peter Obi himself, right, escaped his impeachment, whatever, in the court through process. But they are quick to tell us that our court is shit because is process abracadabra. I don't know. I haven't seen so much. I think 80%, if not more, or thereabout, around 80% of this old rubbish is process. So they want us to throw away our election because Shetima, something, paper, whatever. Well, there are 2 people on the ticket actually, right? By the way, and I think also there is I think even if Shetima does not qualify, right? I think it's a party. I think there is something with regard to the party, right? So the party can nominate. I don't even think that will invalidate the candidacy because it's 2 people in the candidate in there. So if Shetima didn't put a comma properly in his form, okay, I don't think that invalidates the ticket. When I start to be corrected, so there are 2 people on the ticket, right? So we can withdraw Shetima and put El Rufai or whatever. I think those are. I think they are probably left to the party. I don't know. I don't want to speak too forcefully, but I don't think it's as straightforward as that. So everything here is process. Heineck, and what's amazing to me is that I didn't see in this petition the technology problem, because that is really the process that they are really angry about. That they should go to court and said INEC did not fulfill it, did not operate according to either the electoral law or my favorite, that Professor Mahmoud did not fulfill his promise to them on television. I didn't see that one. Or maybe is it in the affidavit somewhere? Are they claiming? Are they trying to make
all the hit songs of their build up, they were missing from the concert. It's a bit like going to a video concert and it's not singing Chioma My Love. Oh. Where were all the hit songs? Like you said, where is all of these things that he promised them that he will show them Netflix, and he did not show Netflix and all this. What's all that? Where was all this? They did not upload. Where was all? Nothing about uploading.
This is what I'm looking for, one man. I am looking for. They did not upload. This is what I'm looking for, one man. Maybe you didn't read it, one man. Maybe you should check very well. You are disappointing us, one man. Read it for us. Mahmoud promised us and failed. The sumptuous meal. Sorry, but I learned this paragraph phrase. The sumptuous meal that the INEC did not give, promised them but did not give them. Or just give them one man. How did you put it? All join.
Sorry, what do you mean sumptuous meal? Is this what you're talking about? That this was not in the petition?
They said it's that's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. what they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Sumpter's meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't.
It wasn't even a sumptuous meal, it was a sumptuous meal. A sumptuous meal. So where was the sumptuous meal in the petition? No sumptuous meal in the petition now.
He actually made that allegation in the petition. So maybe I can quickly read. So from paragraph.
Please read on better. Let's hear it.
You said?
Carry on.
I'm looking forward to it.
Oh yes. So from paragraph 52. Let me read from paragraph 52. So okay, let me read from paragraph 51. 51 says, in the case of a dispute, the result electronically transmitted or transferred directly from the lower level and allowed were to be used to determine the result at the level of the collation process. Where no results were directly transmitted in respect of the polling unit or a level collation, it would not be possible to resolve this dispute. Now, 52. The petitioner further plead that copies of the Form ECAA scanned and uploaded through the beavers to the first respondent, that's INEC high-ref, as mandated by first respondent, were to exactly reflect all other results which originated from the polling unit. Those which were not instantaneously uploaded at the earliest moment ought to be the standard for assessing other results subsequently advanced. Now, 53. The petitioner also contend that in manifest violation of INEC regulation and the Electoral Act, the result of the presidential election held in the polling unit were not fully uploaded on the IREF as at the time of the purported declaration of the second respondent as the winner of the presidential election, which gave room for manipulation of the said result by officials of the first respondent. Now, on this paragraph, note something: fully uploaded. He didn't say they did not upload. Did you get that? He said they were not fully uploaded as at the time they declared. That is different from their narrative everywhere. That, oh, they did not upload fully. That's what he's saying here.
Yeah, but their original contention was that it was not uploaded from the polling unit.
Yes.
Was that, yes.
Now it's different from what the petition is. And that's why what I always tell my obedient friends, I see, all these allegations flying around, you won't find it in the petition. Because petition is not prepared by OB. It will be prepared by a lawyer. And no lawyer will go and put rubbish in the petition that the court will start trashing and can even personally find the lawyer. So 54 says...
Ogbeni, you know what is funny? You know, I always remember my classic question to Prince Adewale, right? These guys, they know what's going on, right? They know it is not, apart from Peter Obi, so it is not possible to be real-time upload, right? Any one of them who believes so is a joke, right? So that can never be real-time upload, right? But I don't know what is behind that narrative, right? Because so it's not going to happen. No organization works like that. Technology does not work like that. There is no court there is no law or court that will mandate you to do something that technology does not do, right? Otherwise, you're going to have to put the computer in prison. So it doesn't work like that. Then the other situation also, they go to court to ask to have access to the system of INEC. No, what they are getting are reports, right? INEC are not going to give you their password and whatever, and you sit down at their computer and say you are doing forensic analysis on their system. You are not a law enforcement. So all these garbages, right, thrown around, right? You are not a law enforcement. You are not a special prosecutor set up by the Congress. Who is going to give you? How am I going to give you my system? Give you my system for what? I'm not going to give you access to my system. I can give you a report, right? So instead to be banging on INEC for reports that show us the report that you were hacked, show us the report that there were glitches. they go around doing real-time stupidity. There's no real-time anything, right? And on that I was asking that Prince, and the reason I know that they know, right? It was just filibustering me. It just filibustering me. Why the other guy, the host of the show, he muted me like 3-4 times. He muted me. I think I'm speaking. Don't mute me. It's a disgrace what is going on out there.
All right, back to the petition. No sumptuous meal for Malachi. It's no sumptuous meal for Malachi.
No, they did not. Actually, that paragraph that Benny read is not really. It's nothing. It's not really. They're not really questioning the real time.
It's just saying it's not fully uploaded. What's that? Is that an
yeah. It's just like mentioning something. It's not addressing anything.
That's why I said there's nothing specific. Seriously, in the petition. That's 54 I read, right? 55 now say the petitioner averred that due to the manifest non-compliance by INEC with the Electoral Act and specific requirement of the regulation. You see, it's the regulation for the conduct of the presidential election by INEC, failing, refusing, and neglecting to instantly transmit and upload the result of the election electronically to IREF from the BVAS. The INEC violated the integrity and safety measures entrenched for the conduct of the said election. It was even referring the court to, he said it will be relying on publication by this day and all their people now.
Can you imagine? Is it even admissible?
Is his large argument about results getting declared fully before all the uploads were complete in IREF? Because I think there's an argument there to say that, okay, they declared, I mean, it's almost like they did coalition outside of the IREF because they did not fully upload the result and then they declared the winner. Meanwhile, not 100% of the result had been uploaded at that point. Is that what they were saying?
You say?
Is that what they were saying? Like, not 100% of the result was uploaded.
Yes, that's the allegation now. So it's different from what is flying around in the media that they didn't upload at all.
No, I mean, because, well, that doesn't matter though. I mean, because INEC has the right to change their procedure. But anyway, I suspect that was what they were saying.
But when you look at it, even from their paragraph, I think 8 or 10, when they wanted to talk about that mandatory requirement, you will see that they avoided saying Electoral Act. You know, I've said it here before. Electoral Act does not mandate that thing.
It doesn't. I read it.
They refer to regulation. So from the next paragraph, they now started saying mandatory requirement. By what? By act or by regulation? Can INEC be a slave to its own regulation? And that's why all they've been using to now cement the whole thing is INEC chairman press statement on this day, press statement published by
Vanguard. That doesn't matter now.
Those are not laws now.
Electoral Act says INEC will decide I can't remember exactly how it read, but they will decide how they're going to conduct it.
That is
based on
it.
their discretion. Yeah.
That point is good for optics. It has no legal basis, but it's good for optics to advocate that, look, before you announce the winner, you should at least have uploaded even if you say that it takes you some time to process it or you're experiencing some glitches, but at least before you announce the winner, you should, because it took like a couple of days, you should at least, before that announcement, you should at least have uploaded up there. But that is just optics argument. It's the same argument, the same thing I was telling to that Prince Adewale. Look, that is a different situation. You can argue that on that, but there is no legal requirement for you to do that.
All right, Fatai, let me move you on from that space because I think we're stuck so much in that space. Let me move you to the space you've gone to dig up now. You've gone to Illinois to dig up this Tinubu's drug case file. So I'll post it's a PDF file. So I'll post it in the comment section for people who want to read it at their leisure. But why have you made the effort to go and dig up Tinubu's drug files?
One man. I am one of the reasons, one of the things that drove me into this election is also actually part of this. Look, one man, for the past couple of years, I have personally witnessed, right, the tremendous, how do I put it, treatment to Nigerians. And this situation is a classic example. Look, they can be United States of America, they can be whatever, they can be superpower, but the what do you call it? The discrimination against Nigerians is incredible. Look, they jumped the gun. Bebeto Niwon, they jumped the gun. Whatever it is, they might. I was not in the US. We're not in the US. Who knew what Tinubu was doing, right? But the case they brought, because this is my opinion, my submission. Because it's a Nigerian, they failed to do their homework before putting inside those places drug. Because you see money that looks strange, right? It looks strange because of the amount. Okay, if I would like to assume that if he was a German, they will first do the investigation before writing papers that it is drugs, and you will see in those court papers that they filed, right? Down. They made Tinubu to sign essentially a non-disclosure agreement that Tinubu would not talk about.
Sorry, where are we in which section of it?
Okay, if you go sorry,
facts. Okay, carry on. Just to manage the time. Carry on. Just give us the
That's it. It wasn't the part I wanted to cover, but it's down because it's 40, 50 pages, whatever. But if you go down there, you will see the part where it's signed order that Tinubu will not come back to process based on this case to go after the US whatever operation or government, like on this case, like to file a compensation or whatever it is, or to file for damages, or to file for whatever, to file any case against the US based on this case. Now, if the US if Tinubu was the guilty angle, why is the US government forcing him to sign the document that is not going to, in the future, is not going to, based on this situation, come and file something against them? That is, and I think many a times when Tinubu does not talk about it, well, you have to look into that order. You have to read the letters of that order. In many instances, he is constrained not to speak about it because his legal team or whatever, or him, have agreed they will not speak about it anymore. Right? I don't believe that if they had the goods on him, the US would be so eager to say we will not talk about it, right? We will not talk about it. I don't even think, even if Tinubu brought up that point that, look, let's not talk about it, I want to sign non-disclosure, I don't think the US will agree to that. Never mind that they are the one who are asking Tinubu not to bring this issue up in the court again, not to talk about it, whatever it is. But that is an opinion, right? But I would like to go really. I'm not going to. We're not going to read all of the. But I would like one man to read just a few lines from the case. One man, if you go to if you go to top of.
No, if you have it to hand, just read it to us.
Oh, okay. I do have it. I will not take a lot of time. I will not read so much. I will just read a few things. First thing we need to think about. First thing to settle, this is not a criminal case, right? And it is very clearly stated. So if it's the first page 1 of the whole document, right? After they name the name or whatever, they write the names, United States versus blah blah blah. So the first thing, verified complaint for forfeiture, right? So if you go to paragraph 1, so they said the United States of America, blah, 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 blah. And the paragraph 1, they say this is a forfeiture action under 21 USC, blah, 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 they go like that. Hey, I think that is where you are. So this is a forfeiture action. This court has jurisdiction over this action. So it's not a drug case. It's not a drug case. It's a forfeiture of money action. So that needs to be settled. It's not a drug case. So all this narrative about drug has nothing to do. The transaction of drug, okay, their biggest claim here is that there is a proceed of drug, but there is no drug case. So when this guy was making the argument on the television, Festus Keyamo, Even he didn't, his point was not even clear enough. Like, oh, it was a action against account. Yeah, it's an action against account. But whatever even it is, and also it's not a criminal case. But whatever even it is, it's a forfeiture argument. It's a forfeiture claim. It's not a drug claim. That's number one. So the defendant look at, okay, then I go to paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 says, this complaint is verified by the affidavit of Special Agent Kevin Moss, which is attached here to and incorporated by whatever. So in paragraph 6, by the reason of fact set forth above and in attachment affidavit, there is a probable cause to believe that the defendant funds represent proceeds of narcotic and blah, 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 blah. If you go in the paragraph 5, as it's stated more fully, this is a distribution operation that was a last, where did I see? Is it that one? The defendant, the last line of that. The defendant
all right, take us to it quickly because you are losing us somewhat in technicality, but take us to the broader point. Yeah,
okay. The broader point I was making around there is there is too much agbado, where they are claiming that it is a drug case. On the other hand, they say, oh, there's a probability, there's a probable cause, it might be a drug case or whatever. So they make all of that point. I'm sorry that one more time I have to look. Okay, there is a line there where they say their case is based on the fact that these transactions is suspicious because all these drug people, right? These drug guys, they don't like to put the money there in the bank because any transaction above $10,000, right? It's because of bank regulations, because they are afraid of this. So, but Tinubu is making transactions of 610,000, 210,000, 100,000. So somebody who is afraid, who is a drug person, who is afraid to put 10,000 in the bank so that the reporting to the central bank will not catch up with him, is the same person putting in the bank 600,000, 500,000. If you are afraid to put in the bank 10,000, right? Why would you be putting 600,000 in the bank?
All right. You know what, Fatai? You and I will do a standalone video on this document. But give us a couple more words on Peter Obi's petition, and then we go on to Kulata.
Yeah, one man. Like I said, my nerves was like going on, and this I didn't really care so much about Peter Obi. I think it's a disgrace. I think it's the waste of all our times. I think, but you know, the court is the one who is going to make a decision based on that. You know, so when you go to court, you are saying, oh, the court. I thought I would say in that the other place I was thinking I would be able to see in that petition. Or when please correct me if he's there, if you've read in the affidavit. Did they mention the votes in the 1 million votes, almost approximately 1 million votes in Lagos for Peter Obi and Peter Tinubu 100,000, and Plateau 1.2 million votes for Peter Obi and coincidentally Tinubu 100,000? Is it in the petition?
It's not in that petition. They say
it's a disgrace.
Let me tell you what they did. The only place they mentioned Lagos. Let me read the place and tell you what they just simply do. So what they did was they just listed what they did was that they just listed the state they will be challenging. In a petition that you should be specific. Is that not the fundamental rule of pleading? That you should be specific as what you are challenging. So what they simply did, I'm scrolling down. So get there. Okay, paragraph 73. See what they just did. Further to the foregoing, that's after they have challenged some states. Now they now say the petitioner shall rely on the forensic report, and that's the report I'm telling you, of the election material showing that the vote cast in the polling unit in Ekiti. They say in the polling units. They don't even mention which.
Yeah, I imagine.
The polling units in Ekiti State, Oyo State, Ondo State, Taraba State, Osun State, Kano State, Rivers State, Borno State, Katsina State, Kwara State, Gombe State, Yobe State, and Niger State exceeded the number of votes accredited on the beavers in those states. So what they want in those areas where Tinubu won and Peter Obi got all those is petty, is to allege.
But there's no Lagos and Plateau in that list. There's no Lagos and Plateau in that list.
You see Lagos. See, what they do is they match all those spaces where Tinubu had votes and then Labour had almost nothing. They want to prove overvoting so that they can cancel all those states. Now they now move further and say, further to the foregoing paragraph, the petitioner shall show that in the computation and declaration of the result of election, based on the uploaded results, that's IREF now, the vote recorded for the second respondent, that's Tinubu, did not comply with the legitimate process for computation of the result and disfavor the petitioner in the following states: Rivers, Lagos, Taraba, Benue, Adamawa, Imo, Bauchi, Borno, Kaduna, and Plateau. 11, and other state of the federation. You see how broad and sweepy the thing is. No specific, you can't even, what exactly are they saying? You don't even know it.
Yeah, they're not even making their own addition. But they're not even talking about their own vote that they got. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was going to ask Ogbeni a question. The states that you mentioned, there were about 11 of them before they generalized the whole of the country. Yeah. Now, if they let's assume the Supreme Court says okay, or the Presidential Tribunal says okay, we agree with you, and they nullify those states. That still means that Peter Obi will not still have 25% in 2/3 of the nation, right?
He won't.
That will also mean that they have to do a rerun or what?
That is it. So no. They have to annul the entire election. That's what is heading through.
They have to annul them. That's where they are going. They want to take us back to 1993.
Yes, because
that is the disgrace there.
Now, what I see again is, let's assume okay, Peter Obi is saying okay, let's do a rerun.
Yes.
Now, Atiku will never be saying let's do a rerun. Atiku is saying I'm second, declare me the winner. So automatically, even while Tinubu is watching, Atiku is fighting Peter Obi.
He's fighting.
Now, all this thing you are saying, you are wrong. Yes. You can't say they should discover this because I have my vote there.
I have my vote too.
So you can't say this. So even in fact, the two of them will be fighting each other in favor of Tinubu.
That is the point.
Do you know the issue now? The issue now is that Atiku will not be allowed to file a direct response to Obi's case.
Okay.
Because Atiku is not a respondent in Obi's case. Obi will not be allowed to file a response to Atiku's case because Obi is not a respondent to Atiku's case.
So the two of them are facing
Tinubu. Hold on, let Ogbeni land that. Yeah, go on.
So two of them are facing Tinubu and INEC, right? Okay, now as they are facing Tinubu, and that's why I said they will cancel each other. So as they are facing Tinubu and INEC, if Obi is saying cancel, for instance, Obi has had items all those areas where Atiku was second. Don't forget all those Adama, all those areas. Atiku was second. If Obi is now saying nullify all those space, he's indirectly fighting Atiku, right? Atiku will also go to Labour space where PDP was actually the owner of those states before, to go and fight those states too and say nullify all these states too because I ought to win in this state. So eventually the two will cancel each other. That's what I see here. And Tinubu will still emerge.
All right.
Ogbeni, just to wrap it up. Yeah.
Ogbeni,
the thing that they do, they get they don't. You know, I know they there now, but I know say they don't collude now. Now EJ, anyone, any which one way enter, any which one way. If this petition A or petition B, one of them, if maybe EJ, we can get cancellation of the election from either of the two.
Yes, cancel
either of the two. They want cancellation of the election from either of the two.
I would not allow that. Don't forget that. It has been said to several cases. The primary duty of INEC is to defend the mandate they have given out. INEC must defend the mandate. So there is
INEC is still defending Osun.
Of course, INEC will not allow all those.
All right, brilliant. Let's hear from Kulata. Kulata, so your thoughts on the petition filed by Peter Obi? Did it live up to the billing?
No, it was so boring. I was looking up to it that actually I just dozed off at some point in time. I'm so dead tired today. But no. It did not live up to any expectation. That is why when we say court is different from, I mean, we have a lawyer, thank God, we have a lawyer today. The mud people throw on social media and the manufactured JPG that people share all over to show this and that. There's a big difference here. But I mean, they had 21 days, so it's a strategy to throw mud at the wall and hope one sticks. So that's what they did. I think the lawyers were running out of time. They just had to push out. Some charges. I think
I agree with you. When I was reading it too, I thought it was a rushed job.
It was rushed. It's obvious to me that it was rushed. It was not organized. The caliber of lawyers in Nigeria, I do question them. I'm not a lawyer by any stretch, but I believe if I had some time to think, I can do a better job than this. So on the very first one, they want to disqualify Tinubu based on a civil forfeiture. Like, I mean, we've talked about this case here. It's not just a civil forfeiture. It is a case that's been dismissed with prejudice. I mean, when you dismiss a case with prejudice in America, it means it is done, can never be opened again. It is sealed permanently. You can't open it again. And it's also a case that someone attempted to try in Nigeria that they lost again. So what's the point? The case is done and dusted. It's no a criminal case. It's no any issue. It's a matter of civil forfeiture. We talked about it on this platform. I talked about it on Dr. Damages. It's embarrassing. The one that may have merit is the Shetima one, which is Shetima applied. I mean, he did not relinquish application for Senate. Yes, that one has some merit. But when you look at some of the past judgments, it's gone different ways. I believe it's the same thing that these guys escaped through. What's it called? It's similar to what this Northeastern Senate president and what's it called that they did. What's the name of that guy?
Ahmed Lawan.
Ahmed Lawan. It's not exactly the same case, but it's similar. And Akpabio and Co. So we can see judgments that people have escaped it. But if you read the law, you are not actually supposed to apply for office at the same time, two offices. But we've seen many judgments where they've thrown it out. But that one has merit. If they can push it, and they have sympathetic judges, that one is the one that really does have merit. And the court look at it as a ticket. So if one person on your ticket is disqualified, that disqualifies your ticket. I think that was a judgment by Elsa. So that one really does have merit. But we've seen many judgments that they've kind of like thrown it away. So depends on how they rule. But honestly, let's be honest with ourselves. I don't think they're going to rule. I don't think they're going to, give it the backing it deserves. But yeah, that one, you can read whatever is in the law and interpret that yes, that one has merit. So that's the only one that has merit so far. What's the other one? Abuja. Abuja not getting 25% on Abuja. Come on. Are you trying to treat Abuja citizens as special status citizens? So you can win everything. You can win 35 states. You can win 36 states with 25 and not get 25% in Abuja. Then you're telling me you're not eligible to be president. While even in our constitution, there's a section in our constitution that says, for all intents and purposes, you should treat Abuja like a state. So what they're doing is they're interpreting the English language one way or the other and trying to make a big deal out of it. So I think this one is just fishing. They're fishing for a judgment. Someone just needs to interpret to them yet again that Abuja is treated as a state for electoral purposes. While it's not a real state, by all intents, when you consider elections, it's a state. So that one, you can throw that one. Then the other Hail Marys they threw, talking about Tinubu did not get 25%. So the electoral law is clear. You have to prove, the key word is substantial. You have to prove that there is substantial electoral malpractices. So, this is what they filed initially. When they provide evidence, maybe I mean, if you want to give them some merits, you can say maybe they can provide substantial enough evidence. I don't know what the bar of the court is in this case, but if we want to say something is substantial, let's just say for the purpose of argument, you prove that for each state, 50% of the polling units on each state, the result is somehow shabby or mad. Because what is the bar for substantial? I personally don't know. I don't know how the judge interprets it. Maybe Ogbeni knows what the bar for substantial is. Is it 50%? Is it 2/3 of the state? What exactly is substantial? Because you have to prove that the process was substantially damaged, that they have to now do another election. So, Ogbeni, do you know what substantial means according to the electoral law?
Of course. So first and foremost, it's generally subjective. So judges usually decide that. But when you now go to number of cases where they've decided that, you know that what they are simply saying is those votes that you think is tainted, right, by the non-compliance, if you pick those votes, if you bring out those votes, and let's say you add it to the vote of the person complaining, then can you really change the outcome of the election? If it doesn't change, if you can't change the outcome of election, then it's not substantial compliance. It's not substantial enough because it doesn't go to the root of the entire thing. For instance, I've given you an instance. Okay, he's challenging Benue. From Benue, he's only asking for come and add about 40,000 to me, to my vote. He's challenging Rivers. Sorry, in Rivers, he's saying come and add about 40,000 to my vote. He's challenging Benue. In Benue, you are saying come and add about, I think, 80,000 or so to my votes.
Yeah. But with the electoral law, every single polling agent that is present there signs as a copy. The police also has a copy. So there's no secret in all these results. So whatever, and again, the law trusts INEC by default, that INEC can do no wrong until you can prove INEC otherwise. So when you have to show that something is substantially defective, that means you're going against your own polling agent, the police people, and INEC, and showing that somehow you got robbed of your figures. And the figure is this. So isn't that a massive bar to climb based on the electoral law?
And that is why, you see, and that is why people saying, or his petition saying that Mahmoud Yakubu would have waited for uploading, they don't understand what they are saying. What form fulcrum of any election is that from EC8? Is those statutory forms? EC8A to B to C to E to E. That's what form. That is the basic document. Any other thing you see there is just to aid and help. It's not. That's it. So once Yakub Mahmoud, once the man was able to view the D and he translated straight to E, finish. There's any other thing is just to help the conduct of the election.
And again, even if you manipulate EC8A, let's say, for example, worst case scenario, you TPEX it. So it's obvious that someone manipulated it. As long as you have signature and counter signature, because you can't, it's not like
and by the way, sorry, Kolaka, you are saying manipulate. Maybe that's not the wrong choice of words because it's a change. Because I only wanted to. I only wanted to say that the law facilitates for corrections to be made.
For corrections, that's exactly what I was trying to go to. You can correct it, but as long as there's some form of notarization, like you sign and you countersign, it's valid. Because there's no rule or law that says you can't make a correction. So let me not use manipulate because that sounds like it sounds tedious. So if you make a correction, if the signatures, the required signatures are there, it's valid in court. It's valid because if you have the signature. And another thing with the electoral law, folks, you have candidates like Showore that don't have officers. So there's no requirement for a party to actually sign because if the party is not present there, they don't have to sign. The only requirement is for the INEC, is it the INEC returning officer? I don't even know what it's called. is for the INEC person or let's just call the INEC returning officer to sign. So if an INEC returning officer signs a polling unit, signs an EC8A, it is valid. So you have to really go the extra length to prove that somehow you were substantially cheated in enough polling units across enough states to kind of like change the result. And perhaps maybe you have video evidence to prove that when you guys signed, the copy they gave the police, the copy they gave your own party, your agent, the PDP agent, the APC agent, and the one that got uploaded somehow got changed in transit. You have to be able to prove that. And then when you submit video evidence, then you need maybe a forensic expert to show that that video evidence was not manipulated or wasn't created by AI or fake or something. So you can see the bar is pretty high. And when you think about a court that automatically trusts INEC to do the right job, because that's the default position of the judge, that INEC does no wrong until you can prove that INEC actually did wrong. And then you now have to bring every party agents that were present to show that indeed you were cheated. So is prayers 3 and prayers 4 just bogus nonsense? Or Benny?
All right.
I bored everybody to sleep.
I think you've destroyed your Ogbeni with logic. But let me give you these 2 paragraphs because they puzzle me a little bit. It says, and this first to you, Kulata, and then Ogbeni can chime in as well. It says, still under the first prayer, he urged the court to declare that Mr. Tinubu did not score the majority of the lawful votes cast in the election. He asked the court to declare that he satisfied the constitutional requirement to be declared the winner of the February 25th, 2023 presidential election after the deduction of alleged illegal votes from Mr. Tinubu's scores. So to you first, Kulata, even if we suspend disbelief and go with that logic, and that logic does not declare him president, does it? That logic, that argument, it declares Atiku, not him, unless I'm missing something.
It's some extreme form of zero-sum thinking, meaning whatever Tinubu loses, I gain. Whatever I gain, Tinubu loses. Like the extreme form of that. That is also making Atiku invincible. So, it's not a zero-sum game. It's not possible. That is not possible. The only thing that's perhaps possible is if there's shenanigans, most likely they cancel the polling unit. The best you can get, the best is maybe they say they declare some areas. They can't even declare something inconclusive after they've already concluded. They concluded it. So I don't know the situation where they're going to tell you to go and do a re-election in a few polling units.
You see, because Kulata, what confuses me is that what he's inviting is that they declare Tinubu's votes are null and void. Yes. He said that. So if they declare Tinubu, that makes Atiku the winner because the votes are not then transmitted to him. So that makes Atiku the winner.
No, not even quite. You cannot declare Tinubu's vote null and void in isolation because the basis for canceling Tinubu's vote cancels the entire polling unit. That's what I'm saying is, why are they taking this zero-sum thinking like I cancel Tinubu, then Obi goes up? It's not possible. They will cancel the polling unit if there's overvoting.
Is it the logic that wherever Tinubu wins, Atiku likely came second? So by nullifying the voting in that space, all of the spaces that are left, the abundance of them are where Peter Obi won. Is that the logic?
That's supposed logic, but now take that logic to its logical conclusion. Let's go to the northwest or the northeast. Tell me how that works out for him. How? Because if you cancel a polling unit, you've destroyed everybody's votes. Atiku and Tinubu are still number 1 and 2 in that state. You cancel the next one in the north, the same thing. So, except let me humor you for a while. The gap between Peter Obi and Tinubu is 2.7 million. If you cancel every Tinubu's vote in the entire Southwest, and you leave Obi's unturned, that is like 2.5 or 2 point something million. It's not up to 2.7 million. You know Tinubu is still leading in that scenario. The only thing is, that will also not throw Tinubu
no, but that will bring Atiku into play, though, would it not? That will bring Atiku into play.
That will bring Atiku into play. That will bring Atiku into play if you can. What I'm even saying is for Obi, because we have to look at Atiku's case in isolation. I'm looking at Obi's case in isolation. Obi's case is so ridiculous that I cancel the entire Southwest of Tinubu, and Tinubu still beats him. And Tinubu still meets the constitutional requirement because he made 30 states. So if you say 6 states gone in the Southwest, he makes 24. And then he's higher than Peter Obi. So what sort of case are we talking about here? If not,
is there a bit of Hope Uzodinma to this petition? Because I keep having Hope Uzodinma at the back of my mind. Is this Hope Uzodinma repeated? Is that what they're asking for? Hope Uzodinma?
This is what he has to do. He has to cancel all Tinubu state votes in the South. Then he has to get over 100% in the South. Then you can call him the winner. Come on, it's ridiculous. I'm just trying to show how ridiculous this is in court. And it's just a waste of time. Really, it is a waste of time. Because it's not the only, no, I'm not going to call everything in entirety a waste of time. That Shetima issue is valid. The Shetima issue is valid.
But sorry, what gave, it was actually at the Supreme Court that they gave Ahmed Lawan the ticket, and you recall that Ahmed Lawan, he also double dipped. He had the nomination form for the senatorial district as well as being a presidential aspirant. But so there's already precedents there in that for that argument.
I can't call Lawan's own precedent because it depends on why they dismissed it. I'm not familiar with that case to know exactly why. Because if it's just if they did it due to some technicality, then I won't call that a precedent because that's just a technicality. I don't know if we've seen a ruling, a pure ruling just based on this issue. Because all the ones that have been going to the Supreme Court, they've used some mago to dismiss it on technicality. I'm personally not aware of a ruling that was done on this because all we were actually expecting that Ahmed Lawan will not make it because of the way the law reads. But they find a way to kind of like look at every other thing but the law. So that's why, like, if I'm Tinubu or if I'm in Tinubu's camp, I will be worried for this particular one because if they indeed find Shetima not eligible, that means the APC ticket is ineligible. They will cancel that ticket because Tinubu and Shetima are the ticket. So if one goes down, both go down. So that's the one I feel has some merit out of all these ones. That's based on my opinion, and you know that I'm just.
I still don't even think that one even is substantial. I think Ogbeni, I don't know. I don't think because it's party. Because I've heard lawyer argue it before that you vote for the party even though they have candidates. The party may decide to even substitute candidates at the later. I don't know. Ogbeni can clarify that.
I don't know, but that's the only one that reads meaningful to me, in my opinion.
So how come there's no counter suit also challenging Obi's figures in the Southeast? Why did the Tinubu team not file to?
Maybe they've seen it as a waste of time.
No, they will still file. Waste of what?
Is the time not up? Have they not?
No.
Keyamo has mentioned that they are working on it and they are going to file. Yeah.
But the initial date is 21 days now. Isn't
that's to file a petition, not to file a reply.
Petition. Okay,
yes.
Petition. Okay.
Their own is a cross petition and then answer to their case.
Answer
to the cross.
Got it. So they don't have this rush that these people have to do. I said they are not. They don't need to do this rush 21 days.
No, they take their time. By now, sir, you should know that Tinubu is
They can pick apart. So, Ogbeni, you see why I'm not worried, because I think this Shetima one, they'll throw it to the trash. But if you read the law, assuming the judges deal with the law and the law alone without all these technicalities, I feel, out of everything I've heard tonight, that's the one that may be scary. Is my thoughts, is it unfounded, or am I in good ground thinking how I'm thinking because of what the law says?
I don't really think so. You see, the way, like I've explained before, it's a pre-election matter. Now, election is over. What we have now is election petition, not a pre-election matter. You see, Lawa case, Akpabio case, and others, they were all pre-election matters, right? They were before.
So that's the technicality you are telling me.
That's the technicality I'm talking about. So if you have to bring the issue of qualification into election petition, it must be qualification that has to do with the constitutional qualification. And they meet the constitutional qualification. What they are challenging is the Electoral Act that says, okay, when you are nominated, you shouldn't represent two constituencies. You should be nominated only for one. You should withdraw this before this and all those things. The Electoral Act. Once you don't question that before election, you are foreclosed. If you want to question qualification in election, you don't question qualification of pre-election. You question qualification of the Constitution. That's my understanding of what the law is.
I'm a bit confused there. The Electoral Act should largely comply with the Constitution. But the way you are interpreting this is like you're taking the Constitution, you're saying the Constitution supersedes the Electoral Act, which is kind of like, because the Electoral Act should be an extension of the Constitution, but you're taking it in chunks.
No, this
is an addendum.
This is it. You have the Electoral Act, you have the Constitution. Okay? Now, if you want to challenge, if you are filing an election petition, whatever you are filing there, your grants must flow from the Constitution. All those non-compliant, they are constitutionally engraved, apart from the fact that they are now repeated in the Electoral Act, right? So, during immediately after primaries or before the election, you have the liberty to challenge the electoral process. That is what we call pre-election matters. So you can say, okay, my opponent is not qualified, my this is not this and that, and go. All those things must be settled before election.
So what's the difference if they go now and find out that, okay, let's just say for argument's sake that Tinubu doesn't have University of Chicago certificate, he has no education, no zero.
That is constitutional grant. Because it is
okay, so what are the constitutional requirements separate from the electoral one? Not like I want to turn this to a lecture, but
okay,
I'm just curious.
Let me give you an instance. For instance, the process of nomination in the primaries is not in the Constitution, right? Nomination is in the Electoral Act. It's not in the Constitution, right? The Constitution simply says you must be sponsored by a political party in Nigeria, right? But the Electoral Act contains the nomination. So if there's something wrong with that, your nomination, maybe in the process, for instance, a lot of things they've challenged now, Lado and CPC in Kasina, they challenged, I was part of that case, we challenged the fact that there were two primaries. And so you can't say a candidate emerged because there were two primaries. In some cases, they will challenge that because INEC was not in a particular primaries, therefore that primary must be nullified. In some other cases, like in Silver case, they challenged the fact that as at the time they nominated you, we have suspended you from our party. So you can't be a member, our flag bearer. So a lot of issues as contained in the Electoral Act. But the point is, the position is that trash all those issues before election. The moment we get to election, if you have to challenge...
I get what you're saying now. Electoral Act is time boxed.
Based on the Constitution.
Is time boxed. Electoral Act is time boxed. At some point in time, the constitutional minimum supersedes whatever you have in the text
now
of
supersedes. God bless you. That's my understanding. You can go and read the cases, PDP and Oga.
No, but I read the Electoral Act and I saw this thing in the Electoral Act. That's why I said, I'm not a lawyer. No, I'm not even a TV lawyer. But when I read that, I'm like, this one may be a problem. But if you say that at this point in time, the letter of the Constitution, the minimum, overrides this. Then that's the technicality they're going to
It's
use.
a pre-election
What
matter.
exactly? So at the end of the day, what exactly is Obi's case? He has no case. He really doesn't have a case.
Kulata, as the Tinubu space files their counter petition to fight the battle, and they call into question the Southeast, do you think Peter Obi's third place, do you think is vulnerable to Kwakwanso?
No.
One man, your humor too much, you. Yeah, one man.
If they can, no, now if they cancel the whole of the Southeast, it will welcome forth at the end of all of this process, and all of those riggings in Lagos.
So that will be higher.
all those Benue state that they gave him and whatnot.
One man, you imagine Obi challenging Kano that they should cancel Kano. Can you imagine?
Because he won Kano, Abi. He won Kano, Abi.
Concourse won Kano. He won them to cancel Kano. The only pride that Concourse is flying everywhere.
but look at it. At the end of the day, Kwakwanso will effectively almost be on par with Obi. I mean, Kwakwanso has won a decent sized state. He won Kano State for governorship. Obi is still struggling to win Abia State for Labour Party. It's the only part Obi beats Kwakwanso marginally is on the House of Rep and Senate. But you know all those guys are going to decamp anyway. So at the end of the day, it's only cosmetics that Obi is better than Kwakwanso.
Kulata, do you also observe that all those vote suppression, ballot box snatching, and all those the allegations on internet is not in that petition, no?
It's not there now. I keep saying it that how are you going to take vote suppression to court? What is the judge supposed to do? And say, okay, is it this vote I'm going to cancel? Is it that vote? I mean, voter suppression, everybody knows worldwide, is one of the reasons they're still doing it in the US. It's difficult to prosecute. So you cannot take all these, they beat this person in Alaji Masha, they beat that person, this one, that. You can't take all that nonsense to court. It's a criminal case. If you see a thug beating someone, take it to police. Go and take that person for, what's it called, for battery or whatever suit. Go and file that. But it's not something electoral. You cannot take it to court to win election. So it's just emotional cry and public opinion, the court of public opinion. Something for Rufai Hosseini to be crowing about on TV and acting all indignant. The guy annoys the hell out of
the only thing that I dread now is that this space will still carry on for an additional 3 months at least. So all the screaming and shouting from those
you're wrong.
We're never going to escape it.
Let me tell you why you're wrong. Peter Obi is the Obafemi Awolowo of the Southeast. Hear me again. Peter Obi is the Obafemi Awolowo of the Southeast. That's the best president that they will never have. Because
why you blaspheme now?
I'm not blaspheming. It's based on their own perception. Yet they see Obi as the Messiah. You may not, but they do. So they're gonna say, I mean, listen to Nigeria Watch, listen to all this platform. This is the guy that said,
you know they were running you down there today.
They do, or they always do. Not be today.
I didn't know they knew you by name. They were.
I've never gone there. I've never gone there before. But you've made me. It's you that made me notorious.
Yes, they say that Kulata and a friend one man.
One man, and then they put Thomas. So you get what I'm saying is it doesn't matter what is true. Perception is becoming reality. Because if the next 16 years goes on and we don't have consumption to production, they're going to say, the narrative is going to be, we missed the chance for Nigeria to get it right. Nigeria could have been a production economy. All these wild statistics that is out of context, out of place, that could have been Nigeria. Do you know how it doesn't matter is the man's record. It doesn't matter his antecedents. That's already been whitewashed anyway. for all the people that supported him, they did not know anything about his record. They did not even know about his personal wealth or how he got it. They just know that this is this meek guy that is relatable, that has compassion, that wants to do consumption to production. Then he does. Then you guys denying his president, and then they don't even have a shot at the office for 16 years. And you are not telling me that that guy is not the Awolowo of the Southeast. That's the Awolowo of the Southeast. And I'm telling you, even though he is not up to Awolowo by any standard, but that's going to be the perception.
All right, but
their own Awolowo have no political base, though.
You no get now, but they'll just say that's the best president Nigeria.
Then get now fake Awolowo then get so.
but you know what I'm saying, right? It's all about how people.
You're right. You're right. I agree with you. But yeah, the only thing I can just add to is a fraudulent Awolowo. That one a fraudulent, a fake. You don't get politics. You know people.
It's Onitsha made Awolowo. Onitsha made Awolowo.
No, have political base.
Talking about Onitsha made Awolowo, what are you making of the Abakaliki 11 that Peter Obi assembled as his legal team? Did you not just for the optics? Should you not have had a sprinkling of a more diverse mix in there?
See, you can only hide so much because even look at the core Labour Party. Like a lot of the important positions, you can see the leanings. You can see the leanings. It's pretty insular, pretty much southeast or close to southeast. You don't see a Yoruba lawyer there. You don't see a northern lawyer there. There's no Daniel Burala or someone there. It's just pretty close knit. Maybe some Kogi guy. I mean, Kogi is next door to Enugu, next door to Anambra anyway. The languages are similar. The Igbo population is Kogi. So you don't see. That's why one of the reasons I did not really. I mean, apart from just looking at his record and knowing like this guy is a pretender, it doesn't show me as someone that has the ability to expand. He's not. He can't. I don't see him getting into a bunch of northerners and just mixing with them and just being a Nigerian with them. I see. I mean, election is over, so let me not badmouth him. Let's just.
If Obi's team of lawyers, if they were to be a football team, what would that team be called?
Biafra United.
Biafra 11. Biafra 11. Look at Biafra United. Look at that.
They're not doing anything.
Biafra 11. Unbelievable. But there it is. The whole thing, I'm just disappointed, Kulata, I have to say. I wanted more.
No,
and I expected
I wanted more. I was honestly, when I saw it, I'm like, oh my God, is this what we've been waiting for? Like, I'm like, I just shook my head like that. There's nothing coming out of this. Like, this is not fun. You know, you wanted something that will shake you, like gang, you know, like action movie.
Yeah, or what about Tinubu say? You wasn't saying, or what about Tinubu say?
Like Tinubu must be sweating now, but Tinubu, you should go to London and go and ride that bicycle and take another picture and send it. Send this another bicycle riding picture. The guy can go and relax.
Well, Kulata, I think we should still wait for what the forensic expert report will bring out.
I mean, there's going to be forensic. I mean, all this is initial filing, right? They're going to ask for. There's going to be a lot of submissions. Then it will be up to the tribunal to accept or reject all this stuff. But even if you have, look, if you have forensic, that's why I was asking you, what is the definition of substantial? Because you can have 1,000 forensic. Are they going to be substantial? Because if you give me polling unit by polling unit forensic, I cannot extend one forensic from one polling unit to extend it to a polling unit that is not in contention. Can I? I can't. So are they going to bring out 100,000, 160,000 forensic because we have 160,000 or so polling units? Are they going to give us 160,000?
If you look at his petition, for me, what he's trying to achieve is all the Tinubu stronghold, all those Kano, Katsina, Benue, all his stronghold, where, okay, apart from Benue, sorry, where he did not really get much vote at all, where if the council would not have his own votes, he simply wants to prove overvoting in those areas and then get them nullified. So the way he wants to prove that overvoting, right, is by that forensic report. That's the way I see his preparation. And now, how?
But
now, what he wants to do is
Ogbeni, with beavers, shouldn't we already know overvoting by now? Because with beavers, you should have flagged overvoting almost immediately.
You said?
With beavers, you should be able to flag overvoting immediately. You don't need to wait for all this.
That's what he's trying to achieve. So he's trying to say that from his petition, he's even complaining that they didn't release the beavers and assault for him to. There's a paragraph. I'll look for that paragraph and read that. He's complaining. His petition is not even alleged. He's complaining now that they didn't release those things.
They did not release it to him. So what if the court rules that they release it to him? Then how many beavers machines will they go and check? Those are, I mean, there's no central beavers. These are for every freaking polling unit has a beavers. So are they going to check 160,000 or something beavers? Like what's the timeline we're talking about?
So if you check his petition, he's trying to say that instead of one server, that what INEC did was to open about 3 servers. Those things they call server for me, with my little experience in IT, is website. What they call it server.
For all intents and purposes, you can call.
So he's trying to say that the main result was actually transmitted to the particular server, and the one we have on IREP is not the right one. It's a fake one. That's what he's trying to establish.
Come on now, that's a dumb argument. That's like Atiku's argument.
Let me look for it.
That's a dumb.
When I get it, I will read it out. Let me quickly look for it.
Oh my God!
Can you think of any circumstances under which Peter Obi can be declared the president, or is it just holding the noise just for the noise?
If we drive a DeLorean, Back to the Future. If we drive and go back to the future, and then we'll now go and poison Tinubu and do something to Atiku, and then make him president. There's no circumstance. I don't see any circumstance. Because even forensic, like Ogbeni is saying, that's why I'm saying there's a criteria here, substantial. So how many polling units are you going to bring? Because I cannot take Oshogbo polling unit to go and cancel Elisha polling unit. I cannot. I mean, the best I can do is that particular polling unit, Oshogbo, I cancel it. So except you're going to allow, say, like Ogbeni said, I take every Tinubu stronghold and I bring, but how many Tinubu stronghold? Tinubu stronghold is all over the country. So how many Tinubu strongholds are you going to bring at the polling unit by polling unit? And again,
I got it now.
Okay.
Can I quickly read? Yeah. Now, see what he's saying now. Paragraph 92. On 25th February, during the election, INEC did not upload the presidential election results from the polling unit as required by law. That is law, is regulation. So note that. The INEC only decided to upload the result of National Assembly election from the same polling unit using the same
procedure. That's a procedure argument. So it's
that were used to conduct of the presidential election. The petitioner shall rely on Vanguard online newspaper of March, and then this day, yes, that's a Rufai and Abati. Everybody knows that. So, 93. The effect of the foregoing is that, contrary to the mandatory requirement that all uploads shall proceed to INEC back-end server. Listen to this, through beavers. The INEC received data into an unscheduled device. Accordingly, three main portals, namely http://2.inecelectionresult.ng. Then
that's a retarded argument now. If you know IT enough, that's a retarded argument now. Come on. Jesus Christ.
Kulata, that is the argument of one voice note. I don't know if that voice note got to you.
So do they think IREF is one machine, one server, and then it's just going to do that like his Kulata and his Linux machine? and then it's just one server with maybe one hard disk. Jesus Christ.
So is this day magazine one voice note from some obscure something? This is what they're.
Woman, when I started reading this particular paragraph, I remember that voice note. There was one guy like that did one voice note, a mighty person. Look at what we did. The APC engaged me, but I refused to join them. They set up 3 servers. They use iNet. It's exactly, maybe they just listen to that guy voice note and just copy it and paste in the petition.
Do you remember Atiku's case in 2019? You know,
these guys.
Atiku's case in 2019 is similar to this, that they were saying some IP address of this. I was just laughing. Like, is this a real court case? Like, if you're involved in IT, you will laugh your brains out in that case in Article 2019.
Okay,
this is similar to that.
Bulata, see, you know, he called it on scheduled device. Now, he now mentioned all those websites. He called them on scheduled device. Now, see what now? In the next
know their architecture?
I don't know, maybe.
But Ogbeni, how come in the legal profession that you don't have those people that have some substantial knowledge of IT, that these people could have brought on board to just aid them? Because
they should bring Ola, you should be. I don't know what you're doing in Canada. You should be going to Nigeria every 4 years.
To go and help them to fight.
I'm telling you, I'm here. Honestly, Ogbeni, link me up. Let me help them.
I don't have link to them now.
But Ola, you can listen to what they're saying. Like, I mean, because you point to one device, you can have a server with multiple IPs or multiple whatever.
Very ridiculous. They are just talking to address. That's just an address.
That's just a
You've not heard enough. Let me read the next paragraph. The next paragraph now says the above 3 are INEC websites. You know, they said it's divided before. It's now website. As at 4:20 p.m. on 19th of March, while the first 2 disclosed that results from 165,000 out of 176 polling units nationwide had been uploaded. The third showed that 168,000 out of 178,000 polling units nationwide had been uploaded. The second website is the IREF, recognized and contemplated by the law.
The portal
and then why the others are not. The petitioner shall rely on the computer printout from the above websites. So they will go to the website to go and print out what is there. The petitioner plead that surprisingly, the result of the National Assembly result conducted simultaneously on the same day and timing using the same BVAS machine from the same polling unit were successfully uploaded, while those of presidential election conducted were unable to be uploaded and were thus considered. So, in view of the above, the petitioner contend that the standard collation procedure for collation of results, especially that of comparing the electronic result and data directly transmitted with the physical copies of Form E-688 before collation, were not complied with in the presidential election. The results were thus not transmitted with the IREF as envisaged by law in such manner as to guarantee the integrity of the election. I don't know where IREF is.
IREF is not by law.
That is right. It.
What is wrong with these lawyers now? Really, they must chop, they must build house in Lake.
They must find something now.
They must find something.
It's a rushed job. It's a rushed job. That's just what it reads like, a rushed job. I was hoping to a lot more from this thing, but you are even struggling to not to mock them is what we are really struggling not to do.
It's anticlimax. Let's not lie. It feels Ocean in Yoruba terms. Ocean is weak. It's weak sauce.
You will see the way they will analyze this on Arise TV tomorrow. Yes. You will think it's something very big. And the lazy people will not go and read the thing, and they will just be following, hearing what people are saying on TV.
I mean, the day I flipped through the Electoral Act law, that's when I knew that nothing is coming out of this. I just flipped through, I was just flipping through some PDF, and I quickly got all the key points that I needed.
Of course.
Then I was like, oh, that this is...
I've been emphasizing it here now, severally. When you read the Electoral, you will know that what's all this. What's the noise about?
And people are paid millions of dollars or millions of naira as lawyers to go and take this case. I wish I was a lawyer in Nigeria, a big time lawyer. I would just be shopping.
It's a dangerous terrain.
I really love the economy of this election. You know, some people will be made at least for the next 4 years. You know, so that's the beauty of it.
The fees that you're going to charge for this case now, oh my John, now for the next 4 years.
Ogbeni has refused to disclose what they charge, or they
said the PO no they give chichi now.
No, not the PO go give chichi. It's his minions. It's his minions all over the world that are giving him money.
They are giving money, right?
Exactly. Maybe that's why we have all Igbo son or lawyers so representing. So,
but they are not all Igbo. They are not all Igbo.
Okay.
Guys, Ogi Benue. Yeah, I know that.
Okay.
All right, brilliant. Sorry, carry on. I was going to say, I wanted to play you this clip just to break up the Obi space a little bit. I'll take a reaction from this, and then we go on next to Ola with the Obi space.
First name will be Team Nigeria. The last name will be Team Nigeria. And the middle name will be Team Nigeria. And remember, I'm the only governor who have never changed my phone since I became governor 22 years ago. 24 years ago. It's the same MTN I have. It's what I'm having. I never changed it, and I'll be willing to still maintain that telephone number and to answer to all my calls.
Confirm.
I'm not going to switch on my phones because I'm basically the president. No. But I'm hoping that Nigerian people will pray for me to be Senate president because it is my thought.
So there it is. Emilio Kolata.
Emilio Khan. Tinubu has left a large imprint on political lingua. Like every politician now is not Emilio Khan. But if I was him, I will never make this guy my Senate president. I just can't trust him. I don't think he's trustworthy. I will not give it to Kalu. I don't think Kalu never supported him. Kalu supported Lawan. Kalu supported Northern presidency. He should never give Kalu. Never.
But Kalu took him home to meet his mom now.
Who gives a damn? Everybody can take girlfriend, don't go and meet your mom, even though you don't want to marry. So that one doesn't.
Does it not default to Kalu anyway? Does it not default to him?
It should default to him, but I think you should override that default and give it to a Fabio or someone you can trust. See, this guy can destroy his presidency the way Saraki destroyed Buhari's first term. Even though Buhari is useless, so we can't say fully that Saraki destroyed. But you don't want any clog in your wheel. You want a free, well-oiled machine for your first term, because you want things to move swiftly. You want to quickly make an impression. I mean, why are the people that voted for Tinubu vote for him? Because they think he has the capacity to do things. Now, do you now want to stifle the potential progress by putting this person in there that may end up jeopardizing your presidency? No, you don't want that. You need someone you can trust. Ideally, if Oshimole had been there before, that should have been the guy.
Sorry, remind us what prevents Oshimole from being the Senate president.
He's not tenured. There's no law for that. It's just
tradition.
It's just tradition. But he's not tenured because this is going to be his first term in the Senate. So you can't be a first-time senator and just go and take Senate president. So assuming it was, except they break tradition, then that's when they can give it to him. But based on tradition, it's typically very tenured people, and then they vote amongst themselves.
Is the parliamentary rule?
Is it the rule?
They have their rule.
American.
No, they have a rule.
Their rule
must be a ranking member.
Is a parliamentary rule. They have a rule.
Okay, then it can't. I mean, you can't break.
I think it's unwritten. I think that
it's unwritten. Now it's just tradition.
Yeah.
Like
it's just
like
presumption that we must. Yeah,
I will look for it. It's written. No, it's parliamentary rule.
Is it backed up by law?
Yes. Let me. No. It's their own rule. They have their own.
That's why I said you can break it. That's what I'm saying.
You can't break.
Just the internal rule.
It's just like. It's just like rules of court now.
They do it in the US all the time now.
They
I've
break
not
it.
seen it. What do you mean by okay? Tell us instance.
Because it does not
Like in the US, they will have this rule that what do they do again? That they can't. That they
when it
need.
comes
That
to
they
this
need.
tradition.
It's tradition, like to nominate Supreme Court judge or something. That they said you need super majority, and then they broke it in the US.
This one is not just a tradition. No.
That one
They have their rules.
When it comes to leadership of the Senate and the House,
But it's rules too. But you can change the rules. That's what I'm saying. Who changes the rules in the Senate?
Written rules now. Is it written?
You
It's an
can
unwritten
change
rule.
it. You can
It's
change
an unwritten
whether
rule.
I'm looking
whether
for
it's
it now.
written, whether it's written or
I've read
unwritten.
that rule
You
before.
can change the rules. It's not law. You can change the rules.
You can't change it because you don't want one Senate president.
Yeah, I think. Sorry, can I interject? I think that there's this they have this kind of handbook.
Yes.
That is called house rule.
That's
all those things are stated there. If you are not a ranking member, you can't just come for the first time and become a Senate president.
Right.
That was analyzed now.
Sorry, we're getting feedback from you, His Grace. Yeah.
I used to have a copy of that rule. It's a
Is it
booklet
from
like this. That's what regulate their proceeding. They won't just bend it because of one man.
Is it in the standing order?
No.
Bend it.
It's called parliamentary rules. It's big like this. The book.
But they can change
that rule must have come after 2003, right?
It's been there.
Because as at 1999, you don't have a ranking senator.
Oh, 99.
Right.
I know now. Yeah. After the formation of parliament is when they now made the rule. 1999 was
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but they can. I think they can change it.
2023.
Okay, they can.
It's not law. They can bend
it, and that is why you see sometimes at the house is the rule they follow for all their meetings proceedings. You see them referring to that rule and be telling you point of order rules, so rules.
Oh, someone actually in the comment section, someone just pointed out something important. When Akpabio got there, they broke the rule to make Akpabio the minority leader because that also goes to a ranked person. And when Akpabio got there the first time, they made him the minority leader. So they broke the rule for him. Why can't they break it? They can also break it for
that one. It's just they just
that a principal officer?
Joro there for
a minority. Yes, now that's principal.
Yeah,
that's like number.
Joro that they did that time. And there was controversy around it back then. But what was the point of causing trouble among the house because they don't want?
Yeah, but Oshiomhole is for Tinubu's administration to work, it needs Oshiomhole to be the Senate president.
No. Ojiuza Kalu is very close.
But it's not a because it needs a rubber stamp. Is it a rubber stamp?
It's not a rubber. It's not a rubber. I don't think it's a rubber stamp.
Yeah, it needs a rubber stamp now. It needs a rubber stamp.
No, woman.
What's his position?
Woman. Kulata. Ajaniyoko. I think that it does not necessarily need a rubber stamp alone. It needs a leader that can rally the other senators. Just like what Gbajabiamila is doing there. Gbajabiamila is not necessarily a rubber stamp, but it's been long enough in that place. I said it's not necessarily so, but
do you think
but he's able to rally the members. So you need the man.
Patrick, don't call.
Okay, let's say it's a rubber stamp, but you need beyond being a rubber stamp. If you have a rubber stamp, who cannot rally?
Patrick, that's not the point. Can you trust Ojiuza Kalu is the problem?
You can't trust him to rally people. No, you can't.
Can't you trust?
Not even to rally people.
Why can't you trust Ojiuza Kalu? They're becoming a long.
No, you worked against him in the primaries now.
But after primary, he.
But not when you have somebody.
No,
somebody who worked for his brother.
This is democracy.
He did that party in the state.
No, they as long as they are member of the same party, and you can't say because he worked against him during the primary.
He did that party in his own state, supporting his brother.
Huh?
He did that party in Abia.
He did that party in Abia.
Okay. If it were you, what would you do? You won't support.
Yeah, that's anti-party now. Then you should pay a price for it now. You should pay a price for that thing now.
Everybody, look. Let me tell you.
APC.
There are
Whether you
people
like
who
it,
stood and never did anti-party. So why would you
a
go for
lot of
someone who
people
once
have
did an
done.
anti-party?
A lot of people have carried out anti-party activity in APC, and they still remain some of the leadership in that party. One of them is the former
Amosu.
Yeah.
And that's why it can never be a Senate
Every 4
president now.
year, it will carry out anti-party against the governorship candidate, and he will get away with it. And several others have done so. The same thing
But look
happened.
at
It was anti-party activity they did in Zamfara. You know, they lost Zamfara.
They lost.
yeah, but
It's anti-party activity.
Ajani, this is what I'm saying. If you have someone who has done anti-party activity, but you have someone who never did and even lost so much because Akpabio almost lost his status in Akwa Ibom because he moved to APC. And Akpabio delivered more in presidency to Tinubu than Ojikalu. And Akpabio stepped down. Akpabio was
Tinubu came
contesting
second.
for
Came second in
presidency.
Akwa Ibom.
And that's unprecedented though. Akpabio was running for presidency. Akpabio stepped down.
You should understand.
So all those things put Akpabio ahead of Ojikalu.
No, you should understand the sentiment against Tinubu from Southeast. What do
No,
you?
what of no, not his own. His own. We are not talking of Southeast now. We are talking of his own.
His
own sentiment.
If the sentiment against Tinubu candidacy from the Southeast, you know the level of it. So
what's more important?
Tinubu himself,
What is more important?
Even Tinubu himself lost Lagos. So what do you want to say?
No,
yeah,
but not in this manner.
Ajaliko and Patrick, hear me out. What is more important? Is it the sentimental value of having a Southeast Senate president, or the actual real value of Tinubu being able to implement his policies to better benefit the Southeast? I think the latter is more important.
Let me say this: the Oji rules of Kalu cannot be a stumbling block for Tinubu to have his way. It cannot be, because reason being that he is a party member. He have never done anything against Tinubu in the past, other than that it didn't work for him during the primary, and you can't use that to hold anything against him. You cannot use, anybody can work for anybody, but the moment that the primary is over and he backed the flag bearer of the party, the issue of primary is over. Everybody will forget about it. He didn't say anything against it. He declared support. He was the one that he campaigned hard for Tinubu in the East. So why do you want to say because it didn't work for you?
If I am Tinubu, if I am Tinubu, this is what I would do. Okay. I need someone who can rally the remaining senator, one. Then two, I need someone who can make us go deeper in his region. I said Akpabio helping APC gain more ground in South as a Senate president.
That's not true.
Wait, let me finish now. Let me finish.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Let me finish. I said Akpabio being able to work with Wike, with Ayade, with Oshomole, with the new governor of Bayelsa, because the next governor of Bayelsa is likely to come from APC. So that
even
APC
with the Creeks, with the Creek boys,
with the Creek boys, Akpabio can work better with the Creek boys. So that so that we know we cannot gain ground in Southeast, but we can slice maybe half of the votes in South. And Akpabio can do that. If you politically empower Akpabio, he will do that in South. If you give us the Ojikalu vice president, he will still not be able to muzzle 1 million votes from Southeast. I'm telling you. If you give him vice president. No, that's the political game. If you do that,
sorry, Patrick, are you suggesting that the Senate should not go to the Southeast
at all? At all,
right?
At all. There's
so what goes to them? What goes to them?
They should grab anything they can grab now.
They should be the position we were. They should be the position we were during Jonathan.
They cook.
They should be the position we were during Jonathan.
Patrick will
During
give them
Jonathan, the
Patrick.
Southwest, we were nowhere.
Patrick Kulata, báwo rí Kula? Wọ́n tẹ mọ Patrick náà, but Kulata wọ́n dúró dé.
Tinubu needs better spread in the South.
I think even in this last election, I think Tinubu got more vote from the South than the Southeast.
He got no votes in the Southeast now.
Yeah, now imagine in the next 4 years, why would you go and give people who added no value to you? Now, in terms of infrastructure, whatever, I'm saying, okay, serve everybody as equal. But political relevance, I think I will go with Akpabio. Because even this Ojiwuzo Kalu, his own people do not like him. So there is no way. There is no way I see him rallying people.
From the South.
Hold on. His Grace, can you use a headphone or something? We're hearing ourselves really bad. Yeah,
oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Let me mute myself, then I'll try to get a headphone.
We're not legitimate. People are to vote for APC in the South. Nobody.
Sorry, repeat that. Repeat that. We didn't hear that. Repeat that.
All the votes that Tinubu got from the South were not legitimate. People were forced at the polling station to vote for APC.
Are you talking about Wike? You're talking about Wike.
Yes, if they don't vote,
there will be consequences. The entire region. I mean,
how can you say that? Yeah. What of Cross River? What of Edo? What of
Tinubu people? These people don't like him. All of them want
Cross River. APC just won the governorship of Cross River.
Woman, I am from Cross River. I can speak on that, please.
You can't speak on behalf of 1 million people. You are just someone from Cross River. You are family from Ugoja, Ogunbura, Calabar. All of us
know Cross River. I'm from Cross River State.
All right. Hold on. Let's hear from Igilo.
Yeah. My townsman, who is Senator Jerry Agom Jerry from my village, is the most strongest candidate in Cross River State, apart from Ayade, the governor. So, in terms of voting for Tinubu in APC, Cross River people, I'm from Ogoja, from Iyala. We voted for Tinubu based on the love of Ayade, Inobudu, Odupani, Ikom, even part of Iyala. We voted for Tinubu. And because of his, the governor that was just elected now, because of his love, because we zone the governorship to Calabar South, because Ayade is from Cross River North. So the governorship is to go to Calabar
so were you forced to vote for him?
No, we voted for him because of the love of Ayade.
But you said you were forced now.
Oh God, who said forced?
Did you hear forced just now that the South
in Rivers State, we were forced to vote for Tinubu in Rivers State. Obi would have won Rivers State hands down with 60% clear. But in Cross River State, where I am from, Ogoja, we voted for Tinubu because of his love. One, he wanted Ayade because we know, because Betty got a very good position in Cross River State, which has never happened before because of Tinubu. So we love him for that. So we voted for Tinubu in Cross River State. Yeah, that's just it.
So we are doing the same thing. My brother, someone
Patoski, please let me quickly observe that what that last speaker is saying about they forced them in Rivers State to vote for
yes, I said that. Yes.
And that Labour would have won overwhelmingly. It's not part of Peter Obi's petition, so I don't know where that is coming from. Peter Obi is not saying he would have won overwhelmingly in Rivers State. Go and read that petition.
So there was no reference to it.
So you're telling me that he expected to lose that region?
Yeah, if he
Peter,
knew he had
Peter
won
Obi
and he was
said
rigged, that he would have put it in his petition. That's what
he said he
Ogbeni
would
is
have
saying.
won, but just likely he still considered that Tinubu will have substantial votes in that place. So the rhetorics that he would have won, that Tinubu no. Peter Obi himself is not in his
So
petition.
all that gist that 900,000 votes in Lagos,
Not just online.
60 million.
That's the one thing that rankles.
If it's
That's the one. That's the one thing that rankles Fatai the most. That 1 million vote that you said Kulata in Lagos. Every day
know.
it rankles him.
You know, Fatai takes Tinubu's matter personally. So
you can hear his voice quivering with rage as he said, "How can you? How can you
but one
tell
man,
me
that is
it's
true
unbelievable?"
because
But
one man,
let's hear from you. Yeah.
Because you will expect that if you could take like 500,000 out of Tinubu's votes and add to your own, that's substantial. And if you have that opportunity, why not?
Oh, have we lost you? All right. I think Patoski's system dropped there for a moment. So let's hear from come in then, Igilo.
Yeah, I want to speak about the Senate presidency between Akpabio and Uzo Jikalo. See, Uzo Jikalo is the nearest and the only person that I think will get it is him, because he's the nearest to the post. And also, Buhari cannot, segregate Southeast during his 8 years of whatever. Then Tinubu will come again and segregate Southeast again. And Uzo Jikalu has been the only Southeasterner that has
is an ex-convict.
He is an ex-convict, yet he was the one standing for you, for Tinubu, everything. Do you know he's the only man in the Southeast for Tinubu? Where is
It's not an ex-convict. Supreme Court has cleared him now.
You know, someone now.
Where's Okorocha?
No, but they've cleared him now. They've cleared his record.
Where's Okorocha? Did you hear Okorocha since the primaries? Okorocha is not, is lost. Even this guy from Imo State too is lost. So Uzo Jikalu is the only one. He is the first in the Southeast who came out to say, I support Muslim ticket. You understand? So he is the only person. And again, he is the oldest member of parliament, apart from Akpabio got lost the last time and he went for ministerial appointment. So Uzo Jikalu is the only person. And you cannot
what people are saying, what people are saying is that the Southeast has no electoral value to the APC. They never have done. So why should they gift them a position as big as the Senate presidency when there is no electoral cachet? They don't bring anything. So why should they give them the Senate presidency?
But one man, how can you bring this kind of argument? It is the same thing that makes us one Nigeria, and it is the same principle that Buhari brought that tore this country apart so badly, so bastardized. And you want to
hold on. No, what do you mean working for? How many votes did Tinubu get? How many votes did Buhari get in the Southeast in his 2 cycles?
Did you know that it is only Uzo Jikalu and this man from Umahi, the presence of Umahi alone, and because of Umahi, Buhari gave him international school, federal school.
They can give them things like that, infrastructure, but not a senior position.
If they are not good, do you know Uzo Jikalu is the only man in the Southeast who gave Buhari Fulani herdsmen a large portion of land, more than 100 acres of land?
Yes, but they can't. Hold on. It's all about you know that this 2023 is not the last election we will have in Nigeria. We are having another election in 2027. So the politics now has to position itself for how it can best win in 2027. Till the world comes to an end, the Southeast is never going to vote for APC. They know that. I did not think that there was any person that the Southeast could hate more than Buhari until Tinubu came into the picture. They hate him even more than Buhari. So he knows he's getting nothing from there. So why would he can use that Senate presidency to romance the South or the Northwest, where he knows that he can negotiate votes there. The
okay.
Nothing. So why should he give them that so much?
Okay, let me answer you. In the Southeast, Uzoji Kalu is still the only person that has not malhandled his people for Buhari by force, by power.
How many votes? How many votes did he give to Tinubu in this election?
Come on now, this guy is not.
I just ask you a question. How many?
We don't know how many votes, but that is not the criteria to appoint a Senate leader. It's not.
Are you joking? Did you just say that?
It's not a criteria. It's never a criteria.
Somebody that has no political cachet, it doesn't bring anything, and you give him Senate. Why would you?
The hatred of Uzoji Kalu for romancing Buhari and the APC even made him to be hated more. So because of that, he should even be compensated for that.
Yeah, they can compensate. They can compensate him in other ways, not with the Senate presidency.
You can never take the Senate again to South or to Northeast or to Northwest. It can never go.
Why not?
It can never go. No, it can never go.
Why not? They will riot in Abakaliki. They are always rioting in Abakaliki anyway.
The highest place that can go is the South. Not the.
You can go to the South. But then the person that really everybody wants to see in that slot is Oshomole.
Yeah, but by their law, the rules of the House, you cannot be a first-time senator and become the president. Never.
It's a guidance now, not a law. It's a guidance. It's a tradition.
House. You cannot come and change it. They have men there. I remember now. You have six senators from Labour. They have to vote. So who's going to vote for it? PDP will never vote for it. Labour will not vote for it. So it's not possible.
And by the way, you know that APC does not really have. I don't think they have up to 5 senators from the Southeast.
No, they don't have. All is Labour.
Well, so there you are. So why would they give the Senate? I cannot see. It would not happen. I'm sorry to say. And I don't think they will get I don't think they'll get the House of Reps either.
Okay, based on the country mood right now, because this, the reason why Uzoji Kalu, Okorocha, and this man from Abakaliki came to APC, it was trying to not for them to like they are trying to keep that country together. So for 8 years, Southeast have been annihilated. You cannot continue again to ponder on that same impunity again. This country will go. I'm very serious.
No,
so
the country is not going anywhere now.
I'm very serious. So I'm very serious with you now.
You know what Soludo suggested. Soludo suggested that Tinubu should gift Nnamdi Kanu to the Southeast, and to calm them down. So if he gifts them Nnamdi Kanu, that should be enough to calm them down.
That is for the people. What about the political prospect of it? This one is for the people.
But the political space of the Southeast, it does not bring anything to the APC.
Okay, so that is to say, Southeast is no more. Okay, wait. Do you know that whatever happened in Southeast also happened to South? When you call Southeast is not
true. That's not true.
No, it's not. Ogami, I am from the Niger Delta. I know what I'm talking about.
But it's not true.
Look, when you say Southeast is not alone. No, forget all the politics that are playing everything here. Tinubu, look, South and Southeast, we are the same people. We didn't even like Tinubu, but because we have no choice, so because of our leaders, we just vote them. But when this thing happened, when you say,
isn't that what I said, that they didn't vote for Tinubu in the South?
Exactly. Akwa Ibom loved Obi, wanted Obi. In Delta, Bayelsa, Edo, on Obi.
But okay, why did Obi come third in Akwa Ibom?
it was all this thing is rigged now. It's rigged. Tinubu did not win.
They threatened these people at
Tinubu
the
cannot
polling
win a
station.
Ibom. I can swear to you, he can't win a Ibom. Even
He came
Cross River
second. He
State,
didn't win.
but
Atiku won. He came second.
you understand? But the thing is that what is happening now, I'm sorry to just to deviate. What is happening in Lagos when they say Igbo should go? Who is Igbo? Can you differentiate between Calabar guy, Akwa Ibom guy, Delta, Edo, Orobo from Igbo? We are the same people.
Of course, we can differentiate now. What do you mean?
So you go
How
and
can you
point.
say they are the same, Abba?
You cannot differentiate us like that.
They are not the same now.
The difference
No, my
between
brother.
them,
We are Eastern region. We are all Eastern region. We are all Eastern region.
So
I think you are just one. You are just saying your own. That's all.
No,
You can differentiate.
I'm not saying my own. We are Eastern region. Forget about saying Igbo, Efik, Yoruba, but we are all from one side.
Which Eastern region?
So I can't tell Efik. I can't tell Efik from.
They are very similar in
Igbo.
culture.
I can't tell Anang from Igbo.
Okay, we are all Biafrans.
Come on.
We are all
What are you
Biafrans.
talking about?
We
Okay,
are all
then
Biafrans.
Don't go and
then
say
you
that
are
one to Wike. That
I was saying, forget Wike is politics. Wike is politics. Do you know that?
Okay,
Do you know I
you are
stayed
coming
in
from
Lagos for
somewhere.
I stayed in Lagos for 10 years. I could not rent a house because they call me Omibo. If I want to rent a house, I have to go and pay money to one caretaker. The caretaker will have to go and meet some elders, like 5-7 Yoruba elders. I'll buy them wine, I pay them money. They will take me to one landlord. They will beg and say, "Oh, bye-bye. This guy is a very good guy." You forget say so.
Where you won't rent that house now, Okoko, where?
That's true. They always
In
confuse.
Lagos, I will pay
Where in
Omonile.
Lagos now? Where in Lagos that
I
they
stay
won't
in
rent house?
to Ojota, Maryland, and Sulele.
And they will
We
not
stay
rent house to you.
So they were discriminating against you.
Omibo.
All those
Omibo.
sisters that are hoeing chop, hoeing everything in Lagos, so they don't rent house to them. Abba.
What I'm trying to tell is that you
It's
cannot
rhetoric.
differentiate between Igbo and Efik and me. Except
can
we speak
now.
You can.
Abba.
My best friend is Efik. My best friend is Efik. I can tell the difference.
I want you to understand my point. My point is that
sorry. Who was that soft voice coming through? Was that princess?
Baby, calm down.
Yes.
What this man is trying to say is that they always confuse Igbo with the South because they have very similar culture.
Exactly.
And that's what
We are
he's
the same.
saying.
Exactly.
And you can tell the difference is clear between
That's
Yoruba
not in the
and
political terrain. Maybe that's among illiterates that don't really understand this.
no. It has nothing to do with
politicians
academic
understand the difference.
Academic background.
What are you
has
saying? Do
nothing
you know?
to do with
Do you
this.
know ever since Nnamdi Kanu is trying to curry favor
no.
from South?
These people are not
Has he
Tinubu
ever
people.
been approved?
Tinubu,
from South?
these people did not vote for Tinubu. They forced them to vote APC. That's the truth.
That's
But
your
that's
narrative.
it's
It's not in any of the petition.
They try
They are just flying around. There are things that they
the truth is
post
that
on social media.
if you see somebody from Benue State, you see somebody from Taraba State or from Plateau, you will say it's Hausa, it's Muslim, but they are different.
No, you can't say that now. Why are you saying that now?
But it's true now.
No, that's not true among the elite. Somebody who understand Nigeria.
Except I'm not an illiterate now. I know the difference.
But everybody all be elite. Who is the elite? Elite
is the elite that rules the country now? Is he illiterate that rules Nigeria? Abba.
When we are fighting now in Lagos with Agboro in Lagos, who is fighting in the street?
Which Agboro you don't fight for Lagos? Why are you talking like this? Which Agboro you don't fight?
Agboro are not. Agboro cannot go and defend.
Tell me your Agboro experience. Don't lie.
You always slump people.
I'm just picking random narrative and
they just make it now. Before
I'm not making a random narrative. I'm telling you that you cannot differentiate.
Hold on, Ogbeni. Yeah. Okay, Kulata asked you a question. When did you fight Agbero in Lagos? When?
I fought Agbero in Lagos 2009. In Ojota, I was stabbed behind me with a bottle. I still have it at my left shoulder.
What led to it?
A change, because he told us that we are coming from Sulele. They said, enter we change you, enter Pelu change you, enter Pelu change you. He said, I don't have change, and I was carrying 200 naira. I gave him, he said, he pushed me down, I should go down because he cannot give me change. That was how the fight started. And we were for a number. So we started fighting. That was it. And that
So
place,
you fought a bus conductor, is what you're saying. You fought a bus
I
conductor.
held him down. Bus conductor is more or less to Latagboro. There are touts everywhere. There all those taxpayers. They came everywhere. The fight scattered. And
Igilo.
Yeah.
If you were Yoruba, you could have been in that same incident, right? So what tells me that is because you are from Ogoja that fight happened versus someone from Osun State?
No. You are just asking me when did I fight Agboro?
Hold on, Igilo. Let me tell you that most people can distinguish somebody from the south from somebody from the southeast. Even your accent, even your accent, it gives it away. The way you carry language gives it away. Because there's a certain I don't want to say force, but there's a certain solidity to the way the Southeasterners deliver, and there's a certain fluidity to the way the people from even the way you speak is different. Everybody knows the distinction. And the way you look is different as well. You know, you have a smaller body frame, smaller than them. You do.
Oh man, that's not true.
Of course you do.
The only distinction is that the Igbo people are more aggressive. They are not calm. They don't buy easily to people's ideology. They always stand on their own. But in the southern part, which is the south, the Calabar, we are always calm. We don't like trouble. We try to understand issues. We take things calmly, but we are also very aggressive. Yeah, but we don't. We go to school a lot. We like peace. We live with people. We are understanding. That is just the difference. Yeah, but we don't like
pronounce this letter, Igilo, R. Pronounce R.
It's R now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you just pronounce it like an evil man.
No, because the people from the south they pronounce it in a sort of way.
They are very
Igilo's area is different from Igilo's area and Calabar and Akwa Ibom are quite different from Bayelsa and River State. Very different.
Yeah. But we have the same name.
Nonetheless,
my name now is a B. My name now is a B. My local name is a B.
Igilo, as they talk, you are closer to Benue people than people from.
Me and Benue people we share boundary like me and Benue people we cross to Tupo.
You're almost a northerner.
Yeah, we marry people, and me and Abakaleke also. We married Abakaleke. We cross, we farm together. They farm for us. We cross to that place. So we are like intertwined.
So why would you say I will mix you up with someone from the southeast? Your accent your intonation is totally different.
Igilo, they're trying to sway you away from what you said in the first place.
I don't know.
They get them confused with Igbo people all the time.
Exactly.
I don't.
They call them Igbo all the time. These people from the south.
No, that may just be laziness. People know the difference, but just the fact that many people are just lazy, they can't be bothered.
Do you know that in Kano, when the riot start in Kano, I am also called Omibo and they will kill me? No difference.
Oh God, why you this guy, man? You are just lumping all of the stereotypes and the cliches in.
Igilo likes IPOB. I think that's
yes.
But you are from Ogoja now.
Yeah.
So why would they call you Omoibo? You know, I schooled in Ikoma. I went to Government school.
Oh, okay. You see my brother.
Gentlemen, let us.
So why would they call you Omoibo?
To ordinary man, to ordinary Yoruba man on the street, that a regular man on the street and not that too educated doesn't know the difference between them.
Thank you very much.
No, they don't.
Ordinary Yoruba man doesn't know the difference between Igbo or Calabar.
Only people
maybe that's an illiterate.
It's only those of us that are well
educated. How many Calabar is doing house help in Lagos? They know the difference now.
And let me tell you what is responsible for this is because during the First Republic
they were all from the same region. And you know that Igbo is the largest ethnic group there. Igbo dominated them. So, and that was what was responsible for Yoruba people right from then to see all of them as Igbo. Because when you talk of position of leadership, position of this and that, is Igbo people all over. So all of them from the eastern region, then Yoruba people assume they are all Igbo.
Very good. Thank you so much.
Don't let us say, people know. Ordinary man for organizer, they don't know the difference between
That's
them.
what we've been saying.
They see them as the same, that Omo Igbo lele, because they don't even understand they can't tell the difference between Calabar language and Igbo language.
You can.
No, we can. If you are closer to them, you can know that this. But somebody that is a typical Yoruba man, he doesn't live among them, he hasn't worked with them, he cannot tell.
To add to what you say now, in Abia State, they have their own indigenous language, which is not like Igbo.
Yes.
But Abia State is closer. Abia State has some areas closer to your area now. There's some indigenous in Abia State that are in between.
But they speak Igbo like a general language. Just like people from Ondo State now. Ondo have their own some languages that are different, but they still speak Yoruba like a general language. Like Hausa now, they speak Hausa general language, but they have like people from Benue, people from Taraba, from Plateau. They have their own language, but they speak Hausa as a general language. So too in Igbo. If not that, in Cross River State, the South, we have too much different languages. So the Igbo language could not penetrate that deep to us. That is why we still maintain our languages. If not by now, we should be speaking Igbo as general, because even
Igilo, you're an Igbo wannabe. Let's just say.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask him. Do you consider yourself an Igbo man?
I've never seen a Cross River guy claim Igbo like Igilo. Never. And my best friend is from that area.
I am like, I am, more or less Igbo. But what we are talking about is about
more or less
Igbo. No, because we have to
see because they're close to Abakaliki, right?
Tribal dancing, tradition, everything, culture is the same. You can't.
It's not.
The only difference is only our language. I'm serious.
It is not, Igilo. It is not. Stop it. It's not.
Okay, wait.
I don't know. Like, I mean, come on.
Akwa Ibom State.
I'll talk to my friend tomorrow. He's going to laugh his head.
No. The part of Cross River that he comes from is close to Abakaliki. You understand?
Not even close.
It's also close to Benue.
We share boundary. We trek and enter each other. They farm for us. They plan for us.
Exactly. So
Akwa Ibom State, and Abia State. They live into each other. Yet they cannot speak. They speak Igbo. They speak Akwa Ibom. But so that is the only difference is that I'm even surprised that up till now we still maintain our own languages. By now, Igbo should have, because in Akwa Ibom man will live here. Abia State man will live here. They are sharing the same compound together. They just intercross each other like as if their family has. Yet we still speak our own languages as Akwa Ibom, as Calabar, and Abia. They still speak their own Igbo. Normally, it's just like the Lagos and how they call it, this Togo or Cotonou, like that Cotonou side where they live to cross each other like they speak.
Egun, Badagry. That's what.
Exactly. That is how we are. Okay, look at now. The effect of Yoruba have crossed there. They also speak Yoruba, but they are not from Yoruba. So that is how it has been. So come back to our point of argument about the senior stuff. Uzoji Kalu is the next man in line, and they cannot stop changing him, and that is the truth. If they
they
will
not get it. Akpabio will get it.
Uzoji Kalu is electorally useless.
Uzoji Kalu will get it. That is just the truth. They cannot stop changing.
Kalu will not give that party anything. Even if they make him vice president today, he will not even deliver up to 1 million votes for them.
But that is your own thinking now. In the party, in the house, you cannot change him.
If it's somebody like this
Akpabio.
No, I mean in the former governor of Imo, Okorocha. If it's someone like Okorocha, I could say he will bamboozle his way. If it's someone like There's someone like Soludo, it makes sense. What you can do is people don't even like him. They don't want him.
He's not likable.
Yeah,
Not like if it's the governor of Ebonyi now, but it too is doing his first time.
He cannot go.
Let me tell you, that man might be the first APC presidential candidate that will come from the southeast.
How old is he?
That's Ebonyi man.
Yeah,
I see him becoming vice president in 2027.
Very likely.
Igilo, let me ask you a couple of questions because I remember the first time you came here as well. You were saying this. You were saying this narrative of how because this is not the first time you've spoken about what happened when you tried to rent in Lagos. And I've never tried to rent in Lagos before, but I am aware that in Lagos, as in most parts of Nigeria, when you want to rent or let out a house, you always go via an agent. Was that not what your experience was?
Yeah, that was my experience. And to tell you the truth,
but that's nothing to do with being Igbo or Cross River. Now that's the experience of everybody rents via an agent.
No. The agent is to enable me to get a house quickly. It's to enable me to, because I'll be working now. You'll be going to work in VI. Where do you have the time to go and be looking for work? You understand? Before you get home, it's already 12 o'clock, 12 p.m., 11 p.m. So you get an agent to help you facilitate the house, to locate the house. But to pay the rent, when they ask you, because before they rent, they will ask who is coming. Kalo Bewa. Omibonio. Omiboke. No, Mufeo. They will start singing.
But that argument is funny because
hold on, Patrick. Why do you think that is? If that is the case, why do you think that is?
The thing is that they think that we are all Igbo. Just as Angelico could say, it is only an elite that would know that, Igilo is not from Igbo. He's a crossover guy. He's a South.
Why do you think they would not want to rent to an Igbo? Why?
Okay, if Igbo man should come to your house alone to rent an apartment, he will show so much humility. I'm a good boy. But by the time he rents the house, he start bringing big speaker. And in Lagos house, the houses are not strong enough like that. You start bringing big speaker. You start playing in one room, but you play big speaker. Boom, 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 boom. You disturb every other person. That's one thing. Secondly, Igbo man will bring his brother. Second brother, they will come, they drink, they make noise, they disturb all the people of the house. Yeah, they make all those noise. So before you know, he will bring two the brother, 3 brother, 5 brother, 6 brother. So the landlord don't like that. They don't like that kind of stuff. Before you know, one room will contain 5 people, 6 people, 10 people, of which that room is meant to have at highest 2 people. So they don't like that. So just
is this a true experience, or is it just a stereotype? Is this
I am telling you that I am more or less an Igbo, guys. I'm telling you what we face in Lagos and what made people not to give us house. Igbo are very rude. They are very quarrelsome. They fight a lot. Every little thing, they make more trouble. So they always show up. That kind of show up. So those are the things that the Yoruba tenant and the Yoruba landlord, they see that they are too extravagant, too arrogant. So
too much to handle.
Exactly. You cannot handle them. Igbo man will refuse to pay you rent, and he will say, "Do your worst, call police," because you know that at the end, he will end up owing you 1 year and move out with it. So those things happen. Look, okay, let me tell you the truth. When my elder brother was going back to school, 2009, I was supposed to be the one to take over the house because I work in Victoria Island in Rerun, with embassy. This Rerun.
Are you a chef? Are you a chef?
I was a chef back then.
You see, I knew it because people from that region, they're usually chefs. But carry on.
So I was a very good chef. So I worked with Rerun embassy in Victoria Island.
But
so
it just confirmed it though. But carry on.
When my brother left for school, I was supposed to occupy this house, but the landlady chased me. The landlady told us that once my brother leaves the house, I will no longer stay there again. That he has done a lot for us. So, but the only difference is that the thing that differentiates us with Igbo is that we are more gentle, more respectful, and more calm. So by the time we live with them, they will say, but boy, this guy good goal, he good goal. And we give. We buy things, we give to company people, we share. So those things differentiate us from Igbo. We are not arrogant, we are not quarrelful, we are not fighting a lot. We are very calm, understanding. You understand? So when we tend to live there, they tend to love us, to say, oh, this boy, this Igbo, he good, that is just the difference. But as an Igbo man, I will not lie to you, as a guy from South, they cannot differentiate us. There is no explanation that you will give to them saying that you're not Igbo. I will have to go and hire, just as I said, I will pay a caretaker because there's always a caretaker in every compound. The caretaker will now hire some good people closer to the landlord, like 3-4 guys, men. I will now pay those guys 20K each or 10K each with wine. They will go and beg the landlady. It's okay. They are going to bear responsibility of whatever happened to the house. If I damage the house, if I bring more people to the house, everything before the landlady or the landlord will agree me to pay the house, and we will be forced to pay 3 years. 3 years or 2 years straight. No money will be nothing. And before you do that, you will sign undertaking. They will come and inspect the room. You cannot put a nail here. You cannot put this thing here. The house is not damaged. Everything you will sign and pay some money. So there are so many factors that go against us in that Lagos state. So that's what I say.
But wait. I'm a landlord too. All those things you listed, I do it to protect my property. So it's not anything to do against Igbo. It's just a landlord not wanting his property to get destroyed. If you're going to come to one of my properties and you're going to bring a pet, you will pay more. You'll pay extra, or I actually will not even take you. I'll say no pet allowed. So do you think they're treating people that break?
What about the one that you say, Asibo, you cannot rent a house in Lagos State? Asibo, until you have to bring.
No, you cannot.
Okay. Asibo, as Omibo, you have to bring. I have to always bring 5. It's not only me alone. No, I'm telling you what is happening to us as Omibo in Lagos State. Too.
You have to bring up what state?
Not as Igilo alone or Igilo. No. As Omibo, that stereotype, that stigma of Igbo affects me too. That's why I say you cannot differentiate when you say Igbo should leave Lagos, Igbo should go, Igbo should go. I am also Igbo. That's what I'm trying to just say. But I am not saying the whole landlord are like that. No. But that stigma, this is what it costs in Lagos State.
All right. But the one thing that you did land on is that it is not because they are Igbos, but because of behavior. That's really what people have issues with.
The behavior is only isolated to Igbo. So they know that the people that are very arrogant and have this kind of character are Igbo. So when they call you Omibo, just know that you are a bad person. But the good thing is that the girls love us so much. Like you can date 10 Igbo, Yoruba girls, they love Omibo. We spend a lot for girls. We take care of the Yoruba girls. I know how many girls I dated. They fight there for me, even sisters. So apart from that, there's no other.
Are you here to boast? Is this what it is? Are you boasting?
There's no Yoruba girl that cannot. If you come to my house, no girl would like to go because we have money, we spend. So that does it.
And you sabi cook well.
They cook. They like my food.
Is the Edik icon?
When they come like this, you see, the truth is that they come and they tell their friends that, hey, I have a boyfriend. Boy, Omibo, Odumeje. They're happy for you. Even your friends are happy for you because they know that we can take care of their girls. We buy clothes for them. We feed them well. No, that's just the truth. But apart from that, in the accommodating stuff of the house, it takes us so hard to get a house. So that is why when we go there, we do not want to live again because if you leave, it's difficult to get another house. It could be difficult. So back to our discussion about the politics. That stereotype is much, and I'm speaking against what Ensolomo is doing in Lagos State. Igbo must go. Who is Igbo? If I am in Lagos and in that
when did he say that? When did he say Igbo must go?
During the election. Now you see everything there. If you're Igbo, don't come and vote. Everything is there. One man.
But he didn't say Igbo must go now. When did he say Igbo must go?
No, I'm not making it up. I was watching it here. We
No,
saw
I'm
it live
asking you.
video.
I'm asking you. When did they say? Because we monitor the
In
political
the
space
presidential
too.
election, in the presidential election,
Yes.
specifically, Lomo, he said, if you are Igbo and if you are not going to vote for Tinubu for APC, do not come and vote. In the governorship election, the
Yeah,
same
but
thing.
that's not
He's
Igbo must
talking
go
to
now.
Mama Chinedu now. He's talking to Mama
Mama
Chinedu.
Chinedu was just
Mama
an
Chukudi.
arrangee. It was just
Mama
an
Chukudi.
arrangee. Mama Chinedu was just an arrangee to cover up his crime. But
What of Mama
on the
Chinedu
election day,
wey
you still
speak
saw it play
Igbo, wey
out.
talk say, wey confirm the thing, so you don't believe Mama Chinedu, right?
It's a lie. It's just a cover up. With Mama Chinedu. Look at it.
Mama Chinedu, they sell noodles. They sell noodles to MC no one.
Mama Chinedu, they sell noodle, they make money. You say making.
And see, there's this case again that they sent. I listened to you guys yesterday about the school girl or the school boy that was sent away with a sticker, and they came out again and they made another video with so many school people having that sticker. That video was an arrangement just to say that this Igbo or this girl has infiltrated the school. It's a lie. The main script was the first one that the girl was sent away. The second video was just an arrangee, just like Mama Chinedu or Mama Chioma, how they call it. That's just the truth. All those things are just planned work, are just a stage managed. The true event is the first video where that girl went to school with OB sticker to paste to her school book. They sent her away. But when the thing started generating adverts and outcry, they now arrange another one and say this girl has brought so many stickers and sold it to all the school, which is a lie. A small girl, where would she get that sticker from? This is not good. And I remember the truth is that when the Igbo start to fight,
Igilo, do you feel safe? Igilo, do you feel safe when you're in Lagos?
I don't feel safe because they will not stand to ask me to speak my language before I can identify myself. They can't.
No, forget about this election stuff. Just on your when you were living in Lagos. I don't know if you still live in Lagos, but when you move around, do you feel profiled? Do you feel stereotyped? Do you live your life? Do you watch your back?
The truth is that I feel very safe in Lagos because I know I do not go to bad areas. I only know where it's not safe for me. Where the touts are, the agboro, where the smoky go, they do bad things.
Let me ask you, where is not safe for you? Is it safe for me?
What is not safe for me is not safe for you because they will not rob you because you are Igbo or Yoruba. They rob you because you are a victim. They see you exactly for your money. They rob you. The only thing that caused the fight is this Igbo tribal thing that is not safe. But apart from Lagos, apart from that, normal robbery case, they are not coming to ask you, hey, Omibo, you are Yoruba Igbo. No. They only rob you. They take your money. They take your That does it. Like in Oshodi, under bridge, you can't go there. Whether you are Yoruba or Igbo, they will rob you and take your stuff and even beat and kill you, right? Whether you are Igbo or Yoruba, they don't care. But the tribal stuff, when there's a tribal issue, that is when it's not safe for me, where it's not safe for you. Because if you go where there are Igbo, you are gone. If I go where there are Yoruba, I'm gone.
How long do you live in Lagos now?
I'm in Dubai right now.
How long ago? When did you last live in Lagos? How long ago?
I came home 2019, July.
No. Not when did you visit. When did you last live there?
Okay. 2016.
Okay, and how long for? How long did you live in Lagos? So you are telling us memories from 2016, like you're saying like.
You don't punch this guy.
It doesn't matter.
I thought the guy is still living in Lagos.
It doesn't matter when the story happened. It's still ongoing. It's been going on for decades.
It's still ongoing. In short,
yeah,
but
this
is the work now.
So it doesn't matter if it's from 2016 or 2001 or 2021.
Igilo, are you projecting today's story or yesterday's story to your experience in 2016? Remove yourself from yesterday. You were not in Lagos yesterday or 2 days ago during the election. Give us your own personal experience living in Lagos, no election, just
everything he's talked about is still happening.
Okay.
Let him talk. He can talk for himself now.
The personal experience when I live in Lagos was that the Southeast live in Lagos in peace. the only anger the Yorubas do have with the Igbo guys in Lagos with us is that our people, we are too,
When you say your
like
people, south or southeast?
southeast is the Igbo.
Okay.
No,
You are not
that is what I'm
southeast,
telling
Igilo.
you. That is what I'm telling you now. I am saying that these people cannot differentiate me if I am a southeast or south. They only say we are Omibo, except they will ask me to explain where am I from. They ask me, then I can say, okay, I'm from Calabar, Efik, or Orubu, or
Can I ask
Isha.
you a question? Can I ask you a question? Are you telling me that people living in Lagos don't know the difference between Calabar and Igbo?
Yes, they don't.
Agelekoko have just told you now.
No, not Agelekoko. Tell me.
Okay. I said me myself, I am more or less an Igbo guy by tribe.
I'm not talking about you. Are you telling me people from Lagos don't know the difference between Calabar people and Igbo?
Except you hear me speak my language, my face, my look, my tribal mark in my
How
joy.
does Omoibo look?
Omoibo look, they have this tribal mark a little.
Which tribal mark does Igbo man have?
Igbo don't have tribal mark.
Igbo doesn't have tribal mark
they
now.
have,
So what are you talking
No,
about?
they have.
They have it on
They have
the
tribal mark.
temple of their
Where? Which tribal mark?
They do.
At your joy, at your
Wait now, wait.
Igbos have tribal mark. Where do you live in Nigeria? You've never seen people with a tribal mark.
That's not a tribal mark.
It's a tribal mark, for God's sake.
Wait now, Padim, my brother. You see me where you talk to him? Me, I school for Enugu. My papa na soldier. I school for Enugu. That's why I started
I am from there.
Wait,
I'm telling
now
you.
I finish now. The fact that I am from there doesn't make any difference now. Then I schooled in Ecom. I went to Govisco.
Okay.
So if you know Ecom, since I mentioned Govisco, you don't know.
Govisco is the highest boys' school there in Cross River. Ecom is the
yes, that was the school I went to.
You're my brother.
So wait till you go tell me about Cross River. Where I don't go, you go tie all those Ubudra, all those Edo, all those. Yeah. I don't go there. I really stay there
because you live there.
You say, wait.
The difference.
People, even in Abeokuta, when Calabar boys and girls started coming to do house help, started working in restaurant in even Abeokuta, they know the difference between Calabar and Igbo. They know. You can tell me they don't know the difference between Calabar and Akwa Ibom. It's okay. When they say Akwa Ibom person, somebody from Ikone.
No, I get where Igilo. I think Igilo is coming from because of that Omoibo stereotype, laziness.
No, I think he's getting it wrong. People typical Lagos boys say Omo Calabar. People they always mimic their accent. Now the accent is completely different from Igbo.
Yeah, but Igilo is saying for all intentions and purposes that he is Igbo.
That's what he's saying now. He's identified. That's his own. Calabar people. In short,
is that your adjective? That's his adjective.
Ironically, people from Ogoja. People from Ogoja.
Okay, wait.
Let me ask him a question. You will know. You tell me. I will know now. People from Ogoja, they don't even want to be identified as Igbo. Yes or no?
That is because of the narrative that is going on now in the political
experience. No.
That's the truth.
Forget political. I'm big when I say even that and when I was there. I'm talking of 1982, 83, 84. That battalion were there for before Four Corner. Nigeria. People from Ogoja, they don't even want to be identified as Igbo because of their experience during the war.
They will fight you if you call them. If they will fight, they're ready.
Yes, now people from Edo, people from Ikom, people. If you go down like that,
Igilo has changed the narrative. Now.
Yes, that's what he's not telling us. That's his own view.
New generation.
My brother,
our friend from Ogoja out now.
No,
my best friend is from Ogoja.
Let us be fair. Let us be fair to Igilo. Look. Agbero doesn't know the difference between Igbo and Calabar people.
One more Calabar now. One Calabar now.
Patrick, Agbero go don fagbo.
Agbero does not even know the difference between Yoruba and Igbo to back to fagbo.
Look, ìyá ọlọ́jà, ìyá aláta, ìyá olé ìgbà doesn't know the difference between them.
That is what I'm not trying to say. That is the truth.
They don't
My
know the
brother, Yoruba
difference.
boys know say Calabar girlfriend. They know different between Calabar girlfriend and Yoruba and Igbo girlfriend.
Look,
There are so many things that differentiates them.
No,
that people know.
It's not. Look, I will agree. Some enlightened people, yes, can know. Oh, this is
all those garage boys. They date Calabar girl. They know Calabar girls.
But look, generally. A lot of
this assumption that you are making is not is unfounded.
Ordinary
you don't have it's not empirical. There's no
illiterate among us doesn't know the difference between them.
Look, you don't need to go to school to know it. So whether literacy all you need to do is all you need to do is to have traveled there. All these Agbero, they drive there now.
How many Agbero drive? Agbero drive within Lagos.
They are drivers. Wait now. They are drivers. The people, I'm telling you, people in their class. People in their class are drivers.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you what.
Oga Patrick. If you go to Ibadan now, you want to tell me that people in Ibadan will know the difference between Calabar and
they know.
They know. Okay.
Wait. Let me tell you.
The illiterates will know.
We call them Igbo.
Patrick, the illiterates will not know. The illiterates will not know.
So they don't know
we
that
call them
Igbo
when we are young.
No, illiterates will not know. Illiterates will not know. It's the name. If your name is not
just assuming that they don't know.
No, they will not know. They will not know.
Okay.
I live in the southwest.
They don't know the difference.
Let me tell you one experience I got. There is one lady, there's one Yoruba girl I dated in Lagos. These Agboro guys in my street, they know that
you travel Yoruba people in Kilo.
You understand?
Okay, some guy now.
These Agboro guys, they know that I'm from Calabar. So I dated this Muslim girl in my street there. And these guys were angry. So when they started to confront the girl,
sorry, hold on, Igilo. Sorry, gentlemen, I have an early start. So let me ease myself off and let Thomas continue as we continue with the conversation. Back to you, Igilo.
Okay, so these guys confronted this lady and asked her, "Why do you go and date Omibo?" And they knew I'm from Calabar. I am Omo Calabar, Omogoja. But when they want to make the complaint to their mother and to they say Omibo. Why did they say Omo Calabar? They say Omibo. And when the case came up, do you know CID came to my compound to arrest me?
CID came because you date person.
Huh?
Because you date person, CID they follow you.
They say
now.
All right, Igilo, sorry again, it's just me again. So let me just quickly, I don't think I had a chance to do this, but let me just, because I think a lot of people actually monitor this space. So let me just document that Ayo did, as he always does, of course. He clocks in with the coffee thing. So thank you, Ayo. So back to you, Igilo, back to you.
Okay, so they said, I want to destroy their daughter with the Igbo attitude, is spoiling her with money, then to destroy her. Now their daughter will now go to school. When she go to school and come back, she will come to my house first and cry for hungry. I will give her money to go and eat. She feed to her, even take the money to even feed her only two sisters as well. So they have to come and arrest me. You say, did you know I did not sleep in my house for more than 1 week? I have to run to Soludo. They say Omibo. They go to make a complaint. They say Omibo. So why didn't they say Omo Calabar and say, okay, try to distinguish me, as in to distinguish me between Igbo and Calabar. So that is the point I'm telling you. When there's an issue, they will not say Omo Calabar, they're Omibo, and that's the truth. We look similar by look, by face, by mark. We have these two marks at our ear, at the right hand corner of our ear, and the both ears. We have two marks there. Even our joy too. Sometimes we have one. Sometimes at our forehead.
Igilo, rest.
That's true.
They will not agree that Yoruba people confuse
we will ask.
We agree now. I don't think anybody is.
We will ask.
They'll keep
Joel of Nashville if Igbo have tribal mark. I think that's where to start.
No, they do. They have tribal
Igbo
mark.
How many Igbos are we now? Do we have any
Igbo have
Igbo on the
tribal mark.
platform now?
Right
Do we have
corner,
any Igbo on the
corner
platform
side of
now?
their forehead.
Igbo
Like
has tribal mark. You say the
they
recent
have
ones
tribal
don't
mark.
have.
I've never seen any tribal
Check
mark.
it,
Ajale
check it,
Koko,
check it, check
how
it,
do we
One
get
the
your
tribal
mark?
mark.
Go and check it with
Tọ́ba
any.
dé láti ìlú wọn, àwọn new one tẹ́ ẹ̀ rí sí ni wọ́n ní àwọn yìí táwa mọ̀ tó mú wá láti ìlú wọn gbà yẹn, wọ́n ní tribal mark o.
I've
Yeah,
never seen it
except
before.
In
Never.
the early
except
70s, wọ́n máa ní
I'm
tribal mark
surprised.
by the ears
except the
like
new
this.
ones.
All
Only
the
the new
new
ones don't
ones
have.
wey dem no dey put, but the
Yeah.
old one that they get tribal mark
Oga
well well,
Patrick.
they know.
Oga Patrick.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oga Patrick. You know, say Benin people get tribal mark.
Benin people. I know our
Yeah.
people have tribal mark.
But the
Our
recent ones they
people,
get. The recent ones
we
they
get
get.
tribal mark for Bele.
I know, but the recent ones get the new generation, so they get.
No, my cousin get now.
But not
They-
your cousin
we
get. But
have
the population.
arrows.
I know the
No,
population.
like my children don't have, but I mean,
That's
people of
it.
my generation get. We just have this arrow that
That's it
cross
now.
each other in the stomach on the side,
Yeah,
not on the
same
face.
thing, same thing. See, Benin
Is
as
that
in
what you have
Edo,
in
they have,
Benin too?
see, Benin as in Edo, they have 3 tribal mark in the cheeks, 3. People of my generation have, but my cousins
That's what
nobody have.
we call that Pele. We call that Pele. in Yoruba land.
Three marks in the cheeks. You see them in near the eyeball, 3 or their cheeks, 3. But recent kids from the 80s down, like late 80s, 90s, you don't see any of them with tribal mark. But so when you start saying Igbo has tribal mark now. If you see Igbo guys that is more than 40 years, you see tribal mark in their face now. Igbo have one.
I've never seen it before, and I have
Really?
tons of Igbo friends.
But what
I've
if
never
I don't
seen
see
it
your
before.
It's
own?
by the side of their ear like this, at the top side of their
I don't see your own. No,
right,
as they
the
show your face,
corner
I
of
never
their
see
ear.
your
I have 3, but it's faint. You know our parents know how to mark it very faint. We
Do you
not
know
see
that as we are talking, I've just checked the Igbo tribal mark. Igbo tribal mark is we even cover the whole of your face. It looks like a Bomosho tribal mark. I'm telling you.
No.
There's one here they call Ichi. There's one here they call them.
Mostly
that doesn't exist anymore. That doesn't exist anymore.
It's the 3 mark by their ears like this. 3 marks like this. At the top side, 3 marks like this.
Ajale Koko. Ajale Koko. The Igbos are from the Jew now. Why will they get tribal mark?
Forget about that. We're about to beat it back.
They have tribal mark.
They get tribal mark.
Almost everybody in Nigeria, they have tribal mark, different tribal mark. Some people have 3, some people have 4, some people have long one from their skull to their down chin. Everybody have tribal mark.
Those are Yoruba tribal marks now. Those were all
Anyway, let's ask Joel. We need to ask Joel of Nashville.
But what Igolo was saying is true. When riot start or something in the north, they don't know who is Igbo.
No, we're talking of Lagos now.
I know. I'll come to Lagos. They classify everybody as same. This
The
last
same
election,
thing in Lagos. Don't say Lagos, so they don't care.
we haven't saying
People
now.
don't care. They don't know the difference. And some people
This last
say they are
election.
not the difference. We say, oh, these people, they are always in solidarity
Okay,
with people.
I'm trying to. I've done some research. Let me see what I say here. They say Igbo tribal marks. Say tribal marks are not part of Igbo culture. Although some of them have scarification on their face, they have incision on their face, which are not really cultural, but maybe ritual to deter evil. They actually don't have tribal marks. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, no problem. This
well,
last election that happened now.
I don't know.
Wait, to just add to what you said, the tribal mark that mark they give to us is actually to deter evil. So that means me and Igbo, we have the same culture. We do it in every.
We do it here in Yoruba land. We do it in Yoruba land. Me,
exactly.
I have two around my ear. When I was growing up, they said when I was growing up, I used to be on the bed, and my wife said, my father said, okay, to the spirit that is making me to wee on the bed, now give me two on both sides.
Patoski, you need to do your research again. Eagles have tribal marks.
What is their tribal mark?
They have it.
What is it called?
Must it have a name?
Well, yes, every tribal mark has a name now.
It is based on your local belief. Now. It is based on your local belief. They give you this
every
mark.
tribal mark has a
Identity.
name now.
It's a local belief.
The
Do
genesis
you know
of
that?
tribal mark is because of intertribal war. So that's how what you use to separate
That's your identity card.
They have
Exactly.
Tribal marks start in a different stage and different varieties. During the slave trade, tribal mark was very, very, very essential.
Very essential.
Exactly. From like we Benin was not having tribal mark, but from during the slave trade, when slave was so hot, for not to touch a Benin person, Benin started giving all their people three tribal on their cheek. So when you see three tribal mark on the cheek, you leave the person go. So different people, different tribes started, but at different time, at different stages. But during the slave trade, it was much.
Exactly. But the one for Igbo and the South is just the same. Their food, our dance, our
when you
cultural
say South
dance.
just say Cross River because
No,
Edo is part of South and my own is different from Igbo. So when you talk of South, you are talking of different diverse people. Look at I'm from Edo. I'm completely diverse from you. Your food and my food are different.
Sorry, are you saying that a man from River State and Delta State is different from Igbo man?
Yes, now a man from Delta, a man from Edo, he said, do you know Edo is part of South?
Of course, I'm asking you
are
that
you
the man
that the man from Edo and the man from Akwa Ibom, are they the same?
The man in River State and the man in Delta State, are you saying it's different from the man in Bison?
It depends on where you're in Delta.
Depends on where you're talking now. So what I'm trying to let you do is that don't say South. Don't say we in South. When you say that, you're talking, referring to me. I'm not part of that.
Patrick, wait. In Delta State, Urobo and Nsoko are more aligned with Edo.
And
Ishekiri is more aligned with Edo and Yoruba. But the Aniocha North area is more allowed. I mean,
and you have to join Delta too.
So Ijo, they're kind of like on their own.
Yeah,
Ijo is separate. Ijo is too far. It's just totally different.
Ijo is separate. So that's why
you can't say they're like
South.
They're like South now. They're like Akwa Ibom now. Whereas they're in South. I am from Edo. I think
it's just Igilo. I think it's just Igilo because my friend is from Cross River. It doesn't buy it.
No, Igilo has boundary with the Igbos. Those people tends to be like that. Just like in Benin now, the boundaries with Ondo and
they're probably more Yoruba. They are not like that. I think it's only him. Ogoja people don't even want to pass people. Our friends there. I went to secondary school there now.
Anyway,
our friends who went to Merino in Ogoja.
Oh, look at you. That is
I can tell you everything about that place. They don't want to be identified as Igbo. Now you know where maybe one of your parents is Igbo. I don't know.
That is a political narrative. Forget about that.
Are you partly Igbo? Maybe your mom is Igbo or something.
I don't have to be, look.
No,
do you know
sorry to ask, it's a personal question actually, but
I
no
think
problem.
Patrick is right, because I know a lot of Igbo people. They don't want to. If you even mention Igbo around them, they'll be mad with you. Like
they'll be mad at you and tell you.
So
it's because
I'm surprised.
Yes.
The Igbos are not Igbos. Calabar, they never identify as Igbo right from day one.
No.
Anang, Efik, although they don't.
They don't
have to be Igbo, but we're talking about culture similarity.
What's the similarity in culture? Their food is different.
Does not make you same people.
My brother, which cultural similarity are you talking about? Their names are different.
The point we are trying to make is that nobody can identify me whether I'm from Calabar or I'm from Delta if there is a crisis in the north. Or in Lagos.
That's in Lagos. Right.
That is what we are saying.
And I agree with you. But in the South Side, they know you. In the South Side, they know you.
Exactly.
Let me tell you the reason why I know it's different. Sorry to cut you. Why I know it's different. When you say culture, you are talking of the names. Calabas, Rivers people and Igbo, they share the same name. Cross River people don't share the same name with Igbos like Rivers people do. Their diet is different. Their food is different. Their dressing is different. Their language is different. So what is the common culture you are talking about?
No,
Where there's different diet, different culture, different language, different dressing, different names, different.
That's what we've been saying this whole time. If he goes to Lagos, if he leaves that region, the south, the southeast, when he goes to the southwest, they lump them together in the same group. That's all.
I'm from south. They don't call me Omo Igbo. I am from south.
Patrick, you're Yoruba now.
Patrick, you are south Yoruba.
Whereas I'm from south. What piece is from south? They won't call him Omo Igbo.
You are south Yoruba. What can they call you Omo Igbo?
Patrick is south Yoruba.
It's a Kiri people.
But the Shekiri names are Yoruba like now. They are like
so Yoruba they won't call them Omo Igbo now. So when this guy says south, they won't look.
You are talking somebody will ask you, hey young man, where are you from? You announce, okay, I'm from Orobo. But men looking at you, how do you look? You look Igbo.
I don't look Igbo. You have not seen me. How does Igbo look?
Oh,
how do you even know an Igbo man when you are seeing them, when they don't have tribe map of their face? When you look at it, how do you identify somebody who's Igbo?
Let's see your face.
When you see some people, you go no say, I will give you my face now. When you see some people, see my face, do I look Omo Igbo?
Okay, I think I will leave you guys. So I'm going to work. Oh, this is 8 a.m.
Welcome, you're a new beginner. People will stay here for the next 4 hours. Don't worry, you leave at 8 a.m. Now people will stay more than that 8 a.m. till like 12 noon your time. They are still here. You come back, you meet us here.
I tell you, people stay long. People stay too long here.
But what is? Are you in the same time zone?
No, I'm ahead of you. I'm already 1 p.m. Today is what? Me, I don't even know date again. Today is
today's
Wednesday. I mean Wednesday 1 after 1.
Okay, yeah. Me, I'm in Tuesday 10. I think I'm the same time with them. Ajale Koko and
me and Thomas almost the same time. Thomas should be like after 2 or almost 3 o'clock. Sometimes depends on the region.
AM 309 in the afternoon.
309, right? Okay. That means you are in somewhere like Sydney or not Sydney.
Melbourne.
Okay, yeah, Melbourne.
So you are 3 p.m. Thomas.
Yes. 309 p.m. Yeah.
Thomas is
Wednesday.
Melbourne. The Sydney is 1 hour ahead of me.
So, Thomas, I've been waiting to meet you since, but I haven't. Welcome, sir.
I know.
We are at 10 p.m.
I was waiting to remind you that you said Obi will not win even a state, even 1 million votes. You are in Emeka and
but he finally lost the election now. What is the point of 10 million votes?
He lost. How did he lose? He was even dragging the numbers of states with Tinubu. That people will say he's going to win with landslide with 50 states. With alas, he was struggling with Obi with 11 states.
Igilo. If he got 10 million votes, he finally lost the election. That number is nonsense.
That election is not supposed to be because you win 12 states. I win 12 states. How do you win? 12 states with Obi.
Did he get 25 percentage? Did he get 25 percentage?
Thomas, Emeka, where are they? Even one man was saying Obi will not win anywhere. Who is he? How can he win Lagos? As if Lagos is like where is Lagos?
Obi go be there for Lagos without the amount.
Beat there for Lagos, beat there for Abuja, beat there for Port Harcourt,
with their rigging.
It's a shame on you.
With their rigging.
They didn't rig you. How can they rig you out of Lagos? If they rig you in a state where you are the governor, that means
with their rigging in Anambra. With their rigging in Anambra.
Patrick, Thomas, just like what happened to Shomole.
You are the one that said how many people are in Anambra. You are the one that said how many people are in Anambra.
Igilo, don't worry yourself. You don't win. You don't defeat them for Lagos.
Thank you, thank you.
All of them shock. All of them shock.
You shocked them.
Okay, they say,
Ajale Koko. Wait. I do acknowledge him.
Where are you?
I
did.
My
did
spreadsheet
acknowledge
was
him now
correct
that I
now.
tried.
Igilo, waiting do my spreadsheet. You correct.
You give Obi 1%, 2%.
I don't give her
You
1%.
can't get even a vote in Lagos State.
I
If
didn't
this
give
election has
1% in
went,
Lagos State now.
if this election has went free and fair,
But Igilo, at the end
yeah,
of the day, I
yeah.
talk say Peter Obi go lule. You know fi lule, he lule now.
Olula is not the problem because Tinubu, because
What is the problem?
Atiku has contested 4 times. There's no reason for there's no problem if you fail now.
Igilo, Tinubu, wait. Tinubu got 8 million point something. If Peter Obi got 8 million and remain 10 votes,
as a sitting government,
Tinubu still winning.
How can you get only 8 million votes as a sitting government? 8 million only. 95 million.
There is lower turnout. There is lower turnout.
Who caused it? Who caused it? All this and Solomon
talk. Not be your people. Not be your people.
No.
Fire talks everywhere.
No.
Are your people cause them now?
No.
Are your people cause them?
Three men twisting in the room. Three men twisting in the room.
Igilo, this matter is for court. Maybe not drag am. Maybe we wait until we go hear final judgment. But
do you know that this turnout that's the real people that really vote in Nigeria?
Exactly.
All those figures, Basanjo people used to bring million. Now fake. That time you used to have more voter in Akwa Ibom than you have in Ibadan. Ibadan is one of the largest cities in West Africa.
Patrick,
see,
the one
we
that
have
was
never been known.
The result that was the worst in the presidential election was that of Borno State.
Borno.
You know,
million.
Now Ghost the vote for Borno before.
They always record 1 million, almost 2 million votes there, but this time it's
I say states like Enugu State have more votes, million, than Oyo State.
But Patrick, some people are still crying till now that this election is not free and fair.
Thomas.
This is the real election.
We have never known the real voters in
all those registered voters. Some of them have fake registration. They need to go and review that register.
Wait, Oga Patrick, what if you hear me pass? They say 87 million PVC collected. So I was expecting like 60 million to 70 million.
You notice when they collect the PVC, they say they don't use that. They go drop out for inside.
Yeah.
Hunter come with this stiam. Because these are PVC. Those people had collected those PVC. They wanted to use it. They now saw that this thing would not be usable. They now went to dump it. And you know the funny thing? You know why they're asking for IRF? I saw some video of guys where they done the vote, and they have all those sheets that they used to sign. They were filling it. The only way they could upload that thing was if IRF was used.
Oh shit!
You understand? Because those guys, I saw one video where the guy said, "We don't already print 20,000 for presidency. We don't already," and they have those sheets that agents and people used to sign. They already fill those things, but there's no way they could upload them because INEC is not using the IRF. You see why Atiku was saying they must use IRF. They must use IRF because that's the only way they could have uploaded those results.
Damn.
So it could have been INEC could have been announcing something that they say is different from what is on IRF. Then they will say let's go with IRF.
I was thinking that election would take 3 days to count. 87 million people. I said, man, this election not.
Say we go tell.
The count not gonna be here.
People know 10,000 people is a lot of people now. 20,000, 100,000 is a lot. They say 1 million. By the time 1 million people will vote, we go spend with our own system that is not very efficient. We go spend 2 days until they vote.
Even with this 16 million turnout, it took them 3 days to announce.
Yes, now
3 days. Thank God
Obasanjo that time for your
thank God
for
the
Ogun
7
State.
million didn't vote.
Obasanjo had more
Kano,
voters than registered votes.
look, it looked
Voters.
like Kano people are different people in that country.
There are many.
More
There are many.
politically conscious than every other part of that country.
Yes.
Even
Okay,
within the
you
way
know
they
Kano has been ancient city. Actually, it has a lot of people. Like Lagos.
Yeah, we have more people in Lagos than them now. We just
I know, but Kano just
we
like
just
Lagos
don't
of the
care.
north.
We don't
They
care.
have a structure of mobilization. The social system has a structure of mobilization. Look at the way they were able to mobilize themselves to follow the ballots now to collation center. You can't do that in Lagos now. You want to come from my two, go Keja, you go die now.
They are more
But
committed.
the way the Kano people, they have a structure of mobilizing themselves, and their society lends itself to that.
Oga Patrick, the problem in Lagos are the middle class. Now only mouth and get to analyze on social media.
Which middle class go waka from my two?
Middle class get car. They get car. If they want to go and pay for my two, they will go there.
The kind of traffic there before you reach Ikeja,
Allah
they
is
will just
right.
declare
They
president.
just don't care. They just don't
They
care.
want to go and do something that is not necessary, they go get there. Election where they go to do for your street like this, where some people go to watch my African Magic. Now only for Facebook, Twitter, they get out. They feel analyze everything. On that election, they just ordinary banger. Outside do, then go sit down for house. As I know those people who vote in this last election that didn't even vote. So because I was saying the other time that if the middle class people if they voted for Soludo in 2019, honestly the result will be different. But when you leave that thing with all these I don't even want to be using Agbero again, maybe it's derogatory. When you use it when you leave this thing for some other people, they will just decide based on their emotions. You that are claiming to know the way things is supposed to be done, you see that at all. You don't do anything, or just to talk after an election. So to me, the only thing I like is that this new system, people can shout from now to tomorrow. It's still the best so far, at least since 1999. So if they can improve on it, like I said, maybe the next election you just bring the type of machine that immediately you slot the ballot in and start counting. So you don't need to count after. So when you count like this, everybody will see that thing. As a matter of fact, if you are voting there, you will be seeing that the vote is going up. So you'll be seeing everything. So at the end of that election, you don't even need to wait for a minute. You know the winner, you know the loser already.
Ogala, you know, so Ogala, you know, say now when the South want to become president now, and now you know, say the North go want demand for free and fair election, the best equipment. You know that?
No.
It's two things. You know, I don't know what Tinubu will do, but when people are afraid of Tinubu, you know, it's a guy that when he gets to that power, man, I think it would be hard to command that power from APC.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. Now the North is the opposition now, you understand? Not party anymore. The North is the opposition now. From Tinubu 10 now, the North wants to start fighting for power. Power will come to the North. You will see in the...
No, One Piece. There is no opposition. There is no opposition.
You hold on now. Relax. Calm down, Thomas. You understand what I try to say. Now,
no, don't tell me calm down. They said we should not use that word anymore.
Okay, no best. Hold on, please. Okay. Now,
Patrick,
yes, now let's be using. Hold on, please.
Yeah, Thomas, might make you understand. Now, if Tinubu run 4 years or you run 8 years, the power is going back to the North. You understand that now? So right now, North is like opposition right now that wants the power back, regardless which party. So from now on, they'll start protecting that mandate to come back to the North. They'll start putting instruments on ground that will make sure that they cannot ring it from them. Don't forget, if they not have opportunity to come back in 4 years' time, they will take it. There's no gentleman agreement about that. The only gentleman agreement that it comes to South. How long you stay in the South is remain how the South will play the politics. True or false?
I agree with you, but I expect a counterbalance. Do you know the counterbalance? The fraudulent census will be using this day. If we can just get a credible census to even know our real population.
You know, say Buhari won't carry out census before it come out from place.
I know trust Buhari and this
how you want to count
information.
200
I
million
don't trust
people?
Buhari.
You won't count 200 million in 2 months. You go
We
know
are
say
not
that
to 200 million. We are not to 200 million. This river don't show. This
I
river
know
don't
if
show.
we are up to 150 million, talk less of 200.
No, we are not
but
even to 150 million. Forget about
guys,
those.
here waiting at the talk. If Buhari count that thing before May, now 250 million we go be. So they suppose cancel that thing, make them not do am.
You'll be surprised that Buhari will count down and will go be 100 million.
So could that man can still do the population count, as he said? What structure do we have on the ground that can
used to count the
people? He's about to do it now. Don't you guys know that he wants to do census before?
Yeah, no. They already put that figure out there. It's 800 something billion naira, be something.
They don't go earmark money. They're supposed to cancel that thing. Otherwise, now nonsense then go count. And you know that census determine allocation.
Kulata, why is he doing it now? This 99.9 hour. That means he has one agenda. They want to carry out
Don't
there.
let us be reading meaning to everything now. The man was voted as president.
But why, Patrick? Why now? Why now?
Why do you
He
want
can
to
choose
do
to do it
census
now.
last minute?
Leave him. So
why?
Patrick, let me say something here. Sorry, let me say something here.
Wait, where on earth do you do the census after immediate elections? Have you heard that?
Where on earth did they say you should not do census after immediate elections?
Where you conduct census immediately after?
There's nothing that says you cannot do it now. So what kind of criteria is that one?
Oga Patrick, I agree with you.
Doesn't
But
make any sense.
Oga Patrick, take it like this. Sorry. Take it like this, Oga Patrick.
Where's the noise coming from?
Sorry, I was getting eyes.
Oga Patrick, you want eat right? You like food well. Oga Patrick, take it like this. If Buhari not do census now before he come out, know it. That is one of the things Tinubu would do to ambush the North, to remove those bulk numbers we are saying. If we do this census now, we do all this beaver nonsense, the numbers will drop in the North, not from the South. And they know that. So they are forcing Buhari to do it now. And if you do it now, you cannot do two census back to back. You have to wait another 10 years. So if Buhari do two census now, it will give more numbers of people in the North. That means not to get more allocations. Not to get more allocations and more people. So it will affect Tinubu. So if Tinubu can hold Buhari down now, not to do census, Tinubu will use that one to ambush them for his next year, for the next 4 years election, because he will do census that time. Reduce that number, bring out the actual numbers. Don't need to reduce it, bring out the actual numbers. We will see it like beavers that they're not up to like 30 million over there. Recite.
He cannot hold him down. He doesn't have such power. Very unfortunate.
No, if he got he weak. Oga Party say he cannot hold him that he doesn't have that power. They weak. You see all these governors and all these leaders you see. If they want to hold the president down, pin him down not to do something, they've demonstrated that they have their way. It's only when they are not interested. That is only when the president can get away with everything. So you see, when it comes to the matter of election, Buhari wanted to impose his candidate. They said no, and Buhari could not do anything. Okay, he even shared the currency. Look at the way they took the fight to him. What happened? They double up on Buhari. So if these guys really want to hold Buhari, they will hold Buhari. It's only where they are not interested. So to me, that census na LGBT. We don't need that census now. We don't need any census now. Leave the census and just go and retire.
But Ogala, when money is involved, our political leaders, they'll turn to animal. Because the money they're looking at, that's the problem. They are looking at the money. Look at how much. They say 800 something billion.
They want to spend part of it. They want to be part of it. They can't leave it for people to come and spend.
Now only the North, where they get internal displaced people, that you will still get the population will be more than a stable area, that the economy. You see, something you can't just add something so. You see the economic hub of Nigeria in Lagos, and you just say Kano is more than, I don't know. And people keep saying, oh, these people, they give birth to 10 people, all those stuff. But are you considering immigration? People are moving every day to Lagos.
Ola, let me ask you.
Kano people are more than Lagos people.
Wait.
That's not the question. How many people move to Kano daily? How many people move to Lagos daily?
Let me ask you like a question. Ola, how many local government do you have in Kano as opposed to the one you have in Lagos officially?
I don't know.
So they have close to 40 in Kano and they have about 20 in Lagos.
More than 40
officially.
Almost 50.
How did make it make sense? That's my point.
And 20
how can you have 40 in Kano? Then it's something that has similar numbers in Lagos have only 20 official.
It's just because
but Ola, hold on. Let me add this. Then you can have it together. We in the South, we are the one that japped you in that country.
It doesn't matter.
Northern gave back more than us.
People don't travel in the North.
Ola,
forget.
Ola,
we are the more. I said we are more japa. I don't say they don't japa.
Almost, it doesn't matter. Go and look at
it matters. When we japa, let me finish. Hold on. Let me wait. Patrick, wait. When we japa, it reduced the population of the South.
We are even
how many Northerners do you? Let me finish it now, please. How many Northerners have you met in America and where you are? How many Northerners have you met? In that America where you did, in that Canada where you did.
I've not met one.
No, they don't go to Europe. Go to Senegal. Go to Guinea. Go to Chad. Go to Dubai. Go to Malaysia. Go to Malaysia. Go to Malaysia.
I don't say, don't get me wrong. I don't say they don't travel. Don't get me wrong. But we travel more than them.
No,
we Southerners.
They cross the border.
Come on. No. I disagree with you now. You can't tell me no.
What is let me tell you something.
There are no travel rich Edo people for Nigeria.
Nobody will call that crown from us. Don't just go there.
That's not even the issue.
Are you not South? Are you not South?
What is Anola? Let me give you more information.
We are comparing Kano and Lagos now.
Let me give you more information about Kano. Ola, let me give you more information about Kano. Do you know that Kano is to the north, what Lagos is to the south? People from Borno, all those people you see in Kano, they are not from Kano. So they are from Borno, from Sokoto, from Bauchi. Kano is the city that all of them want to go.
Oga Patrick, I know Kano.
I wish there's a northerner here that would confirm that.
Oga Patrick, I know Kano. You understand? I may not know more than some people, but as a free tech in those days, I know Kano. The thing I'm still talking about is this: I can't reconcile. I can't still reconcile this figure. Lagos population, look at how Lagos population ballooned, although maybe wrong sensor. That's why they didn't get Lagos population right before.
How many landmass Lagos has? How many landmass Lagos has?
Thomas, let me land first. So that forget about landmass. How many cars we have in Lagos? Their transportation system alone will tell you about the volume of people in
it's the population density now that you are looking at. Concentration.
How many vehicles do we have in Kano compared to Lagos? Then what are we using the volume of cars in Lagos to do? So are you saying that people in Kano they don't need to be mobile?
They don't have look, an average person in Lagos, middle class, some of them have 2 cars. In Kano, a lot of people don't have cars.
Okay, let's even talk about the commercial cars. Let's even talk about the commercial cars. Let's talk about when they need.
Okay, look at Okada. Look at Okada.
See, you see people coming from the north every day come and drive Okada in Lagos. You see them keep coming to Lagos to come and Dagmaruwa. You see some of them coming to Lagos to come and be doing Bara. You see people coming to Lagos everywhere. As you see the middle class, you see the poor one, you see everyone moving to Lagos. At the end of the day, you are still saying population of Kano is still more than Lagos. Based on what activities?
As at last census, it was.
What you are saying, you are making sense. True. If you go to Benin now, all these Okada, Keke Maruwa is taken over by all these northern people. Even Uber
they are close to us.
Yeah, Uber. You're the one riding Uber.
Then go be those people who should be gate man. Then go be people from the north.
No, gate man. That's just Now in Benin, if you have a completed building, it's taken over by the Northerners.
Exactly.
Building.
So that's why I said Lagos versus.
So there are many in Benin now.
So it's not even Lagos versus Southwest now.
Thousands.
Now, wow.
There are thousands in Benin. You wake up like now. No, Patrick. No, say that time for Benin. If every morning you go there, call where they carry farmers go declare for bush. Now you don't see one Benin man or Igbo man where they go declare again. All now Northern Africa cutlass. You see thousands. If you throw coin, go up, no go reach ground.
Wow.
I will take 500 or 400.
Yeah, thank you. Please let's move the conversation there. Yes, Babati, do you have Babati, please?
Yes, sir.
Babati, in the fridge.
I'm here.
No,
Good
no,
evening.
Yes.
Good evening.
I wonder whether that part is the major term. You that part is major
Babati.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, who is big? Yeah, Peter Obi finally get to the court. So have you read the palaba for Peter Obi?
Yeah,
what did they fight for?
Yeah, on my way back home, I was listening to the conversation and contribution of Ogbeni, and I think he was going back and forth with Kulata, and they broke it down, and I really enjoyed the conversation between both of them. What I would just say to Obi is, I think I was hoping that Obi was going to be, for the first time in a long time, in the past 8 years, what PDP chose not to be. That is a credible opposition to the government that can challenge the government. And that was what I thought it was going to be, become like a credible opposition to a Tinubu administration, because we need that. We need him to be that. But the route is going right now, I think it's losing credibility. It's going to lose the court. It's going to lose clearly. I don't see where it wins.
No. They said they are going to get their mandates back.
No, forget what they're saying. I'm just saying, for the sake of Nigeria, don't you want a credible opposition to government? Even though I want Tinubu to do well, you want somebody that can hold their feet to the fire. So what is doing, the more he persists with this nonsense, the less credible it becomes when he eventually starts to speak against the government, because he will do that eventually about policies and whatever and whatnot. He will do that. But the case itself, like Ogbeni was saying, I think the Shetima angle is where will be a source of concern for a Tinubu mandate, because of that. I believe he was running for the Senate, and maybe he didn't withdraw.
Yes, a double dip. Yeah.
So that would be there should be a sort of concern for them in court. But there are cases where we've seen that before, and the courts have ruled in favor of the individual that had that double mandate, as you put Thomas. So that would be an area for them to be worried. But the case itself, I feel it's rushed. I don't think it's going to. The courts will probably throw it out. But you are number 3. And because what this reminds me, and I'm sure everybody will share a similar viewpoint, it reminds me of that Hope Uzodinma thing, where you come from number 3 or number 4, hoping to be number 1. So, because I think that's what he's hoping for, unless he wants them to cancel the election outright, like just cancel the whole thing. And
do you think that will happen?
Never
cancel the elections.
Never say never, because if he challenges areas where
Babati, it reminds me, please, sorry for cutting you. That surprise, though, I still wait for that your surprise, that your magic one. Wait till you say surprise they come.
No. Thomas, wait now.
So that your surprise, I think they wait for that.
Let's keep that private for now. Don't bust speaker. Let's keep that private. Let's keep that private for the sake.
But you said it openly now.
Don't worry. Forget what I said.
Go on. Yeah.
But I feel like it's just. It's not even OB that I'm even worried about. Is where this is taking the country. Guys, I have to be honest with you. I don't think Nigeria will ever recover from this division. I don't think we will ever recover from this because it's so bad. Because when you now hear Igbo MPs in the House of Parliament bringing this issue up, I've heard some idiots in Georgia. I think Kay lives in Georgia. I've heard some idiots in Georgia that are Igbo writing the governor of Georgia to question the election because MC Oluomo's daughter or son lives in Georgia.
Babati, let me shock you. People are beginning to chase Igbo out of their shop in the southeast, in the southwest.
Really? Wow.
Yes. Now
the entire southwest. Entire southwest.
Yes, southwest. From their shops, from their home, giving them quick notice.
Elections have consequences. Wars have consequences. When you support a candidate, when you do things, that's one of the concerns I have with my brothers from the southeast. They leap before they jump, or how they even say it. They put their head in one basket without thinking of the consequences of their actions. And here we go again. You've seen that from the Civil War up till now. You just make this decision based on impulse, no rational thought behind things, without thinking down the road what the consequence of those actions will be. Now, if the Southwest, the only part of Nigeria that is even willing to tolerate you, trust me, nobody else likes you. The only people that actually tolerate you, now they've even had enough. So I don't know where you go from there. If what K. Thomas is saying is true, I don't know where they go from here, because your only friend in Nigeria, you have now pissed out them off. So they have to sit down and reevaluate their own political strategy. Whatever you've been doing for the last 40, 50 years has not been working. You must learn to play with everybody else. This Inzobu and Baye thing is not going to work like Soludo told you guys. Once you live in a multicultural, multi-ethnic society. It's not about doing what is right or doing what is wrong. It's about doing what is necessary, even if it's wrong. You must be willing to do what is necessary to win. It's not about right or wrong. This is politics. And if what Thomas is saying is, it's heartbreaking to hear that people that
oh no, Babati, it brokens my heart.
But
that is a big division right there. People chasing the southeast from their shop from the southwest because of Lagos no man's land. Even it's not in Lagos, so in inland, in Ondo.
How many cases of that?
Yes, no.
How many?
But it's not. Forget the number of cases.
How many cases of that?
No. It's the way it's perceived out there. That's the problem. It sticks in the minds of people for a long period of time. Because now
we're not very factor on what we are saying.
I'm not sure about that story. I'm not sure about that.
Everywhere in Yoruba now, they are giving them.
I don't say about Jale Koko, not everywhere. But one man attests to one now in Ondo State.
Does that one represent everybody?
I've heard another one Jale Koko. I don't think maybe you are on internet.
No, hold on.
I saw a couple of them.
What?
We are going to chase them away. I'm only one that know.
Okay, Thomas. Let's not do a number. This is my bigger point. The schism or the damage, the division that we are going through, we've not seen this one since the Civil War or something close to that. I'm about to be honest with you. I don't think the country will recover because
we heal.
Even Tinubu coming, let's say Obi loses in the courts. If Tinubu thinks he's going to now wrap his hand around Obi and say, okay, let's come together, whatever, it's not going to happen. The job of the guy is to frustrate you for the next 4 years. And it's going to be a bitter, religious
experience.
It's going to go all the way. You think this one is bad during the election? It's going to use those churches are going to be preaching daily against Tinubu. It's going to be some divine mission against the government, if Muslim government. And ethnic division is going to be across the place because of one man. So that's my point. I worry for the country that the division we have right now is just out of control. That even if the person there wants to do the right thing, Tinubu, that is the president now, I worry that division is so we are long gone in even solving that. and we might never recover as a country if care is not taken. I worry for the future of the country.
But Babati, we forget so soon now. We'll move on, isn't it?
No, this one, bro. I have Igbo friends that I grew up with in Egba that speak Yoruba. We're not speaking right now. Ingos is not talking to me. I'm telling you I'm telling you. Ingos is not talking to me.
Because of what?
Because of Obi.
Because you don't support Peter Obi.
You think I'm not this? I'm telling you what even I know that I'm offending myself. Yeah, we know. They're like, oh, what do you mean? You guys don't like us in Nigeria? I'm like, Ingos, you speak Yoruba now. Some Igbo you just Igbo by name only. Even the one that she's Igbo, but she speaks Yoruba. We're having issues with this Obi stuff. So even for me, I'm even going through right now. So I'm telling you, you guys think it's some minimal. You've been dismissive of what I'm telling you. This thing cuts deep. It cuts deep into these folks. And like I'm telling you, in Georgia, they are mobilizing to write. I think they wrote to the governor of Georgia to maybe go. They petition the government of America to ban MC Oluomo from coming to Georgia because he has a couple of houses over there.
They've showed the pictures of MC Oluomo houses. It was posted online.
The what now?
Cool.
Yeah, in Georgia, right? Why are you? I mean, why are we going that far? Because she lost an election. People are not saying that their passport online. Really? Because Obi lost an election? It's in the passport online? For what?
That one, maybe it's tearing the old passport.
It's a matter, even if it's original. That is treasonous. You can
actually. Babati.
Obi did not hear his own passport. Look at how foolish people can be.
I tell you. You.
Obi is still carrying his own passport.
Obi is still carrying his own passport, too. Did Obi has dual citizen? Did Obi has dual citizen?
I don't think so.
So those kind of reaction is what bothers me. Like, if you don't win an election, do better.
No, apart from that, did you see? I don't know if it's true because there's many fake news out there in social media. I hardly believe what I see. But I see something statement made by Sanusi, former Emir of Kano. Have you come across on the media space?
Of what again?
What did he posted?
He was saying that he said before, he was telling that he has told the Southeastern brother that the Northerners is not their problem. That after the election, they will know who truly their problem. He just said it like that. That is
who said that?
Sanusi on one of this thing.
The former CBN.
Emir Kano,
CBN governor, yeah.
So who's their problem? Who is it saying that?
No, now you guys are speaking on parables now. You're supposed to put one or two together.
Okay, I get you. But what piece? You get my point. The only friend they have in Nigeria is the Southwest, and they're fighting that one. Your only friend that you have left, though,
is you that sit like that.
No. I'm telling you. I mean, and that's a problem. Self-awareness is very important. You must be self-aware of where you are. If people don't like it for some reason, what are you doing wrong? You see what I'm saying?
I get you.
Some part of you is pissing people off. Anywhere you go, this kind of attitude pisses people off. So tell yourself, what are you doing wrong? It's not about tribalism all the time. Something about you is pissing people off. Fix that. Adjust that. That's the problem they're having. Now, your last friend in Nigeria, you have pissed those ones off. So where do you go from now? In the next 4 years, you will think that if Peter Obi comes out, they'll be waiting for him. I'm telling you. In next forget this one that they had now. Next 4 years, when it comes out, they know, okay, this is your game. They'll be waiting for now. It'll be worse. So that's what I worry about them. I want them to win. Trust me. I believe everybody wants to have an Igbo president. Trust me. I want to have
Babati, sorry. I don't know, maybe if you watch Dr. Damage's show often, if you see the cost on people, their generation will die. Sometimes I'll just think, Is these people thinking? And do they have brains?
Oga Thomas.
Because of an election.
Why tough in the brain? Ìbẹ́yìn tẹ́ ń lọ síbẹ̀ lọ ń ṣépè fún wọn.
No, Ajale Koko, you know where I...
Thomas, let me tell you how I deal with people like that. See, exactly what you said yesterday, so some people, they send video of people raiding courses. And I said, the person raiding courses, as far as I'm concerned, that's a bad attitude. She has not provided any solution as far as I'm concerned. She was expecting his own candidate to win. Who told you that others agree with you? So you have to do something for your candidate to win. So you don't curse people for their choices. You know what people told me? They said I was supporting bad thing. And I push it to them that, tell me one elections in Nigeria, apart from June 12, 1993, that Togri was never the theme of the day. And all of a sudden now you don't Togri. It's just because you are, in fact, if you see the way all of them descended on me, I said, nice one. Tell me, now the thing is this, can you please tell me the difference between their own action and the lady that is saying that they are forcing to talk on them? Because you are intellectually, you want to force me to support your own idea. That's intellectual toggery. You respect my own space. The only difference between you and the guy that at the police station chasing people away is that you are doing your intellectually condemning me for supporting my own. See, nobody owes your candidate anything. If you want your candidate to win, go and work better. Stop cursing people because they didn't vote for your candidate. The people that didn't vote for your candidate, they may see better than you that you're unnecessarily agitated.
You know about politics, right? You have experience. You watch it for a long time, and you know it's a game of interest, right?
Exactly.
So it's not about doing what is right or what is okay or what is humanly, that humane nature or nice. No, it's about doing what is needed, even if it's wrong.
It's needed, exactly.
You must be part of the system to change the system. Get in there first, then change it the way you want it to. You cannot be too frontal. You cannot be too honest. They are too honest about what they want, and that is a problem in Nigeria. You must play the game the way it's played first. When you not get there, then change what you want. So, but this being open about what you want is not going to work. And they want a perfect scenario where it is given to them. It's never going to happen. If you're coming from the southeast, right, you must appeal to the interest of a Yoruba person, to the Takpa, to the Hausa, to the Fulani. You must appeal to them, not the other way. You want their votes. That is the way it works.
Babati, that's where they miss it. Okay, look at Tinubu they are talking about now. This guy started for a very long time. The same way Abiola that won, that he said they went to go and get one kangaroo court injunction to stop. These people, they work for a very long time for this ambition. And when they are now winning, all of a sudden you started crying. It doesn't work that way. And Obi that never until because of that opportunity, or Obi does jump at the opportunity, not that he worked for that thing for a very long time. And he now lost now, and people are now shouting. You don't expect instantaneous reaction for you to win election.
Ola, but let me ask you, what do they do to any Southeasterner, a major politician that even attempts to reach out to the North?
They try to kill their voices.
They label them as Okura Usa, whatever. They cannot just destroy them. So look at that's a problem. You must build your own. If you are going to the North, if you don't value your own, they won't respect that person in the North. That's a culture. Right. If you don't have that gravitas in your own tribe, when you now campaign from to that tribe, they will not respect you because they know people don't like you as much.
Not long ago, you call Nigeria a zoo, and all of a sudden you don't want animal to rule. And you see all these things. There's a way that is escalate, and people have that in their memory. Yeah, why people from your ethnic group will agree with you, other people they don't forget easily like that. It will take time for them to get through. So all those things, if you want to become the president of that country, start working towards it. Start working towards it.
But Ola, do you know what? It took what? Tinubu, it took him from 07, right? Because I read that article about
not 07. That man has been with
no. This guy from Ogun, former governor of Ogun, Oshoba, said it was 07 that they asked Tinubu to run. That was when he started preparing to run for office. 07 officially. I mean that no. I mean
officially. Because he has been with PDM, that's what I was even.
But before that, I'm sure he had. But when they said, "Guy, we need you to run," so 07 he's been running. So
and when he realized the coast was not clear, he didn't trouble himself.
Right.
He kept waiting.
He
kept waiting for the right time.
So my question to my brothers and sisters is this: I'm not sure that Obi is your best bet. Find somebody else. He is too toxic. I know he got votes, trust me, but in my opinion, else.
Babati, sorry, let me say this.
Yeah.
If, like for me, the way I feel or the way we've been doing things, we know you, will take you the way you are. You understand? If the Southeasterners choose to run their politics like that all the time, politics of entitlement, and for a long time, people that have concerns for them tell them they have to reach out, build bridges, and all that, and they seem to keep doing that. That's their political error. But the mistake we are making is for we not to accept them and manage them the way they are. Now, let me say this election. I'll blame both sides.
Really?
Hold on now.
You have to manage them.
Easy now. See, you have that one friend that talks anyhow. Every friends, we all have that. But when we're in a gathering, we know how. When he says some certain things, we don't take it serious. We just sometimes we avoid the way we talk so that he will not get involved in the discussion. You understand? Because we already know the kind of person. You understand her? So that's how these people are, and I'll say all of them with the politics of Nigeria. Now I blame the both sides. Let's take it like this. There are Igbos, a lot of Igbos in Kano. We've not heard of this. No, you know, it cut deeper. If somebody else say you are stupid, then your cousin tell you are stupid. You know what happened in Lagos? They will take it more than what happened to them. Same thing happened in the East. They beat some people, don't vote. These people won't take it much like that. They'll take it like it's okay, it's their own. But when you tell them in the North, don't come to the market, you saw it now. Everybody will come out. Hey, they don't like us. It's always cut deeper. What happened in Lagos was not new. They did worse in Port Harcourt. Do you hear any cry from Port Harcourt? Because they see themselves like almost same. But because it's not a different terrain, they take it personal. And that's where I blame S.E. Oluomo that was so frontal. If S.E. Oluomo didn't make that announcement and people did go out and make that announcement, names don't come out. If they have said, if you're not voting APC, don't come out. Once Richard started crying their president, people will come out and say, it's not only you that was there.
But War Peace. I'm sorry. Sometimes we often react to the reaction, but we forget the action. There will not be reaction when there is no action. So action brings reaction.
Yes, that I agree.
I know what Odumeje did is very wrong. It's very pathetic. But the action bring reaction.
Thomas, before I forget, let me just push back on what P said. He said it's like we don't accommodate them, and he said you're supposed to be
accommodate.
Okay. But okay, to understand that. But let me ask you this. You know that is interest of you from Benin. That is the way you see it. Now multiply that by in 100 folds in Nigeria. My point is this: there are various interest groups in Nigeria that goes beyond the way you feel about what you just said right now. So you feel like, oh, on both sides we should see this, right? But trust me, there are about 10,000 people that feel differently about it, and that's my point. And if you're running for office, you have to be cognizant and aware of the way they feel about the way you behave. They don't have to see it the way you see it. You are the one that won their vote, not the other way around. You have to play their own game, not the other way around. So if you want somebody, look at what Tinubu was doing. Remember when they had the issue in when they killed the daughter of Pafashonotia? The guy found a way to dance around it, not because he does not know what to say, but because he knows if he sees anything, it would kind of reduce his chances of winning enough. He had to play the game to get there. And when he gets into office, then he can make those changes because now he has the power. You must fight for the power first. Get the power, then make the change. Don't be too frontal about what you want. Play the game first, the way it's played. When you get into office, then you can change the system into what you can terraform into whatever you want. But this culture of being too blunt, being too frontal about your needs and wants, does not work in a multicultural country that has various different interests.
Sorry, I support what you're saying. That's what I just said. When people still keep playing politics of entitlement, that will always be their undoing. Just like what happened in those states recently. When Oshomole won Senate, he was very happy and he started campaigning that we will impeach Obaseki. At least win the gubernatorial first before you start saying impeach. We will impeach him, we will impeach him. It was everywhere on social media. What happened? Obaseki have to go on defense mode. The area the PDP not supposed to win. Even Oshomole was on the stream that crying, they are ringing me my own polling unit. They're like, are you that said that you are the godfather of Benin politics? How can you not come out and say they are ringing your own polling unit? Yeah, that portrays what you were saying. They are very frontal. Anybody that is so frontal in politics or in business, you are bound to hit a rock or whatever because people will not know your plans. At least keep your plans very close. That's their problem that we know right from
even at that, we can say Tinubu too is frontal, the different way. Now, when you want to play politics of entitlement, you must have something you've done. Okay, if I've done good to Babati and War Peace, if tomorrow, if I ask you for favor, we always remember that this guy is good, right? Now, when Buhari tried to get to that position of power, that he could not get to that place, what happened? The like of Tinubu, they gang up together to push Jonathan away, to now install Buhari. Now, knowing that when it is about the turn of Tinubu, it's actually expecting the northern part of the country to support him. But now, when our guys our brother from the east, when they played their own politics, they supported Jonathan heavily. Unfortunately, Jonathan lost, right? So the point now is that when Obi just suddenly came from nowhere, what exactly was he supposed to reference? So when you show entitlement based on what? Is it? I know that, okay, you have the backing of the NSAS group and the youth that you could just even bring to yourself. But nobody can tell what you've done. Wike now is proving entitlement. You can't fault Wike because when Atiku ran to Dubai, it was Wike that kept funding PDP. And he has always been consistent. So he can say, okay, I'm the one sustaining this party. You can beat your chest. Now, but when you go to Obi, what exactly is this guy doing? You know, when someone was trying to compare Obi and some politicians, you know, in Brazil and other part of the world, I was one of those people that said, okay, look, that Brazilian guy you are talking about, he made attempt first time, he lost. The second time he made attempt, he got a seat in the Congress. What did he do? He started building alliance for almost 16 years for him to come back and become the president or maybe prime minister, whatever they call it in Brazil. So what alliance as this guy has to be built over the period of time. So our brother there, what type of alliance have they managed to build? So if you've not built anything and you are expecting some kind of entitlement, to who? It's just like a parent that will not sponsor his children to school, and all of a sudden in the future you are now expecting them now to come and serve you and help you out. How? Because the connection is not there. So when you say you are entitled, you are entitled. Where do you belong to? Where do you belong to? You must choose what do you want. You want Biafra or you want Nigeria. Choose one. So that's exactly what happened. Because most people that are suddenly switched and started supporting Obi, they wanted Biafra. You will see Yoruba is the agitator. I'm sure they are not behind Tinubu. Without another part of the country, Tinubu will not have won. If it were to be Yoruba alone, Tinubu will become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria today, or let's say president-elect. So to me, those are the type of alliance. You have to build alliance before you start saying you are entitled. But you do it. It's someone that you didn't plant it, you didn't plant seed, and you expect harvest. I don't think it's going to happen. That's my understanding of that situation. So when Soludo was saying the truth, they were asking Soludo to shut up. You have to do the right thing. And you know one funny thing? Our Eastern people, they used to do this thing better than Yoruba before. You know, it was Awolowo that was even doing things wrong with that time, because it was doing some kind of purity. You didn't want to form some kind of alliance with some people. And our Eastern brethren, they did it very well under the First Republic, the Second Republic. You know, so at least Ekweme was still the vice president up to 1993. Maybe he could have become the president afterward, if not because of Buhari intervention. They were playing the politics very well, but since 1999, they've been playing it wrongly. That's why the problem is, because the alliance they used to have with the northern part of the country before, it just switched over. It's now Yoruba now that is now having alliance with the northern people. To me, if the situation is not falling through, I still believe that we need to sit down in that country. We may think everything is okay now. I don't think everything is okay. It depends on what Tinubu does going forward. If Tinubu can just find a way to do some kind of reform, because there's nothing wrong if an Edo man becomes the president of the country tomorrow, Urobo man or whosoever, anybody, irrespective of whether you come from a quote, the major ethnic group or whatever you want to call the other ethnic group. If you have the right structure, if you have the right
but Ola, it seems we are sharing it from Yoruba and Hausa from now, from 1990 now.
It shouldn't be like that, because that thing is over in the long time. It's going to cause.
Let me ask you a question. Be honest with me. Be honest with everybody on this platform. Tinubu obviously will run for re-election in 2027, right? Right.
I expect him to do so.
Right. And the way we have right now, you're going to have an able candidate run again in the next 4 years. Most likely Peter Obi. Does he have a chance?
You see,
you see what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying.
If Tinubu puts the election, the country right in the right position, even the Igbo people, even some of those people that are against him today, I bet you they will support this. They will support Tinubu in 2009.
That's what I'm saying. No. I'm saying that because we've said that they play politics the same way and it's not been working, and I'm saying that in the next 4 years they will do the same thing again, even though it's not going to work.
Ola Babati, I want you to answer this. Put yourself in the shoes of the Southeasterner now. Forget you are a Yoruba man.
Right.
You are a Southeasterner now. How do you feel how Nigerians, the electoral, the owners of Nigeria or Nigeria take them? It's as if they don't want to give them chance.
It's not about
if I'm a Southeasterner, I will be very bitter, because I know even when I was there, I was very bitter. And see, what I'm saying is this: the arrangement that is in Nigeria today, don't let us deceive ourselves. It's not the right, it's not the good thing. We have to find a better way. And that was why I was saying there yesterday that, first of all, we have to make that Abuja unattractive, first of all. If we can make the state and the region stronger, that they will be the one to be taking care of the people, that whatever they will do in Abuja, it just be foreign policy, anything, maybe all this, our passport and all those things. If we reduce the function there, people may even Fulani is there, the South may not care as long as we're
now nobody will care about Abuja anymore. Nobody will care about Abuja. Will just be your
exactly. So
I think that agitation is still a big obstacle to the Southeasterner. Let's be honest to ourselves.
Thomas, remember when I said
let's be honest. It pains me.
Thomas,
pains me.
Thomas, wait. the smart political means that they should have done was to vote for Atiku. That would have been the best path to presidency. Atiku was right. Their best bet to presidency would have been voting for Atiku, being the VP. It should have P2B. Let's say P2B again. That would have been the best path to presidency in the next maybe 8 to 10 years. That would have been it. But now that you have Tinubu running now, it's going to be there for 8 years. And after that, guess what? They did not win their power back.
No, but Babati, even Atiku getting to that place, because we are talking of AC, Yoruba nation will start.
I'm saying have a shot. I'm saying have a shot. A better chance.
Yeah, I understand your hypothesis there. You understand? But don't forget, all of a sudden, you understand, Tinubu and Tinubu gang you are seeing today, they may just suddenly become pro-Yoruba nation immediately. And all those things may be what Atiku or whoever will battle till the next time. The time you are even thinking that the South we have a shot at that thing, you understand? It may not be okay since these Yoruba people, they are too loud. You understand? All those, okay, let us even use this thing to pacify them again. You see, Atiku is not even someone that you can even rely upon. Forget. You see, the best bet is this. If when Tinubu gets to that place, we need to find a way to make sure that this thing that everybody wants in that Abuja, let's remove that. Let's make everybody feel at home. See, like I said, I am just fortunate to be a Yoruba man. That's why I can, you know, even at that, you know, I never supported Tinubu until when there were now 3 people. Even not as if I'm supporting, to be very factual. I'm even supporting the analytics behind it, because we have to tell us the truth. Among these 3 people, who is that person who among them has the brightest? You know, I had the brightest chance to win it. So happen to be Tinubu. You understand? So, but we can't continue with this system, because now Igbo people now, they'll be unhappy for the next 4 years, except Tinubu does something very significant and very unusual to bring everybody on board. And maybe from 2027, anybody, whether you be BP or you are PO, whatever you are, that you can just rise and become the president of the country if you are the most competent. But that thing they are rushing to in Abuja, because what they are going to, because the Nigerian president is the most powerful. You want to control all the items in the on the exclusive list. You want to control the natural resources, everything. No, if you take this thing away from them, for example, I can tell you something now. In Canada, the premier of Alberta, where I stay, some of us sometimes we don't even care about Trudeau. We don't care about Trudeau. It's only when they are talking of interest rate and all those type of policy that people start talking. But when you talk, we suddenly remember that that should even be the governor of the Bank of Canada, not Trudeau. So everybody, we either focus on our mayor or we focus on our premier in the region. So if we have this thing in place, I think all this Atiku, everybody that want to kill themselves because they want to become the president of the country, they may have everything. They go to their region. So everybody, irrespective, we have to find a way that there's no way, we are not going to be using the ethnic numerical advantage against even those people that, because if you go this way, some people till the end of this world, some ethnic group will never have chance of becoming the president of that country. And you see, that means you still leave some people unhappy. So we have to find a way. Like Goodluck Jonathan, for example, became the president by chance. If not because of what happened to Jonathan, to Yar'Adua, no way Jonathan would have become the president of that country. Even after the 8th year of Yar'Adua, people will still not see him as the right person to go. Just because they will be looking at who is this in German, you know. So to me, I think we have to do something about that structure. If we think this agitation will stop, we are deceiving ourselves. It won't stop. So Tinubu needs
but do you see that? Do you feel like Tinubu has the numbers in the House and the Senate to pass legislation advocating for a sovereign national conference that would trigger what you want. That is a regional government, because that would be the path, right?
No, Babati. I'm not. You see that sovereign national something? No. I'm not.
I mean, that would be the path to a complete, unless you want it to be like target specific some policies as opposed to just going entirely nuclear on that.
Because when you are saying sovereign national conference, because we see the way some lawyers define this thing, you're already telling the president to now his mandate to suspend his mandates and give it to some people to run on behalf. See, during that, if you do sovereign national conference and you suspend that constitution while you are doing that, the military could come into the background. Don't do that. You can do some conference in parallel and let all the ethnic group agree.
Okay. I mean where they do it, but they now bring it to the House to ratify it, and certify whatever, or take part of it to incorporate into the constitution of the country. But
honestly,
I don't know how much of it will be very visible, because once you get into office, that power changes you. When you have that much power, then you don't want to give it up.
If you asked me how to go about it, see, we can still do with this our 1999 constitution. So let's forget about this extreme or going into extreme of saying no, let's suspend the constitution. See, if we can successfully, this American constitution we are talking about, some people, some elites sat down and made the constitution for them. Even the one we inherited from the British, it is very easy to say, people send people there. Some people still sat down and agree with the British.
But they always come up with amendments, is my point. How many amendments do we need to fix it?
Alteration, because like the one they did recently, now they call it alteration, not amendment. Alteration. So now, what you see, like this is my belief. Resources of the indigenous people. Some people sat down to capture the resources. If you have a work around these resources and you allow the indigenous people to use their resources and agree to contribute to the center, maybe in code. I'm not saying for certainty that would be the best way to go. Maybe if you have a work around that, South to control your resources, so Igbo people control your resources, so when you manufacture your car, whatever, you will just be contributing certain amount to Abuja. See, if you agree in such a way that you don't use this kangaroo population to now carry resources from south to carry to the north, or see, if everybody, if you eat what you work for, and you just contribute to maintain our unity, so that we can channel the same goal. Maybe people will be pacified.
Let's just break that down, because that was very difficult. Remember, even the VAT. Remember the issue they had, even to let Lagos or Rivers keep their money for VAT. It's still in court. And they were complaining that even the VAT money, that they should help them, that we are our brother's keeper, we need that money to even survive. So I don't know if we're going to put a time limit to say, let's say in the next 10 years, then we can change it. You cannot just cost up immediately now.
No, Babati. See, the problem we have with that country is not every region is blessed with resources. Even when you look at the resources in the north, when you look at the resources in the north, they are even more valuable than the oil you have in the south. That's just it. If you listen to what Mustafa said, when he mentioned some resources you find in the north, that people are mining illegally in the same north you are talking about. If Nigeria focus on that resources, they will generate more than crude oil they have in the south. But who are those people mining all those things? The elites there. See, if you listen to me from the day when I arrived at this place, this idea that some region will suffer, some say is a lie, to be honest. Look at the First Republic. Even when all these natural resources were not there, look at the northern part of the country. When you talk of cotton, when you talk of some kind of some crops, granite, a lot of things they were making it. So the only thing is that you leave base your resources. But immediately oil came to that place, it now became the elite game. The elite were now the one taking advantage at the expense of the people. Now, look at illegal mining going on in Zamfara that is contributing to the banditry in the north. So it's not as if these resources are not there. But who are those people behind the resources? So if you ask the north to take care of resources today, it doesn't mean the South will be richer than them. But the problem is some elites want to sit on that resources while they keep using the resources in the South to divert your attention. At least El-Rufai is Mustafa is from the north, and that guy, irrespective of his past, if you cross-check what that man is saying, he's telling the truth about the resources we have. So to me, that is what we need to. If we can find a way, to allow those regions to use the resources, let the owner of the oil go for his oil and contribute to the center. Let the owner of uranium, whatever they find in the north, let them use. Let the owner of the resources in the Igbo land, let them use the resources. Now, even someone suggested, brought an idea that instead of all this bicameral we have, why can't we have something like vice president each from each region, and those people will form Senate? Now, if you have every geopolitical region that have one person, so when they want to have some kind of critical decision, the north can easily balance this out. From there, you can engage everyone. So maybe the rotational presidency we are talking about, maybe you start rotating among the vice president you bring from each region. If you have that kind of thing interest within our constitution, but make sure you make that role of their presidency, make it less powerful. Make it less powerful so that people will not just be on each other jugular just because they want to become the president. But you have the region will be the one that will be controlling more power. While the one at the center will be representing our unity. So maybe if you have such structure, maybe the country will move forward. But as it sits today, because people love power, they want to control the military, they want to control the mineral resources, they want to control everything. That is why you see people going there. But any day you reduce that power, even if the problem is not completely solved, I think the problems will be reduced. That's just my opinion about that. So to me, they are still joking, honestly.
I don't think we have is Rosie though. I don't think we have Rosie. She doesn't keep quiet like that. Rosie, I don't think we have Rosie. Babati, what? Do you have any news that caught your attention?
Well, I mean, the one you brought up, it's just the schism is what we just. I mean, I've not really followed Nigerian news today, really. It's just the whole court case will be going to court. I don't know. Did you guys discuss anything?
What are you envisaging about the court, about this tribunal? Are they going to throw it, or they going to accept his what they call it? Then they will take up the case, because for now I think they have to assess the allegation first before they can adjudicate the case. So what do you think is going to happen?
To be honest with you, I'm not going to be dismissive of his case. There are parts of his lawsuit that the APC needs to be careful. Like I mentioned earlier, the whole Shetima.
The Shetima thing. Well, they know better, isn't it?
Right.
They know better.
They do. I hope they're well prepared. But also, I don't know. I've not heard enough about the shadow cabinet or who Tinubu is bringing up for various positions. That's also because at this time we need to start talking about the capacity and the caliber of talent or individuals that is going to be bringing into his own government, because that would tell me.
But you trust Tinubu now. You trust Tinubu now. He has done it in the past.
But that is the state level where you have that control.
But that doesn't mean he can't do it nationally.
I hope so.
Fashola is there. Aregbesola is there. Ambode is there. Sanwo-Olu is there. They have. Sanwo-Olu is going for governor second term. They have plenty of them out there.
Yeah, I mean that. So and also this solving this problem of trying to form a government of national unity, how it's going to go about it is something I look forward to.
No, I don't agree to that. You don't eat where you don't work for. I don't agree to that.
Not in terms of appeasing people with posts. No, you might not give them posts, but a government of inclusion in policies, and that's what I mean. Not necessarily just giving people posts from a region. I don't care about that. But making them feel like they're part of the country, even though one of their sons lost elections. So
all those government of unity or if inclusiveness is already in the APC manifesto, because when you say you are going to build industrial cluster in each of the geopolitical zone, so if you do that alone, what's the industrial cluster going to do? It's going to provide job, right? So once you start doing that, okay, maybe you look at Igoland, okay, you know that Inosi is doing very well. You look at some of the manufacturer, you have some kind of agreement with them. When you want to build that industrial cluster, you see, if you do that and you truly provide power to generate all those stuff, see, some of these noises will die down a little bit.
Ola, please. You know this port, not the day, because I've heard Igbo people tell me that there's a conspiracy between Igbo, also between Yorubas and Fulanis to not give them a port in their area. And I've given these guys research papers and studies telling them the reason why you don't have ports close to you. Dredging itself is going to cost close to $3 billion. That's what Amiti said. So, and the kind of ships that are bringing in now, they want deep sea ports. Now, government is not going to come up with $3 billion. That means you need foreign investors. Can you find foreigners that want to invest $2.5 billion in the Southeast port right now? You're not gonna find anybody. So it's not commercially viable. Logistically, the ocean, the area, the water is too narrow. So there's no conspiracy somewhere to deprive them of this port. I keep hearing. The best you can get is Wari and the other one, right, on a port or whatever. They can make it better for you. But even in the next 20 years, Apapa Port will not be functioning anymore, because the kind of boats that they'll be coming in will be going to Lekki is bigger ships. So they can find a way to just, in fact, you know what? Just find that money and build them that port so we can rest with this. We don't have a port. Give them port and
okay. I was going to agree with you on that port, because see, if the port will cost $3 billion, if the government really want to do it, they will do it. It depends on the way they want to.
Sorry for cutting you, sir. Do you know, and Babati, there is some conspiracy theory that is going on about that port? I don't know, maybe you know.
Yeah, that's what and I'm telling you, I have studied this thing myself. I had to go. The last one I studied was a research done. If it's on these days newspaper, they have to go to the Nigerian Port Authority. So they hired experts to survey the space, waterways, what part of that.
Babati, that's not even what I'm saying. Let me say it to Yoruba so that I will not be annoying.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
That is the conspiracy theory going on now.
Wait. The federal government is any.
But you understand what I mean, Babati?
I get your point. But that's what I'm saying. Any entry point to a country is not controlled by the people there or the state. It's the federal government will still control entry point to country, land, water. That's just law. So them sneaking stuff in, I'm not gonna buy. It's not a justifiable reason to not give them a port. What I'm saying is, even the one in Lekki, federal government only gave them $200 million. Did you know that? That's how they gave them.
It's build and operate now. You operate for some time and you have to pay back.
Because nobody's going to put down 2.5 or 3 billion for a port. You need foreign investors. Now, if Lagos has 20 million, where am I going to put my port? Where they have 20 million people now? Because I know
no. Babati, see, if they build economic activities around that place, because if you remember, we were talking here 3 days ago, right? When they were saying it was because of federal government that Lagos developed, and I countered that argument. No, that it was even because of the industrial policy of Awolowo that developed Lagos. That was the reason
why can't their governors come together in that region? If I'm an investor from China or Singapore, and I see that governors from the Southeast come together and they have a policy targeted at developing an area, that will raise my interest to invest in things like ports, right?
But see, innovative idea is very rare. See, because that is why when I'm supporting Tinubu, it sounds funny to some people that have known me that I was against Tinubu during the Yoruba nation agitation, right? See, when you see a man like that, the guy is very innovative. Most of those things that Tinubu brought to Lagos State, they've been copied by other states. See, for someone to just another innovative guy is Donald Brooks. Unfortunately, his project there, a lot of things went wrong after he left the office.
No. Why? Do you know why? No continuity in government. That's what Lagos enjoys. Continuity.
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. So now you see, for us to say those people they didn't do that, it's only that you need to ask if they were aware of those things even when they were there. So now look, these guys, we know technologically that our brothers in the south, they are very sad. Already we have innocent motor doing something unusual there. So now if you create industrial cluster and you have industrial cluster in the southeast, that's a justification for having seaport. The only thing is that what type of industrial cluster are you planning to create here? Because if you create the standard, maybe you want to talk of automobile, you want to talk of some kind of industry. I know when you manufacture in Nigeria, our currency now is a serious advantage to us. You will know that. So if they do a lot of manufacturing from that place and they need to ship all those things out, you understand? It is cheaper. It is even shorter, for example, to ship from the southeast to the Europe, especially UK, than Lagos. Because I tried to compare the nautical mile here 3 days ago. For example, when you look at Cross River, when you look at Cross River, Calabar, if you develop Calabar port, it is faster and shorter to transport from Calabar to London than Lagos. Because the distance from the nautical mile from Lagos compared to Calabar is almost double. So if you invest there and based on the product, based on whatever they are producing from the southeast, you can move the goods from there straight away outside the country. The foreign investors will look at what the government is doing. See, if you never, for example, relocate to the southeast, they will easily kill Ghana economy. They will kill some other West African economy. They will mostly depend on what we come in.
Babati once said. So, what do you think is the obstacle? They are not trying to open that section of the country.
That's exactly what we are talking about.
There will be a prop. There will be something that is. I don't know.
I just told you earlier 2 reasons. Logistical reasons in terms of the dredging costs and the commercial viability of foreign investors. It's not about government. Government are doing PPP now.
Yeah, but they can get foreign investors to invest.
No, they are not. No. Foreign investors is not willing to come up with that much money to match what they are offering. Like I told you, the one in Lekki, Federal government only gave 200. Lagos would have to give maybe $400 or $500 million. 700 was the total, but foreign had to come up with over 1.5, 1.6. So the ideal port for Southeast will be would be like the closest to them.
Babati, if the government is planning to channel water from River Benue to Lake Chad, if they are planning to do that, then they can do dredging. They can get them
for 2.5. They will dredge, really.
It's just
expensive.
So if they can do that to protect the Lake Chad, then I think building port in the southeast, in quotes, because I'm not sure of the total detail, in quotes, may be more viable. You just need to build a product, because like this is all product based. If you have a gross domestic product that you increase the gross domestic product of that particular, okay, make that place the manufacturing hub of Nigeria. Make Southeast the China of Nigeria. Honestly, 3 billion will just be peanuts. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, look at it this way, bros. Now, Tinubu get to that place, and we have local policies that, okay, henceforth, the Senate and any government president, they will no longer use any car manufactured outside Nigeria. What will happen? Like, okay, it's good for us now that we have this Jonathan automobile policy. And you create industrial cluster around that southeast that be doing that. Now, some product we are even producing in Nigeria that we export, you create some value chain around that place, around those things. So 3 billion is not what we are going to look at the viability just for 2, 3, 4 years. No, we may be looking at long term, like 30 years. So when you amortize 30 years, across $3 billion, it's nothing. So you just have to look. Even some program we will even do, not because for immediate profit, but because it's going to open another sector of the economy entirely. That will just be an escalation of what we are doing in the southeast there. To me, with the capacity of our country, if we can be building railway, everything across the, okay, look at railway, for example. If we can build railway across the country, what's the viability of railway? When they were even asking, this guy, when they were asking Amechi could not explain it.
No. Rails does not make you money back directly. Is the impact
exactly that is exactly what I'm telling you.
Is where you get the money from. You can't make money back directly from.
Exactly. That's exactly what the port will do too. So the government can take the initiative and try to build that, because if you do that, if you help the economy, you open that place, it's going to be to the benefit of the federal government. And look at you know our country, we have populations that we are not even making use. We are not taking advantage of our population.
Let me give you one on that. Like I've always said, I think that it's ridiculous that Nigeria, like there should be a policy. Each region should have a major world-class international airport and also a regional airport. I think it's an abomination that Lagos even have 2. They should have about 3 or 4 for what they have. There are things that you can do to kind of boost the economy. Give them the seaports in Southeast, create like a manufacturing hub in that area. That's what they enjoy doing. I don't have problems with that. But if federal government wants to do it, the people there also have to open their hearts and arms to the Tinubu government. Don't let Obi let you miss this opportunity of enjoying a Tinubu government. Is what I'm saying. Like you see my point.
That's a very valid point. Yeah,
they might be so engulfed in this Obi battle, forgetting that Tinubu can actually help them out. Because that's a problem I have. Because if they say, okay, you know what, Obi, we know say you be our man, but guy, if we get port from Tinubu, if we get a manufacturing hub on this side, let's go for that. You think that guy really wants them to get that for his own self? He doesn't want that. He wants them to be on his side. So he's going to give first. Oh, the guy is not true. He's lying. Blah blah blah. They must be willing to let go. Ogbeni, please, we need this on our side. So are they willing to collectively?
Well, That's a major work for Tinubu to do, to be honest. It's even one of the most difficult jobs for him to do. Because to me, even without seaport, like I keep saying, with this policy of that the state can generate electricity, simply mean that they can invite private individuals to generate electricity, and through that they can distribute. Honestly, I see the industrial. You will see that I keep shouting, it is industrial. I see this industrial hub. There's no region that is going to miss from that industrial hub. To me, if that industrial hub get to the east, then it becomes necessary that are going to have port. It may be dry port, it may be seaport, whatever port is going to be. Those regions will definitely need some kind of port. Okay, I'm in a province that is just landlocked province, and here we see our dry ports. You see, so you can still make do with dry ports, depending on the product that you are producing. If the product from the east is so important, there's one rail we call it Canada Pacific. If you see those trains, anytime you want to pass, if you do not pass very well, you may be you may be in the traffic for the next 15 to 30 minutes, as long as that train. Because I'm talking of the rail that will be that has some kind of it's just like a cargo rail, that we have some like coaches that can be as long as, I can't even count, but let me just exaggerate, 200. That be so just see how long it's going to take to pass. So you just use that to ship goods, like it's like okay. So it might not even be seaports. You understand? It may be some kind of, because if you can reposition the southeast for exports, you can reposition southeast for product to export. So to me, I will leave it to, because I believe that the like of Tinubu and his economics team, they know better. So, and I'm not seeing the like of Tinubu as the normal type of president. So for the first time in the history of Nigeria, I won't deceive you, I'm so hopeful. I'm so hopeful that things will change for better between now and the next 4 years. I don't know why. I just strongly believe. So to me, they just
sorry, I'm coming in. If this issue of Obi is not addressed properly, do you even see Yoruba smelling presidential seat if Nigeria remain for the whole of their life?
See, that's why I'm saying, yeah, that Abuja issue, we need to resolve it, because
thank you very much, my brother, because this issue, we need to, if we are really intelligent people in the South, Yoruba ethnic race, they should buckle up now, because they have to look beyond Tinubu has been declared winner and look into the future. Because players that are watching, there are elements in Nigeria that we regard as people who are not intelligent. The reason is this: we fail to analyze their thinking, their rationality, their goal, and their willingness to stay on track. Right from the independence of this country, election, we expose this entire Sata indigene. We should not see like Igbos are losing, because they may benefit better than even the Yoruba that want today. And the entire South may likely suffer from what I call that benefit. They may decide to say, we have no choice, because it's like we are pushing ourselves into a very dangerous war. And we don't know how it's going to play out in the nearest future. 4 years is just yesterday. It's going to be, it's just going to be tomorrow. I'm just telling you the truth. It will disappear overnight. So I pray that Baba Tinubu and his supporters should see this big vacuum, because Peter Obi have every right to go to any length, but I think they should buckle up to reach out to him. Power is already in the South, because if we're going to struggle with the power, it will affect everybody, and we fail to acknowledge the importance of Igbo bringing this power to South for us now, then that would be another disaster for Tinubu. That's just my contribution here.
No, I agree with you. You will see one thing I keep saying. I keep emphasizing something that if we do something right, now this is the right time. I don't, for example, number one, I don't want Buhari to conduct census because I know census will be conducting, I know it's fraud. That census will serve two purposes. Number one, allocate population to whosoever you want to allocate population to, so that you use it for economic and political advantage. So now you produce money somewhere and you now share the money to some places based on population, and the other population you use it for political advantage. Now, if the like of Tinubu can make sure they hold Buhari down so that we can have credible census, let us know our population. That's one thing.
Okay, okay. Let us also talk like someone like this. I don't know, but where I live, we don't do census. I don't think they do census in most of this Western world. It's just data that speaks. Because if everybody is properly documented, that's a game over. Look at this election. Do you know when I gave up in this election?
In my province, but you know they send paper to you to fill, and you don't even have, because you know why? Because it is the province that is doing the census, not the entire country.
Okay. Now, like in my place, we don't do census. Most of the places I've stayed in Europe, automatically everybody is registered. It's just your address.
Your data, exactly. Social insurance, you know.
Yeah. So once you put your address to any place, it's just automatically part of that population of that area. If you live the same thing.
And you know one thing about census here is this: it does not necessarily affect how you are going to even elect someone that is going to be the head of the central government, right? But in Nigeria, it is. So that's why you see census fraud. But with time, if we can get our database right, that one. Now, the second thing is all these exclusive lists, right? It's good now that the power is out of that place now. Then they have a real issue, is concurrent. If they can give state police, see, if they can take as many things out of that exclusive list, if you limit everything, if you limit the thing down to custom, and you limit it to immigration, and you limit all those into the military, and you know, if you limit what the federal government, maybe maximum of 5 things instead of 68, then you are trying to balance the power at that central. That's it. So now when you do that, then you have to find a way to balance the representation from each region. If you can balance the representation from each region, then maybe you have a unicameral system, and your maybe if you want to have bicameral, but maybe like someone is suggesting, like I said the other time, you have the head of each geopolitical region, and you use that one as Senate. You know, then even the person who went ahead to the point of saying, okay, rotate the presidency among those people, but don't let the presidency be as powerful as the one we have now, so that it becomes so meaningless. Because you know that, okay, if someone comes from the north central, the next person will go. So you will know that it will take maybe 5 years for each of them. So you know that it will take another 30 years for them, about 6 years, and 35 years to come to your region. When you have such arrangement in the constitution, no problem with that. But we know that the people that are leading the government of the region are the head of that geopolitical zone. So the central is just to hold us. Because the way it is now, if we don't do something, it's going to get to the stage that our southeastern brother, you push them to the limit, and there's nothing you can do at a particular point in time.
I think we are almost there, sir, the way I'm seeing things.
You understand? So we may be celebrating now, but that type of celebration, I think we pray that it's not short-lived. We have to be very fast and do something. And the best way to do something is that start looking at all those things in the constitution that is giving unnecessary power. See, like, if you like, allow the northeastern part to do this thing. If they want to use all the money to go for Hajj, good. That's what they prioritize. You understand? If they want to run Sharia in that's what they prioritize. But you can't bring the Sharia from that place to bring this thing to the southeast. Why are they trying to do all those stuff? Because why are they trying to use religion in our to divide us sometimes? Because we've made the position at the last central to affect everybody. To affect everybody. So let everybody go and decide, every region go and decide how they want to live. So if you do that, the agitation from the Southeast will reduce because, okay, they have their police. When they have their police, the fear of one Fulani president in quotes that is trying to grab land.
For me, I think we should go back to history again, because most of these foundation our past leaders were trying to lay for us is still the way forward. It's very sad that 2023, Igbo must go is almost becoming very loud in so many parts of Lagos, and I think it will likely spread to the entire part of Nigeria. It's very shameful because all these things have been there for many years, but they swept it under the carpet. Now, the more the population...
No, my brother, just give 6 months, everything will die down. Let me tell you one thing.
No, see, look at where I'm going.
Our problem is more than that of Lagos.
No, look at where I'm going. This is where the problem lies. Like as you just said, you will say it died down, but it will never die off. He always died down.
Do you know why I said
that? Means it will rise again.
Do you know
it's
why
not
I said
good.
So? Before
it will rise again.
No, because before people like us were born, that issue was there.
Yes,
when the first
and they always allowed to die down, but never treated it.
Even after the Civil War, the Yoruba people, they kept those their Igbo friends, their property in trust for them. When they returned, they handed it over. Even people from the south, they sat on.
The history is very clear. From Midwest region, after the war, bended to the west, Igbo got their property back.
Exactly.
It's clear.
But people from down to all those Port Harcourt and Co, they didn't give them the property. Now, as I'm speaking to you, Igbo, Yoruba is still going to marry Igbo on Saturday, and vice versa. They will still do that. So
yeah, we try to.
It's only when it comes to politics. It's only when it comes to politics. As I speak today, if Yoruba man will still sell land to Igbo, sell out to Igbo tomorrow. That's when it comes to economic thing. It's only when it comes to politics. You see all those stuff, right? And the simple reason is because of this lack of political trust. Because of the type of thing you see Buhari doing, and the type of what you see our military people doing in 1966. So when it comes to political power, they do. But when you talk to friend, when you talk to friend business, you understand? All those fights, they will die down. Even tomorrow will be on the street of Lagos. A Yoruba man will say this guy is dealing with Igbo. It's Yoruba man that will even clear Yoruba man for along the road for an Igbo man to cry because the interest has changed. So as long as the interest is dynamic, there will be no problem. To me, what we are seeing in that Lagos, just give it a year, it's going to die down. It will resurface again when we have another election cycle, for sure.
But what I will say is this: it can't continue like that, and I think Igbos are matured enough to see all these things on their own and start asking themselves questions and look for a proper way to start.
Just be honest with me. What you see right now, do you see any indication of them self-reflecting of the errors they make? Seriously?
No. That's a nation. You can't do anything about that. You know, Yoruba will say, you know what it means that way when you know how your friend behave and you respect him based on his
but no, the guy is saying something entirely. He's saying that they are going to self-reflect and do better next time. But I'm not saying that's what I'm saying, Ola. But people is saying that they are going to then reflect and cannot adjust, which I don't see them doing.
No. But I think this thing has changed. It is Yoruba today. It will be able to more, like I said, up to 1983, Igbo and North were the best of party. They were the one dominating.
What I will say, my suggestion is clear. This power is very clear that if it is not properly handled, I see the last chance of power coming to South if Nigeria remain under this kind of condition, whether Southwest or anywhere. That is very clear. And secondly, this tension of one is coming to dominate my land, one is coming to take my space, or the other rhetoric that we will possess their land, we will take it from them, we will rule over them. The government need to address where Nigerians are standing, because we are becoming so territorial in nature. They have pieces all into kind of state. We're talking about state here, a state that was created by gun and bullet. I don't think it's even working. No consultation with the local people. Some of the states, we don't even know whether they can take care for themselves as a state. You understand me? So if you look at the whole problem, it's very complex. And now, if they are not properly addressed, two things will happen. The power will never come to start again. And this tension may even lead to full-scale crisis between the two tribes, like Yoruba and Igbos. And it may spread across the whole country. Then we'll start having that more interest against ourselves.
What are you proposing in terms of realignment? If you say that there was...
The realignment is this. I think we should do our... first of all, now the power is with Tinubu. I think Tinubu should understand that he should do his best as much as possible to see how he can partner with the Eastern people and being able to own their own meeting, not everything on air. Friend, brother, what can we do now? It's very important at this crucial. I pray for him to do it because they need to debate some fundamental issues that has been under the carpet for years that we don't allow to go.
Okay.
There's no reason why we live side by side, and we are.
Wait. Let me engage you.
Yeah.
Everything you just saying right now, I agree that you should engage them politically, economics, but with Obi's case lingering in the backdrop.
Yeah, you need to do that because he have a supporters. He's a politician.
Yeah, and that's it. To me, it's kind of some kind of distraction to the goal. Like the whole port thing. Obi will be like, man, I still have my mandate, and it's not going to compromise his own selfish need for the greater good. I don't see that happening. So that's my worry, that even if he wants to do the right thing.
But let us not call it selfish here, because that would not be good. It's disrespectful if we use that.
I'm saying if he loses and still going on about that.
Yeah. No, if he lose, at this moment, if he lose, we have no choice. For me, I don't advocate for tribal violence, any form of crisis. Once the law said is this, he have no choice. He's a politician. That is why he have 100% right to go to that court.
Yeah,
so when
if he loses and it still continues to,
well, in judiciary, I don't know who will lose. Let us assume.
I'm saying if he does,
if he does lose,
no,
then we accept it. He has no other choice.
No. Remember, we are discussing in the Tinubu government, so that means he lost. That's really the assumption, right?
If he lost in the court, that does not mean Tinubu cannot do the needful. Because this is a trap for every one of us.
No. Of course, I'm agreeing with you that he can. Yeah. I'm saying that if Obi then continues to still go around making it look like they're robbing in the courts.
It is like that in political arena. If you watch every country, once somebody lose, he went to court, he lose in court. He will accept the court judge, but that doesn't stop him not to speak. If you watch it carefully. They will still insist we won, but the judiciary could not see some aspect that we have no choice than to let peace reign. Then Tinubu have to do the needful to understand what is before us as a certain people of Nigeria, because this country is like from the one we lost the track. This is not the arrangement our forefathers were having, and to go back to those arrangements because it's favoring some group of people, they are saying it like no need to go there, no need to go there. So, but I think if we go there, that will be better for every one of us. And we will start restoring that hope and trust among ourselves. This is what I feel. But I think but the power is in the south, even if they judge in the favor of Obi, you should understand that they need Yoruba more than any other thing to succeed. So, but the tribal crisis of with that, I don't want all these things anymore. It is time to speak truth to it and try to look for a way to, like as you are making suggestion for seaport for the eastern part of Nigeria. Nigeria is big enough to drink that sea direct to Onitsha and create a big seaport there. We have all this money they're wasting to go and build railway to Niger. Man, people are willing to even invest because if they look at the population of the country and they look at the way the government runs their things, foreigners have money. Companies are there that are willing, just because they don't trust the bureaucratic system of our country. That's why they are not willing to bring their money in. They only want natural resources.
Exactly.
Yeah. They are not willing because they know sometimes you can't go to court. It's just like, look at Buhari administration. You just wake up overnight, I block all the border. Goods were getting ratty.
That I have friends in Songota that kind of, that F that business up. That destroy people's business in that act.
People business. So international communities are watching, investors are watching. They watch the way we apply our law. Okay, you come to state. Overnight, you see state governor mobilize police and army, start destroying more than 200 houses. There is no due bureaucratic process. Even some of the houses have seal of O. Then you want investors to bring their money to that kind of country? The answer is no. They will only come there if they have this gold and everything. Something that they will exploit. They give you your share. They take the money. You go and suffer your environmental catastrophe. It's not none of their business.
I think under Buhari, the foreign investor portfolio kind of decreased under Buhari, which is kind of, I think the number went down.
I think so, but economically for me, I think Buhari did well to some extent. It's just that what Buhari failed to do.
What did he do?
Economically, how?
I will tell you.
That's interesting. Okay.
What did he do?
He did a lot of things. Look, this administration, the greatest problem they have in terms of economy is information. I will give you an instance. If you look at the money this man pumped to oil-producing countries, it's not for Wike. Wike is in APC. None of us would have even had any information about it. There are somebody told me there are state government commissioning direct government investment in their state, pretending it is state money. They don't talk. So this is the problem Nigerians are having with the administration. He was so fair to the state governor. He allowed them.
You are talking of infrastructure, not the economy itself.
Well, economic itself, there are so many factors that also play. You know, even here in advanced country, my brother, if you look at the economy we are into today compared to like 4 or 5 years ago, it's somehow. So I think that one also plays a role. But however, when it comes to direct investors, during Buhari administration, people were so scared. That's just the fact. They were so scared. People don't want to bring money.
Midwest. The thing is this: if you build infrastructure, no matter how you build, if there's no money for people to reinflate the economy, it's just a waste of time. It's just like if you like, you can build 1,000 airports. If people cannot afford to fly, you've not done
even though flight is landing, grass will grow.
Exactly. So you've not done anything. That is exactly what Buhari has done, in my opinion. Because what is it now? As at when Buhari was coming in 2015, the household income was so strong. Like I like using a bag of rice to make my point. Even though I know that you don't have food item to calculation of inflation, but look at it this way: a minimum wage could buy you at least 3 bags of rice before Buhari came to power. Today, I doubt if you can even buy a bag of rice. So when you see things like that, if you put infrastructure in place, it makes no sense to people. But if you put infrastructure in place now, and the bandits are not chasing people away from their farm, and you plant rice, and instead, maybe you remove fuel subsidy, and some people say, we are going to increase transportation fare. Okay, you say, okay, no problem. We have alternative. We have rail. We ship everything through rail, and you reduce the cost of even shipping the thing to whenever you are taking all those food stuff to. And instead of maybe 7,500 in 2015, maybe if a bag of rice is 6,000 now, it's okay. We talk of economy. So when you want to say this guy has done better in economy, you want to see food in stomach, you want to see people getting job. But now we can't even establish correlation between the infrastructure project that Buhari is putting in place and
the current economic situation.
You understand? So to me, those infrastructure is supposed to go hand in hand with household income. That's where Buhari did the same thing before, and he repeated it even in a worse situation now. That is what he has done. So to me, what to measure economy, sometimes you don't have infrastructure. Like under Obasanjo, maybe the infrastructure was not, we didn't have this infrastructure. But all of a sudden, lecturers, teachers, government workers that could not afford to buy car before, they started buying car.
Yeah, no, you see this aspect, I agree with you, but you have, when you make comparison, you must also check the economic situation at that time. What really favor Obasanjo administration is the Iraqi war. The rate at which American was consuming or they were buying this crude oil then was at a high rate. And that
Yeah, we are making so much money.
It has nothing to
No, we were making very, very huge amount of money.
No.
We made a lot of money as a country. It is not because of it wasn't because of Obasanjo investment in Nigeria that was producing that money.
No. It has nothing to do with Iraqi money, because you are talking of oil money. Look,
I'm not saying Iraqi war, because that one, was barrel of oil. We were almost it favors us as a people. We have to be sincere.
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's not the reason. I'll tell you why Obasanjo situation brought this thing. Under Obasanjo, we had foreign direct investment, e.g., MTN, even Glo. That was under Obasanjo that came, right? We have Econet. Not only that, we have some kind of other. You see, other telecommunication that was coming up. Then it was under Obasanjo that fintech started coming up in Nigeria. You know, for example, in the bank, you see banks started buying ATM. They started doing a banking application. Or a different type of banking application started coming in.
He tried in terms of that banking. He revived our banking setup. He revived trust.
Even computer village started growing. Some people were repairing assets. They were doing a lot of things. So those things just escalated. So what I'm saying is this: under Obasanjo, investment came to Nigeria to create businesses, and people were gainfully employed. That is what grew the economy, not infrastructure. Now, the oil was selling. What did Obasanjo use that to do? Just use that to do a foreign reserve and use it to pay our debt and make Nigeria credible body for us to borrow. So
he tried.
And the situation that in place in a good financial situation that even more foreign investments, direct foreign investment were coming into Nigeria. That is it. But in case of Buhari, what happened? Despite building all those infrastructure, what happened? The foreign investors, they ran away. They ran away because you make some kind of foreign policy law that foreign exchange today. You want foreign investors to bring their money, but when
they were even acting above the judiciary, it was very clear. So that's just the part.
So that's it. It is a policy. If the policy in place with the so-called infrastructure does not match what can attract foreign investment to the country, that's exactly where they got it wrong. Nobody is coming to Nigeria to create jobs. You understand? So
people are scared.
So those are the things. And if this Tinubu comes tomorrow, now he becomes the president. Unilever move their production, whatever, to Ghana. It's so simple. You can bring another investor in manufacturing that will produce what they will be eating locally. Nobody will teach Unilever to relocate back to Nigeria, because so like import duty or whatever, by the time you use it to discourage foreign consumption alone, people will find alternative. They will find substitute locally. So investing in our industry, investing building industry direct locally will be what can will be the thing that will make use of those infrastructure that Buhari is creating. Good. That infrastructure will help Buhari when we help Tinubu if it comes tomorrow. We all agree. But anytime you are building infrastructure that you cannot see the correlation between the economy and that infrastructure, it means you are doing
it's zero. That's what the state governors are doing. They build road, they build this, and at the end they don't employ their people. They don't have even the northerners. For me, I think they are even far better than the southern people in terms of thinking. Apart from this Buhari wala or this bandit just to sweep across the north.
That is exactly where I say Buhari did wrongly, because look, how did Buhari perform wrongly in that? Okay, have you seen how many kidnapping have you heard recently during this election?
It's like everything just died down. I don't understand what's going on.
They got the signal. They got the signal that
our brother is going out.
Bandits don't just go down. They don't no money to pay. So if you kidnap,
not only money.
What are you going to pay?
Yeah, you are correct on money, but not only money. They got the signal. Why were they doing what they were doing before? Because they indirectly, the president is not doing anything. Because what the president was doing was just to find a way to, when you have what's the name of this cleric man? That we even be negotiating on the informal military man that is clearing man. You understand? That we even be negotiating on Shegumi. And he told us that the federal government, they know where these people are. That was a serious indictment.
Yeah, but I think for me,
the government that want to give them amnesty instead of tackling them, and people cannot go to farm. If people cannot go to farm, what will happen? There will be less production of farm produce.
And the funniest thing is that, you know, what the area I was trying to go is, if you look at the Northerners right from time, you know, Nigeria as a government, there's an allocation for agricultural production, and they always give it to most of the state governors. What the Northerners normally do, they allow their local people to have access to loan. Most of these are farmers. They use tractors, they use everything, they support those local farming. Now, when it comes to certain part of Nigeria, once the money lands, boom, the governor will become automatically the farmer. And they will do farming inside TV. You will not even see their product in the market. That's why agricultural production in the southern part of Nigeria reduced. And you see desert now feeding the whole nation. That's why I said there's a way those people, they know way, they try to invest in their people.
You are correct, but
more than we, the certain people, is like our own is that once we elect the governor,
they don't know if other states are doing it.
Which state are you talking about? But in most cases, the northern states.
I want to even talk about Ekiti. I know Ekiti is doing Fayemi did well in that aspect.
Okay, that's good.
It was just to invite investors. So they try to create some kind of farm settlement.
Yeah,
I have a colleague that is a cassava farmer, but they spend a lot on security though. So at least Dangote is planning to build some kind of cassava processing plant in Ekiti there. Then there are some group of our guys in from overseas that are coming to around that Ikole R6 to build like is it $22 million worth of cassava processing facility. Then there's this rice production people too. They are coming to Ekiti there too to establish. So Fayemi put all those things in place. Even in Kunderi farm, he revived it because part of those agricultural produce is the reason they build dry ports in Ekiti. So that we can't call that one airport airstrip, or what do we call it? That the one they build there.
But I also think the local settlement themselves is already a farming. Why can't the government also deal with these villages that they neglected? Our people are abandoning the village and become very.
Because bandits, they've taken over all those places. See, even my former colleague that I said is into cassava. If you see the type of drugs these people carry around, if you see the type of money they pay for security, you will see some cassava farmers now with different type of dogs. Not only that, some of them have licensed firearm, and not only that, they have security too that are there. So,
sorry, how is the license? The license of firearm? How is it in Ado-Ekiti?
Except my house, personally, I don't know.
Is it difficult?
Maybe through Amotekun.
You know the type of firearm we are talking. This what is all this double barrel gonna be? What they call
for Amotekun, not even for private people.
It's firearm now. Double barrel, because in Benin, almost every house is have
that one at Shakabula now.
But no, this with the Buhari administration, it's illegal for you to have such a thing in your house.
They have
all those local hunters see have the Shakabula
now.
There's pump action license in Benin like pure water. Double barrel English is licensed like pure water. Yes.
But when Buhari came new, he told people to return it.
No, wait. Midwest. Pump action is allowed and double barrel.
Yes, pump action and double barrel. My father, the one I bought for my father is 9 rounds. On that chamber 9, on that chamber 8 up 1. English automatic barrel. That's what I bought for my father. Every house is
double barrel and pump action is allowed.
And some people have like 2. They'll have the automatic and the manual that is breaking down the English type that you break that puts only 2 bullets. And they have.
But I pray that the certain people, they put their heads together and show once for all that they are intelligent, I don't think because when Basajo was there, all these constitution, they were there. So all these our constitutional lawyers, professors, there was no chance for them to see it. Buhari came in, and I don't think it is good for us to also turn blind eyes. When another people pick it, then we'll be crying constitution is not good. I think they should devote their time and do their best as much as possible. And Tinubu also should know that whether Obi lose or not in the court, it is compulsory for him to make sure he reach out to Obi, because or else.
No. Midwest. Yeah. I disagree with you. Okay. I disagree with you. He doesn't need to reach out to Obi. Obi should be reaching out to him. He's now the president.
He is the one that will reach out to him with the interest of everybody in the South.
Obi that you see, is it the way you think is somebody that they will reach out to and they will extend the pleasant hand?
He will, but the thing is this: put yourself in his position.
Obedient told us always, obedient to Peter Obi is stubborn. He's a stubborn man.
Wait,
they told us all the time now.
No, wait. Look at the area I'm going now, so that we still listen to ourselves. The manner at which they conduct this election, my dear brother, in the history of this country, we have never witnessed this kind of election before. But however, I keep on saying it, both APC, PDP, Labour, all of them have right to go to court, because I don't know how to describe it. But since the power is already in the South, if the Tinubu fail not to do the needful, let me tell you what will happen. I think it will be the last time the power will spend in the South Africa. The power is in the South today because of Obi. When you look at the whole thing, if not for the Southeast vote that went to him, if all of them went to Atiku, that is the game over. So please, we are in a very critical situation, because the way they are ruling Nigeria is like a field of conquest. That's why nobody is happy. You see what is going on in Lagos today, Igbo must go. Everybody is. You are no longer comfortable. We don't trust one another. Rule of law doesn't guide anybody. Who is in the power? Like the president and the governor, they decide everything. Your president can say, I only want one border to function, and that's all. The governor can wake up and destroy 30% of your land to the property in his state, and that's all. The entire money given to them, they cannot account. So all these things, they need to weigh into it, because our future is blinking in terms of Nigerian politics.
And even the governor can wake up one morning and just go and destroy roads and say it's for security purposes. That governor, that idiot, he can just wake up and destroy roads. And
I tell you, for security reason. It's true. For one reason, they can do anything. Even your cultural heritage site, they can damage something and create confusion. People will be fighting. Because we can't continue like this. They need to. If we have intelligent people in the South, they can say, Baba, the era for that politics has gone. Now, this power needs to be checked, because for the interest of the urban generation. And I think when I look at Tinubu antecedent, he's a man that loves to work with people. That is why he was able to even get the chance to reach this level, because it was very tight for him. So I think Peter Obi also, if the court said Peter Obi won, what will Tinubu do? Will he not respect the judiciary outcome? He will.
You don't want Wala for Southwest, though. Forget the one you're doing in Southeast, though. Tinubu didn't win what? Don't try it, though.
Listen, if the judiciary said today Obi is the winner, what will you do in the Southwest? You say you want to go? Then everybody will go to table and say, let's go. I don't know whether you understand.
There's nothing good to happen. Tinubu will agree.
Nothing will happen. If they said Obi lose, if they said Obi lose, nothing will happen. They cannot. If the judiciary said today, Obi, please, you did not win, it's a game over. If they like, maybe people go to full street, that is their own. It is over.
Brother, Obi knows it in himself that he cannot win this election again. Have you? No president have left the position before. 2019 election, Atiku won the election. It's very clear. Where is Atiku today? Atiku won 2019 election. Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
But today Atiku is not there. That is what really happened. 2019 is the election that Atiku is supposed to fight for. That he won the election, because everybody knows that Atiku won that election. That 3 million is joke.
Femi, that 2019 may be propaganda. You know, Obedient has still telling you that Obi won this election too.
Yeah. Let's put that one as a propaganda.
The only reason we know is because of this beavers we see that we could easily see. In 2019, we could not see no evidence that we are seeing.
Atiku won, bro. Ola, that one, Atiku won that one. Trust me, that one.
Atiku won this 19 election.
We don't have the evidence now. To me, it's
but
propaganda.
But let's put that one as a propaganda, as he said. But the this current one is very clear that even APC and everybody, APC have chances to say we have more than this. The chance is very clear for them. Labour Party have chance to say we won this election. But once the judiciary, they look into all the facts on ground and the court say, okay, sorry, Obi, it's not for you. Or Tinubu, it is not for you. Everything ended.
People,
there will be bra. They will deploy army everywhere. People will sit in their houses.
Do you know why? The most we can get is a rerun, because even if you reduce the number for Tinubu, it doesn't have the spread. That was his problem. Forgetting even having the numbers, there was no spread. So the best he can do is force a runoff between him and somebody else. There's no way they're going to give it to Obi in the courts.
I'm not with
both of them
evidence.
cannot win this election because
I am not with all the evidence that is going to be with the judge.
He has spread. No,
I think both every party, whether PDP, APC, Labour Party, have enough evidence to say this happened and they happen not for our favor. It's against us and we don't accept it. But it will not be left for the judiciary.
Midwest. The worst that can happen in that election today, it's okay if they have any reason to cancel Tinubu and Fatima out.
That's it.
No, I know. I'm just making a scenario. They will ask PDP to present the next candidate. That's the thing. So it won't go to either Atiku or Obi because they didn't meet the constitutional requirements.
No, at the end of it, for me, I cannot decide for the judiciary. They are experts in that field. And most cases, they look at things from different lens from the way we see it. So I just believe what I'm trying to say on the last day, their judgment is what we are waiting for. Once it is finalized with them, everything is over. Any party can go to street, but army will be there to tell them, look, you are free to come to street, but you'll be here peacefully. After that, you go to your house and government will start.
And if that is or they will speak to them in the language they understand.
They are not likely to make judgment before swearing. That's not the point.
Never.
Well, the judiciary have power to suspend the swearing. They have everything, the tools.
They
as
don't.
I told you.
No, they
don't. They can't do that. They can't do that. They don't.
It hasn't happened.
They can't do that.
So it won't happen tomorrow.
No, they can't do that. Midwest.
Forget about this election. Is the CJN. He's a Yoruba man. I say, look how this is the CJN.
Forget about CJN. Forget
my name.
Forget Yoruba name.
Richard Kakinde was there sometimes they go to and they favor Yoruba.
My dear.
What happened to
But Ola, let me tell you something. There are some things that will not happen in that country that is going to cause anarchy. They will not even think about it. Forget about it. If it is an Igbo man, the CJN, Tinubu will be swearing. If it's an Hausa man, Tinubu will be swearing. Forget about his Yoruba man. Forget about it.
What happened to Awolowo? Was not Yoruba man that sent him to prison.
So that was then. Now forget about then. Forget about then.
I pray for peace of our country, and I hope that this time around our leaders should think more than their interest. Look into the
interest that peace, obedience. Now your obedience, you go to preach that one too. Now then they cause katakata.
No, so katakata will always be there. It will always be there. It is not left.
But now then they amplify them too much now. Now then they amplify.
It will not be left for the president himself to say what is the solution, and that is it. That is why we elected him. He's not coming to a very easy place. Everybody knows that anybody that is going to rule Nigeria from today, my brother, is going to go through a lot of stress because a lot of things are being destroyed, and you need to work hard to fix them. And he can't do it alone. He need to work as a team. And for the interest of the South, both Yoruba, Igbo, and all need to come to the table, or else I don't think this power will smash out again after 4 years. If we made a mistake, the way this politics plays out. Because I don't want to mention everything on here like this, but they need to do things. They need to work together. They need to, so that everybody can join. The South and always see a way to also say, okay, this is what we stand for. Well, I think everybody have interest and nobody is satisfied. You may be happy now that maybe most of people in the Southwest will be happy they have declared Southwest man the president of the country. But if the Southwest man don't do the needful, we are still coming to a point where we'll be crying. Look at the past 8 years, my brother. Crying. People dying anyhow. People can't go to farm. But as people from Southwest and Southwest, somebody was there before. And we're crying, constitution is bad, or they are doing this, they are doing that. My brother, this is a country where people want to live with Sharia. Some people want to live with this. Let us see how we can manage them. It is their right to live with that law. It is other people's right to say we don't want it in our space and it should be protected. I don't know whether you understand that, but giving the absolute power to the president and thereby, neglecting some area where it's supposed to be serious and allow Nigeria to be suffering like what we passed through in terms of security for the past 8 years, Nigeria is unbearable for everybody. Both south, north, south, everywhere. I've seen Fulani women going to farm, men, they grab her, marshal some, rape them. Everywhere, everybody were crying. They suffered a lot. So I think you should address it so that we don't supposed to be looking into the federal. Federal is killing the region, is killing the state. The state are unproductive. They are just waiting for allocation. The money go to the governor. The governor uses it for whatever he likes, and that's all. The common man have no benefit as far as the land is concerned. They don't see the benefit of their land. You're top of gas, top of oil, top of this. People are taking. You don't even know the name of the company. You don't even know whether it's the government that approved the company that is there. That's how they were able to lay more than 6 or 7 pipe in the Niger Delta. People were working. The local people will see, they will tell them that one are shared because the local government don't have access to what is happening. They lay the pipe and they'll be taking it for years.
Midwest, solid minerals are illegally mined today. There are illegal mines in Nesha in Osun State, illegal mines in Safara, and there are tens, if not hundreds, of illegal mines in Nigeria today. So, according to what the like of Mustafa would like to say, I think that's one of the reasons for this banditry you are seeing.
It is.
So to me, if you allow all the regions to be managing resources, I think all those illegal mining will be among, because the governor will be the one to even finish.
It will disappear. So, let me tell you the importance of.
I'm expecting state police, to be honest. It depends. Even if the state police even if it's pump action you are going to give to those state police, honestly, I know that criminals.
Forget state police. We want police.
State police is very dangerous. When I look at this, my politicians.
State police can even be vigilantes who empower. It doesn't mean that it has to be like
police,
like all these police you see.
Let me quickly say this. The first thing I feel Tinubu should do when he gets to power is to reawaken our forest guard in every state. It should be under the state. If we don't awake our forest guard, we're not going nowhere. The policy
and their weapons. Thank you. Because that's one of the state police we used to have before.
And their weaponry, they have to be able to carry AK-47 and upper.
They have to have helicopter. They have to have drone. They have to have cameras installed. They have to have things that can penetrate deep to the forest and give them clear vision of what is going on. They should be well trained. They should be well equipped.
Don't have forest guard. Our resources, our minerals will be going.
Let me tell you, forest guard will pump action with the backing of the governor of the state. See, all those foreign people you see, they will run away. The reason those guys are in our forest today is because they have the backing from the presidency. Even with, Fayose bought Shakabula for machetes for hunters in Ekiti State, and all these people disappeared. Just machete and Shakabula, they disappeared. What does that tell you? Without the backing of the government, those guys will not be there. That's the point. So to me,
I think the bandit, they know that it's not going to be business as usual. They're already packing their load. Some of them are even already integrating into the society to think of other things to do.
Look, I'm even an apostle of this. They can call it White Elephant Project if it's possible. Let every state. It can take several years. Fence your territory and defend. See, if it's possible, fence your territory and find a way to secure your territory. That's how power. That's how the extreme I can go to.
You have right.
Work with our local people and find a way, first our territory, spend whatever it takes. When you first your territory, you can find a way to buy your territory. That for someone to just walk from nowhere and come and occupy your forest.
Yes, yeah. Hold on, everybody. Please let me go to the new people that just came in, at least to hear from them as well. Do you have Aaron? Aaron.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, how are you doing,
Yeah, good
brother?
morning.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good.
Yeah,
I'm
is
okay.
the conversation that brought you, or you want me to give you some questions?
You can give me any question.
Yes, this is the main issue on the ground we are deliberating is finally Obi has filed his case in the court of law. At least now we have something we can chew in on. So have you at least he has some 5-point prayers he's asking for from the what they call it, from the tribunal. What do you think about now he's in the court? So what are you envisaging that will happen in the future? Is he going to get the mandate back? Is even the court is God going to take the adjudication, or they go to throw his case into the bin? So what do you think?
First thing, Nigeria is not a banana republic. That is one thing you should know first. And Nigeria is a very big and large country. We have I've never in my life since I'm above almost nearly 50. I've never seen a place, a country in should I say all over the world where a elected president were thrown out in the tribunal. I've never seen. Even if Nigeria is a banana republic, if Nigeria was a banana republic that after election the person elected the way the person you elected will be thrown out. I don't know. Maybe Obi will be the first. Tinubu will be the first president elect to be thrown out by the tribunal. Yeah, to be thrown out by the tribunal.
Let me put you back there. They said Obi said he never lost any court case, so he's going to win this one. So what do you think?
Anambra State with Nigeria is not the same. Anambra State is just like Uselu. It's just a very small. It's a very small state. It's one of the among the smallest states in Nigeria. So you cannot compare Anambra Tribunal. You can walk over all those the judge in Anambra. You can buy them off, but you cannot buy Supreme Court off. Never, I cannot. He has money. Even Atiku is richer than Obi. Atiku he could not do it. 2019, 2015, since Atiku is be contesting, Atiku cannot do it with his ifness as a full anima. He cannot do it. Talk less Obi. Anambra State and the Federal Republic is not the same. He can go there. He has money. Maybe a lot of people. He can get contribution for his friends and say, "Don't worry, we will win this election. We will win this case in court." He's just going there to make noise. Mark what I said this morning. He's just going there. He's going there to just make noise. All the five. Even he go there with 100 evidence, 1,000 evidence. He's going to be thrown out of that court.
But
mark my
do you
word.
know he has over 15 or 14 sons that
No, he should go and bring.
him?
No, he should go to Ug and bring Ug people, a judge from Ug, not Nigeria's judges. Per se, it's the Nigerian judges.
Not nice, though. My brother,
he should
be
go to
nice
Ug
now.
and bring.
You are not nice.
No, I said he should come to Germany where I live here. He should come to Germany where I live here. He should appoint some judge. He has money. He just want to dip out of his illicit wealth for all those judges. Maybe they will buy more Ferrari and more jets. So there's no way he will win. Even Atiku was very rich. A lot of people believe Atiku won that 2019 election. But what was the case, the outcome? Atiku today now, his day is over. So if Obi is going to the Supreme Court to say, "Oh, I win this case, I have evidence," okay, go. He will go down and talk. They'll tell you, my friend, if we have to throw Tinubu out and nullify the election, just examine what will happen if they should throw Tinubu out. Think about what will happen to the economic. Think about the disaster, the conflict the commotion that will happen in that country. Just imagine it. So no Supreme Court, unless the Supreme Court is a junkie, unless the Supreme Court, the judge is a junkie, you can also say, well, nothing go for nothing. Let me just put this country in flame. You can say, okay, Obi, you want. Obi is just going there. It's just noise. All those is sometimes when I listen to people, when people say maybe you will win court. ANAMBRA state is not Nigeria. ANAMBRA state is one of the smallest states. Obi can buy 5-6 judge. They say he won. This one is not. This one, Nigeria is not ANAMBRA state. He only go there to give some eguje, the way Yoruba say. He's going there to give some eguje to some judges.
Ero, I don't know. Maybe you listen for us from the beginning. We have Ogbeni in the house as a lawyer and as a tribunal. He has adjudicated a tribunal case in Nigeria. When he analyzes everything, to him, he even think he doesn't have a case because everything he doesn't have a substantial case to back his, and everything they are saying online that he has 1 million votes from the situation room in Lagos. Tinubu had 100,000 votes. In Nasarawa or Plateau, they had 1.5 million votes. Tinubu has 100,000 votes. It's not even in this case that he filed in the tribunal. So all these they don't transfer. Let me finish. They don't transfer through IORF. They don't upload a result. It's not even in the case that he filed in the court now. So what is the basis of the case? I don't know.
My one thing you should understand. You know, I keep telling mostly my Edo people, my Benin brothers. Sometimes when I see them on this platform, they talk. Maybe I should say partial Obi supporter. I can say they are partially obedient because Obi, if you check Obi, attitude of Obi is not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman, you know. If you watch his interview, his previous interview in Arise, you will know that Obi is a very cool man, a very intelligent man, you know. Just forget about this story. Obi is the more is even I think Obi is even worse than the Tinubu. Just that, you know, person will say I want to sound for pidgin is that they'll say that person where he carry a brain knock war. He carry a brain knock war. You know, the person will carry a brain knock war, they don't get sense. You know, that's why I say he get enough follower. Like someone like me, I'm almost 50. You can't call me as a big rich, so you can't say there's nothing you will talk now. If you already talk, I already listen, say, what is this one they talk? Say this one. Even before you make 3-4 statements, I don't know where they go. I don't know your stand. I don't know I don't know the place where you go. So now people where Obi go still deceive, we go still use the con talk. Now he go still deceive. Believe say he win the election. But for me, 100%, I believe say he not win the election. One, why I say not win the election? One, he say he win Lagos. He have almost 700,000. But okay,
1 million.
Okay, 1 million. Okay, let's give him the 1 million. Tinubu gets 0. Okay. What about the spread? You can't win Lagos and win Nigeria. You can't win only Lagos and win the presidentship. You have to have the spread. The 25%. You have to have it. You have to have the spread. You have to win Gombe. You have to win Kaduna. You have to win Katsina. You have to win Zamfara. You have to win Jigawa. You have to win Borno. You can't win Lagos. It's just only emphasizing on Lagos. Sometimes our people should I say our people will have low IQ. They will think, okay, in win Lagos. Okay, let's give him Lagos. You have 1 million. Okay, let me double it. You have 2.1 vote in Lagos. What about the spread? Even you win the whole Lagos, you win the Southeast. You don't have the spread. You can't give the presidency. So we are not doomed here. So we continue to argue on one, emphasize on one direction. He wants the okay. Let's say he won Lagos 1 million. He won Anambra State. All the vote in Anambra State. He has 3 million. Okay, what did he ask the spread to make him president? No. You have to get 25% for all the 36 states of Nigeria, including with Abuja. So you don't have this way. You continue to shout. Just watch the funniest thing. I think it's going to be the easiest case in court, in Supreme Court, the easiest. Okay, you win Lagos. Okay, let's give you Lagos. What about the spread? Where's your spread? Did you win Jigawa? Did you win Sokoto? Did you win Katsina? Did you win Zamfara? Tell me where you win that will make you president. No. Even he was third. He said he won it. Atiku that even became second. His voice is not louder than Obi. Try to tell you, Obi is the core man. You know, you are third. You are dragging for first. It's like we are living in a fantasy world. A fantasy world. I don't know. So you look funny.
Yes, to me, do you think maybe some people are pushing him that he has a case? Because there is the handwriting is on the wall. You don't have a case. You don't. To me, I'm very sorry. He doesn't have a case in the court. I don't think so.
Like, you know, one thing I believe, for me, I'm from Edo State, Benin City. So what I believe is that even if ANAMBRA State, Delta State, Edo State merge, they merge. You cannot fight. They cannot fight Supreme Court. Supreme Court is not Benin City. Supreme Court is not Port Court. You know, they always got judgment. What you should understand, like this Odili, this Judge Odili, it's like he's retired now. That lady Odili, you know, he's a judge. Yeah, really he always give them. Yeah, he always favor them because he's a criminal judge. They always get judge from him, judgment from him, a favor from him, from her. Now, Supreme Court is not Odili. Supreme Court is not Port Court. Supreme Court is not ANAMBRA State. Supreme Court is not Benin City. Edo State.
It's not Yoruba. You know? It's not Yoruba people.
No. This 7 judge standing, 7 landlord judge standing. So he will go down and make a noise. Okay, they will hear your case. They can't say no. For me, when he said he's going to court to challenge the outcome, I said, okay, go. That for me, I just said, I'm happy this man went. Because the place I was almost scared was, I said, God, don't let this man just talk to these people that doesn't have IQ to go to the street and start fighting, protesting and all this. That was my prayer. So my prayer, God really answered my prayer because I was praying that, oh God, if this man should go send these dumb people to the street, they will destroy a lot of things because of emotion, you know. So now because that protest is not there now, it's going to court. I was very happy. But you see, the case is going to be the most easiest case. You know, it's going to be a laughing stock. They're going to have, okay, you win the case or you win Lagos. Okay, let's give you 1 million. What about which other state you think you have 1 million again? Point it out. He has no case. You want to say he has a 1 million in ANAMBRA State? Impossible. ANAMBRA voter registration, they are not up to 1 million. Yeah, he did get the other 1 million to challenge the 8 million.
Let me read the name of the Supreme Court judge to you. It comprises of all regions.
Yeah.
Kayode Awola, Musa Ahmed, what they call it? Yeah. Ratibi, Kekere Ekun, Chime, Unwezo, Amino. It's just north, south, east. There's like 2 eastern are there now. So it comprises of all the country and Lawa Gaba and one John Okuro. So even Igbo is even much in this Supreme Court, and I think their head is the Yoruba guy. Yes, yeah. Awola. So it cut across the country. Every region has their own
judge.
Judge.
Representative, yeah, okay.
Yes.
He's gonna give.
They will be fair. They will really be fair in their judgments.
Yeah, and it's good. You know why I said it's good. Even Obi went to court. Even when after the judgment, Obi will continue.
Just a second, Thomas. I hope you've told Foley and Romila that they can interject.
Yes, they know. They fully know the trend now. It's only Orumila I think is new, but I will call them too after I finish with Aero. Oh, thank you, Ola. Yeah, go on, Aero.
You know, but my only thing, my imagination is, I think after the Supreme Court judgment, when they threw the case out of court, Obi will continue to weigh. He will continue to whine. He will continue to whine. I want the case. He will continue to go to Arise to make it a view. There's no way you will stop Obi. He will continue to talk. Arise partner will continue to invite him to talk. I want the election. He will continue to wait till the 2027. He will continue to wait. That's my thinking.
But do you think now the case in the court, it should stop jumping around in the social, in the news all around? Because if any case in the court, there is little or no what you can talk about that case, because anything you say in that studio can be used against you in the court of law. Because as you saw him some couple of days ago, still on Arise, still saying all this kumbayaism. Yes, I think now he has filed the case. Maybe he will stop this going around.
Yeah, my only prayer for President Tinubu is that he should put a reform into our media space, like this TV
housing. Why are you not supporting Peter Obi? Every Edo that I know support Peter Obi now. Why are you not supporting him?
Why would I support Peter Obi? When I see
they support him now.
I see death. Listen, that is why I said I'm almost 50. Just 2 years from now, I'll be 50. I will see death. I will see death trap. I'm going to put my leg on death traps. I'm not 90s. I'm not 20s. So why? I can't.
Why do you call us death trap?
Let me tell you, I will be comfortable with President Tinubu than President Obi. You know why? The oppression. Because even here in Germany, where I live here in Germany, in Stuttgart, I have my few Igbo brothers here. Even the attitude before the Obi come into space. That time, Nigeria is a Zoom, Nigeria is this, Nigeria is that. The oppression alone, the insult alone, So I will imagine that okay, Obi is now the president. I cannot imagine the insult that will come from from that region, the insult that will come from that region. Because nobody can talk again, nobody can speak. Because majority of them, not all of them, majority of them are very aggressive. They are not respectful. They don't have respect. Even the few one I have here, they are aged about 20 to 30 something. You see the way they talk. They don't have respect. They say, yeah, you that come from Zoom, that Zoom country, that those rubbish talk, So I feel comfortable with Tinubu than Obi. 100%. I feel comfortable with President Tinubu.
Can you blame their followers, not blame Obi? Can you blame the followers, not Obi?
I think I'm so sorry, my brother. If you are living in the Eastern Part, you will know what I'm saying. I have lived in Eastern Part. I know what I'm saying. Majority of them, not even 2%, not even 3%, 80% of Igbos are, sorry to say this on this open platform, they are very aggressive. They don't have respect. They don't know what is called elder. They don't know what is called senior. They take everybody out trash. When you are doing,
no. Now you can't say that. You can't say that now. That is stereotyping.
I'm not stereotyping. One thing. That is why I like Mrs. Zita. When Mrs. Zita, when she speaks, I always listen to her. We can't continue to live like this. We should speak it out so that they should learn that this is one of the things that is giving us problems and make people to start hating us. We should speak it out. I think when we continue to speak all those things out, all media houses continue to speak it out that you people are very aggressive, you people are this, you people are this. I think they will adjust. That's my thinking. We can't continue to say, oh, no, it's not. I'm not hating them. What I'm only saying is fact. What I'm saying is 100% fact. They should learn how to accommodate. They should learn how to.
They can push back at you.
Yeah, no, there's no. No. There's no problem. 1,000 people pushed back at me, but you need to speak the fact. You need to speak the truth. Speak it the way it is. And so when we speak it out, then we'll have the courage to amend our way of life. Only the issue of this civil war, it brought a lot of calamities to Nigeria problem. The hate is there. You can't run away from that hate. That we don't love each other. You can't say it.
Errol, are you saying
any Igbo presidency in the nearest future. As this, because I will not lie to you, it's very devastating. I'm a Yoruba man. Let's call a spade a spade. Just say you are an Igbo man now with what is going on in Nigeria. Because I have seen now Nigerians don't want Igbo to be president in Nigeria. In my opinion, that's what I think.
That's 100%. So, not only the Northerners, my brother. A majority of the south of Nigeria, majority of them are scared of Igbo. They are scared.
You don't want them to be president, and you are still keeping them. Why don't you let them go?
Yes,
let them go.
Like yesterday. Let me tell you, my brother, Mr. Thomas. Let me tell you, yesterday. Yesterday, I was watching one program like that from one boy, one YouTuber in Lagos. You know, they were calling in. So all the callers, 80% of the callers, they were all Igbos. Only the way they speak. My wife asked me, Onyo, why they could have let these people go? For me, I believe okay, let them go. For me, that's what I think, because they don't have that feelings about Nigeria. They don't have that love for Nigerians. I said, I know what I'm talking about. Even before Obi come into limelight, before he came to join the president's race, the presidential race, the hatred is there already. Even you give Obi presidency, you give all the Easterners Senate president, the hatred is there already. They don't have any passion for Nigeria. They don't have any passion. If you check, you see the trend on media in the media. They are toying off their passport. This thing happened about 8-10 years ago. This similar thing happened. I remember when this guy, Una Kano was his first arrest. I watched one YouTuber again that time. I was in Germany. You know, he tore his passport off. Igbo guy. He stamped on Nigeria flag. I was very ashamed of myself. To be in Nigeria, I was ashamed. He put Nigeria flag on the in the tie road. He stand on it in Germany. Yeah, I was ashamed. In Stuttgart, yeah, I was ashamed. Say, why are you doing this? Because of one person, not the Kanu. Look at the shit they were doing here in Germany. You know,
let's confirm that with video.
Yeah. Having critically observed the way and manner the Nigerian election has been conducted so far, I have come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never be redeemed. As a result, I have decided not to be associated with anything called Nigeria. In order to buttress my assertion, I hereby destroy my Nigerian passport.
But the man not show the date where they for the passport.
If somebody is frustrated, they can see frustration in that man's face.
It looks Yoruba. It looks Yoruba to me.
brother.
It's a Yoruba man. Oh,
Babati, don't say that now. Did he show you his state of origin? Don't come on air and start defending rubbish. Don't come air.
Yeah, just joking.
It's a Yoruba man for what now?
That to be seen. No, seriously, it sounds Yoruba to me now. But
Babati, please. Babati, we don't see his state of origin. When you see the state of origin, I can take that from you.
The same way you cannot say it is an Igbo man.
So just take it, say this is rubbish. Coming up on TV
wait. What that accent? How did that man look? Which region? Let's stereotype today. We don't stereotype on this platform.
The man look from certain part of Nigeria.
At times we have.
You look from certain part of Nigeria.
For which side?
Just like a man from South, it can be Yoruba man, it can be a Doma, it can be Igbo man.
Mr. My brother Thomas, I want to do one caution. My brother Midwest, I beg. If you measure all those kind of bad behavior, don't measure my state in it. I know you are a Benin man, please. I beg you, in the name of God. It cannot be from Edo, please. I beg you, in the name of God, please. We don't have that attitude. We don't have that attitude in Benin and in Edo State, please. We don't have that similar
I take it from you. I say I don't take it from you. Now no need to argue. Thank you, sir.
Please.
Why you being aggressive?
Good morning, everyone.
But, Mr. Iro, I want to ask you a question. You know, the thing is this. In a political setting, we find ourselves in a country. I told this my brother that have been here since. I don't think you were there. Look, he asked you a very critical question. See, do you see Igbo future becoming the president of the question? The question you also have to ask, do you even see any certain person, if the need is not done, coming to become a president of Nigeria? A certain person as a whole.
Please, can I answer
Midwester, can I answer your question?
Yes.
So let me answer the question.
Okay.
I direct it to a room. Make a room answer.
Everybody hold on. Please, hold on. Let's hear from Foley. We haven't heard anything from Foley. Then we'll go back to Arrow, then we'll go back to Midwest. Yeah. Foley, how are you, my brother? Long time.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
You abandoned us. What's happened now, my brother?
This is my first time coming here after the election.
What happened?
I know now. What's happened now? You don't abandon us. Yeah, because your brother get 14,000 votes.
No. We should know that 14,000 votes. All of us know is the best vote we ever have in Nigeria. It shows that 14,000 clear vision.
Yes.
Clear vision where to go. Yeah. So we have the clear vision, we have everything that we need. So in our space, that's why we can't abandon our space for anything fake. And I don't know, I'm not sure if any OB people are still on this page today, because I can't hear from them anymore. And I don't know why.
They are here now. Midwest is here, but Midwest is not.
Oh, okay.
Midwest is not.
If you go back to our,
obedience.
But obedient. My own is supporting the interest of the country.
Oh, okay. And that time,
then I voted for Peter Obi. But the obedient that people are trying to drag Kanu in, I'm not in that page.
Yeah, okay.
People who share those kind of ideas.
And at that time, I think we were warning you guys. If you want Nigerian projects, Obi is not a Nigerian project. We miss the candidate that's supposed to be a unified. You know, that someone just asked us a question that are we seeing an Igbo man becoming Igbo president, becoming Nigerian president in Nigeria? Yes, but it's not an Igbo man that will actually unify Nigeria to satisfy the Igbos' needs in Nigeria. Because anytime we have Igbos as a president that want to unify Nigeria, other would think that he's still using Igbo agenda on us. We need somebody outside the circle, somebody like Showore, to come into the system, bring everybody together, which I know he has the capacity to do that.
How do you know?
If Showore can leave Nigeria to
how do you know?
I'm telling you now. If Showore can leave Nigeria to UK after election to go and meet Nnamdi Kanu, to have a conversation with him on how to move Nigeria forward. And I think him as a president, he will be able to bring all the agitators together, including people from the southeast, southwest, everywhere that we have this issue that we're all talking about. I think Showore has the capacity to bring everybody together and make them see Nigerian as a project that all of us need to work and get. Because even Tinubu will try, but I'm not seeing him doing that because people already hate him because of that election of a thing. Because each time we're having election, we always have this move towards going back to our oppressors. Each time we're having it. We never have the clear vision of how are we going to get ourselves. We don't organize ourselves. in this country. And it's a pity whenever I'm listening to people.
Polly, I will take you as our accident guest this evening. We haven't heard from you since election, so I'm keen to ask some few questions from you.
No problem.
Overall, how do you how can you grade the election? What is your take about the election generally, from the presidency to the gubernatorial? Yeah, what is your take?
Actually, this election is one of the best election we've ever had in Nigeria, because it shows that people are actually getting up, people are rising up, they are trying to do what they need to do. But unfortunately for us, we have the criminals have the much power to exercise on us, and we too, we are still weak in our organizing. We don't organize where we need to organize. We always run back to our oppressors to save us anytime we are looking for freedom. And I think this is where we have to come together once again so that we not make another mistake. We need to organize ourselves. This country, forget about all these people tearing our passports. If you are in their shoe and you allow emotions to come over you, you will do what they are doing now. Because how do you know you have a country that you don't even have a say to elect a president by yourself? That you cannot even talk about your processing to elect a president in your country. There's no hope. And I think at this junction, all of us, we need to see beyond our local things. It's my tribe, it's my this. We need a competent person who will know, who understands the problem of Nigerian, and who is ready to put his life online for it, to get it right. And I wish all of us can actually take a seat back and go and look what Sowore processed. Let's forget about all this media thing they used to talk about him. Go back and try your
Okay, my brother, I want to say something.
Okay.
Should go and contest for local government chairman. Let him be tested. You see, these people, he should go for his own state and start.
When I'm hearing this from the people of your caliber, I shake my head. Because if someone like you,
you want me to accept what you believe without questioning your intention. I will give you an example. We have been carried away with emotion. And
we are not here to argue.
Continue.
Please don't make this thing look like an argument. We are here to actually educate ourselves. Please.
Yeah.
If you have anything you want to tell me, educate me. I will listen to you.
Yeah.
But if someone like you traveled, you have exposure, you have the exposures, you have everything, and you are still asking somebody to go, you are still asking someone like Sowore to go to local government. How do you want all these Almanjiris? Say, how do you want these Almanjiris to be talking about Sowore? How do you want them to even see Sowore? If someone like you cannot even yet take your time to see the potential in him, and how do you want us to sell him to all these Almanjiri and the garage boys and Agberos? That's the problem we have there. Accepted. He's supposed to go to local government. Fine. But do you believe all these people we are running today? Mandela has not been to any local government. Mandela actually did exactly what Sowore is doing. And when he became president in South Africa, he was one of the best presidents. Mandela don't even have the exposure that Sowore has. In case you don't know. Mandela was in prison for 27 years. After he came out, and he did very excellently great. But Sowore has the exposures. He has even this agitation at that time when they are releasing Mandela, South Africa is in mess, apartheid. And when this guy stepped in, he used his willingness, as in his willingness, not experience, willingness to change the narrative. And he changed the narrative, he changed the stories. He bring everybody together to their names. This is what we need. Not which experience are you talking about? For him to go, even me here, I can't even run for assembly in my state. In my local, I can't even run for councillor. Because just last week, Saturday, I was at Poly Unit. I nearly cried. If you know how these people have pauperized people's mind. People are writing their name. The money they've not even see. They voted to go and ask for that money later. I'm telling you what we are facing on ground. So you telling anybody to go and contest from assembly, we have a problem here. And our problem is leadership. the earlier all of us that were here on this space bring that maturity out of our own ethnicity matter. Let's see a potential future leader in this guy and go. And that's why I said you just take a step back, go and check. And it's not folly telling you now. You have Google, type Showore, see what this guy represents, listen to him, read his story, listen to what he believes. If Showore wants to be part of these criminals, for long it will be. For long. But he chooses the path to save the country. Showore is not here for money. He's here for liberation. The earlier we all see that. And the liberation Igbos were looking for is in that guy's hand. Is in that guy's hand. Since yeah, you are free.
This is what I just have a point. Like you are dissociating from the other from the rest politician in Nigeria. But this same man, you are the party chairman of your party, the national secretary of your party, and you are calling this man.
Do you see? Wait. You know what? This is why I said. Many of us here, we should forget about all the social media information. I'm in. Let me explain to you what you need to know about the question you just asked. Okay. In 2018, August, they have the movement called Take It Back movement. They organize themselves to have a political party.
Yeah.
Yes. They organize themselves to have a political party. Okay. So 3 months around around October, they registered the party, which is AAC. And you know when they are registering a party, they have to have their ESCOs on board. Okay? That's why they use Showore as their chairman when they have their ESCOs. So their intention is to go for conference and elect another person as their chairman. But unfortunately for the party, election is already closed. They have no that time. There's no that time for them to do that. So they go for election straight. Okay? And they elect him as a candidate with the intention of after the election, they will come back and have their conference. They will do the proper arrangement to have their ESCOs in place. But unfortunately for the party, after the election, someone out of the Judas, let me call him Judas, out of the party, step out because he thought Showore's party is for all these normal parties that have been having in Nigeria to bring money and spend money, endorse one candidate later and give them billions of naira and move on. But Showore did not allow that to happen. And after the election, the guy was very angry. And he said Showore is using the party's money for something. When Showore traveled,
is he the guy that runs the court?
Yes.
Is he the guy that runs the court?
Yes, Showore traveled on the 30th of March to America, and on the 14th they were asking him to come and defend something in court, and they know he already traveled. These people plan it. It's an arrangement within them and even the judge, and they give their judgment. They said Showore should stay back for 6 months. They sanctioned him for 6 months for not coming around to come and defend his what's it called. But by the time Showore came back and he sued them back. He has to go back to court, and they were in court for almost 3.5 years. So this our election remain okay. The day the INEC gave out for election for presidential candidates to fill their candidates only remained just 6 days when the party won their party back, and then there is no way for them to have what's it called again? Election again. How to have another ESCOs. So Showore just remain there and they go for another thing and they just use that period, 6 days, to do this thing, to elect him as another candidate for the presidential contest in 2023 election. So during that period, the election is still holding as well. And after that time, as they were doing their election, they are actually catching the home. Showore has already even appointed another person to be the party chairman, which is a guy from PRP. But you people don't know that. But we that we are the party people, we know what is going on in that
But you will stay right there, my brother. So
okay.
Sowore is a dictator. He appointed a party chairman by
it's not a
himself.
dictator. It's not a dictator. You know, in Nigeria, in our situation now, if it's need for you to be a dictator to have good people to represent you, Oga, you have to do it. I'm here. The day they want to give me chairman AAC chairman in Ekiti, I was not even interested. But they know my capacity. They know I can never betray them. They know I will never sell them out. And they actually call me, Folly, do this for us. We need you to do this for us. And that's why I take that in. Because they know the kind of person I am. And I will tell you, the guy that actually piloted the affair of that state, I met him last week. The guy don't even know the kind of person I am. He was telling me what happened in 2023 election when PDP, APC were 2019 election, when they were actually endorsing another party in Ekiti. You know, a lot of people believe that Nigeria politics is a game, is a place where you can just come and make money. So you need to search for people who believe in your idea and bring them together close to you. You don't mingle with rats. Look at the one we gave secretary. You know what he did to our party, and that is why we are very careful on whom to use as our political member, as our escorts, because it's easy for them to be manipulate any party if the person is not representing the party well. It's only there for money. Like me, I don't know any amount of money you want to give to me that will make me to change. Do you even know? As I'm talking to you,
Folly, all these things you are saying, most of all knew that. Is it time for Sowore to just pack it in? If there's no future for him in Nigerian politics, if he can't play, let me finish now. There's no future for him in Nigerian politics if he can't play the politics how they are playing it in Nigeria.
No, you are getting it wrong. What me and you need today is not how the Nigerian politics is being played. It's how are we going to save our country.
Forget about my brother. Forget about that safe country.
Bros, please. Bros,
Folly, you know what I'm saying.
Let me tell you something. I know what you are saying, but the Nigeria policy you are expecting us to play will bring damage on us more. If all of us were playing Nigeria politics of today, all of us are playing it, we are condemning the society more, and the system will continue deteriorating. So I think at this junction, we have to see it beyond the way they play Nigerian politics. Nigeria politics is a mess. Is in a disgrace. But we know
that, level. But that is our reality. That is our reality.
Let me tell you what we call revolution. When a system is going astray, people step in. They create awareness on how to change the system. Not that you going by the way the system is being going. You have to create another way of doing things differently from the way they have been doing it. And that is where people will be now be coming, they will be joining you. A lot of people they want something good, but because they have no space to do that, that's why you are seeing them playing game with their life. A lot of people will bring their money to invest in politics heavily in order that believing that they want to come and change the system. They will go and join the old system. Before they got there, their hands will be soiled as well. They will still go back to what we are all running away from. Why can't we organize? We can organize. We can organize against this system that is not leading us to anywhere. The Nigeria policy you people are talking about, it has been a distraught over us. This thing has destroyed the country completely. And why can't we just look for another way of doing Nigeria politics? Yes.
Is Sowore jealous of Peter Obi now?
Sowore has never jealous of Peter Obi. It's only a problem you people have.
Sure?
Hey, the problem you people are. Let me just tell you, anybody that listened to me very well before this election, I told you, I'm not against Obi. I'm not against obedient people. But what I'm against is that an army of lions, be leading by a sheep, will lead them to unknown destination. Okay? The movement that Obi actually came to take over from us, which is NSAS movement, Obi did not partake in
that. That is the jealous. That's what I'm saying.
No. Hey, wait now. Let me educate you. When you
Excuse
say this,
me. Let me
when you
come
say
in
it's
here.
jealous,
Wait,
please,
you have
please.
talked a
When
lot.
you say
Can
something
you
is
create a
jealous,
chance for me to quickly throw something?
No,
no, let me answer.
Folly, hold on.
Let me answer my
Hold on.
brother first,
You
please.
still
I will
have
still
the
answer.
floor.
I'm here. I'm
You
here.
still have the
Don't
floor.
worry.
Let Midwest push back. You still have the floor. Yeah,
My
Midwest.
brother,
Yeah.
see, you said the NSAS. NSAS has nothing to do with Oshowore. It wasn't the leader. It wasn't the organizer. So you are
That is
unfair.
and that is
Please, you
exactly
have
you
to
people
say
are
the
getting
truth.
it
Look,
wrong. No.
it was when, listen, the confusion came in when Oshowore was trying to come in
That is
to
what you
say,
people
it's
are
like,
saying.
give me the
That
space to
is
take the
media.
leadership.
That
That
is
was when the
media.
whole thing started
Wait.
collapsing.
That is
Kanu,
media.
Midwest,
Wait.
do you remember they
Please
chased him
now.
away? They chased him
You say
away.
no. You say something.
They chased him away.
Wait
And
now.
when Kanu,
Wait.
listen, brother, let me quickly put this one. When Kanu weigh in with this their IPOB talk, then the whole thing collapsed. The federal government took an advantage. So Oshowore has never been able to mobilize Nigeria, but he has mobilized a lot of people.
Please, can we
it
educate
was
ourselves?
like
Can we educate ourselves more?
okay,
Please.
educate.
We are not here to argue. I'm not here to be telling you what is on social
Don't
media.
bring Oshowore is a movement that will be stolen from you. No, that's
Wait
what you said.
now. Come on. And in 2018, when Showore came in, he said, "I have destroyed media space, and I'm now here to destroy political space." Okay. And I thank God in 2023, we see the hand of that destruction is taking place gradually. We may not be there. But what I'm telling you about NSAS, go and check your tweets very well. All the
Only
tweets.
with 14,000 votes. With 14,000 votes.
Please. Let me land, please. I'm not here to talk about 14,000 votes. We don't even have election, as far as I'm concerned. We don't have election in Nigeria.
Well, are you not the one that said we had one of the best elections?
We don't have. If I say one of the best, one of the quickest election that we have been having, one of the best among the quickest election we'll be having. But that is not how election is being conducted. Okay. So let me go back to NSAS. Go and check Chowore's tweets with what's it called? Burna Boy, when he was calling Burna Boy out. You can't be saying you are a fella and you can't do what fella is doing. You can see what Burna Boy used to respond before the NSAS. Go and check Rerun tweets with Chowore before the NSAS came out. Chowore called over. Go and check fast all the celebrities. Chowore was the one that tweeted them about NSAS first. And the first day the NSAS will take place, Chowore was first person to carry cow blood. It's on YouTube. I can send to you if you want me to send it to you. He was one that carried cow blood in paint gallon keg. And we went to Central, what's it called? It's Area 11, where the police headquarters is. And they went there to go and ask for IG to talk to them. That very day, Chowore was there, Aisha Yusufu was there, all the Jardin Yoju was there. Every activist in Abuja was present on that day. That was the first day that NSAS began. And Chowore carried that blood. It was the one that used to write NSAS on the floor in the front of police headquarters in Abuja. It's on the video is on YouTube. Okay. And that was the first day. And so as Chowore is doing his own in Lagos, in Abuja, Fast also and Macaroni they were doing their own in Lagos. Okay. So if anybody don't leak Chowore with NSAS, that person is not even know what we are talking about here. Because before the NSAS,
where Oshowore was away.
That video,
when he was trying to put himself at the front for the leaders.
That video,
Can I interject, please?
I'm sure.
Everybody hold on. Everybody hold on. Please.
This was very clear to all Nigerians. So
wait. Let's hold on, please. Hold on, please. Midwest.
I'm sure.
Finish. And
I'm sure
Polly, you can counter him.
I'm sure you have 42 seconds of that video. I have 5 minutes of that video. I will show you the complete video. If
I saw the video, Polly, there's no lie about that. I saw the video. Don't bother to send it. That is true.
No.
Right.
You have the 5. You have the 5 minutes of. You have the 2 seconds of it. I have the 5 minutes of that.
Let us be sincere. The NSAS, when Oshowore came to the midst of those guys, I saw them chasing Osowore away, and it's
And as
also
I
in
said,
the
you
video.
have
You have to talk about that.
you have the 42 seconds. You have the 42 seconds of that video. Me, I have 5 minutes of that same video. That include the one you are talking about, and I also include the one that the guy actually came back to come and tell Showore what he means by what happened. But the people that actually want, they only capture the 42 seconds for you to say. But people that have more interest actually have the 5 minutes of that video. I can show you that 5 minutes of that video. The guy came back to apologize and actually express what he's trying to say. He said it's still Showore that, sir, we don't want these people to think that this is all about politics. That we want you to stay at home. We know you are trying. So we don't want you to stay at home organizing for us. That's when the guy came back. That's what the guy even frustrated for Showore last night. But you people just capture the 42 seconds and making look like is what we need. Here
but
we don't
with
need propaganda.
but with the current election, Nigerians have shown that they don't want Showore. Nigerians are the one that will elect those that will elect.
No. Let me tell you what happened. 6 days, Obi is already trending before we want our political party back. Okay? And that movement has already gone for Obi. So the one we are doing here, the reason why we don't join the movement is because we are not a waiver. We are not the kind of person that something can just wave us and we forget about our own real ideology. What I told Obi then, I know that these people will come. If anybody can testify with my video here, if anybody that is there when I was saying it, I know these people will organize, Obi people will organize, youth will organize themselves to make sure they got something better out of this election. But the same game, the same oppressors will manipulate the election, and they will still have their way on it, either we like it or not. But the problem here, the movement that we are leading, the army of lion that is leading the movement, and we have a sheep as a leader leading the movement will not take us to anywhere. Let's assume that the movement that we're all talking about is being given to Showore, okay? And after the election, I'm sure INEC will not even try that. Because NSAS we're even talking about is not even up to 1 million or 1 million people on the street of Nigeria.
Can I interject, please? Can I interject?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I'm listening.
Is Orumina here, please?
Hello?
Hello?
We can hear you. Who is this? Is it Orumila? We can hear you. Talk.
It's a new voice, bro. It's a new voice on the studio.
Yeah, speak. We are hearing you.
I was waiting to be ushered in for a long time, but
no. You interject. Since the guy didn't, Thomas is kind of busy. Since he didn't, normally we usher you voice in.
It's like we are having like-minded people on the platform. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. Yeah, first of all, Ormila, this is your first time on this platform, right?
This is my first time. That was what I said.
Okay. Sorry, before Thomas come in, where are you from in Nigeria? You're in Nigeria. Which country are you from?
I'm from Nigeria.
And which country are you now?
I'm in Egypt now.
Okay, good. Which part of Nigeria are you from? If it's okay, you can say. If it's not okay,
I will not say it. I will not say it.
Okay.
You don't have to. Why do you always like to ask this question?
Yeah, that question shouldn't be called.
It's okay. Have your interjection, please, Romila.
What I want to say, I don't think I might not be the only one, but I think I'm different. In the sense that I am a born, buttered, bred, and plastered Lagosian. Because I was born there,
so they didn't have egg, fry egg to eat?
No, you understand me? Born, bred, buttered, and plastered.
What a fry egg?
You know, but then, out of this election, everything that happens, some of us are indifferent from it. But the after effect of the election is having so much, it's giving me so much disillusionment. If I remember how I grew up in Lagos and everything I've done, my family, my friends, I could not just imagine being in Lagos. When I saw that video a night to the governorship election, I was afraid, brother. Let me be sincere. Because Yorùbá lọ wọ́n bọ̀ wọ́n ní ẹni bá jẹ panla bó bá ta yín bólúwẹ̀ bá jẹ gbèsè kò ní san náà.
Ah, Jesus Christ. My brother, small.
Mákàn lóye máa ń kàn.
Ewu lọ fọ.
Oyè tó kára wò yóò kára ẹdẹ.
Adẹ̀dá fún yín. Sọ̀rọ̀ mi yé. Ọmọ Ìgbò ni mí. Àmọ́ èdè àkọ́kọ́ tí mo kọ́ sọ Yorùbá ni mo kọ́ èdè Ìgbò ni. Mo kọ́ ní báyìí.
Can we speak English, my brother? English, please.
Okay. Don't be annoyed. What I'm saying in fact is that Lagos, I was very ashamed, brother. I was very, very ashamed and disappointed. To me, anybody can lead the country because the way I'm seeing it, if things go well, believe me, nobody will bother who is leading the country. If things go well in Nigeria, there is employment, the social services, amenities, infrastructure. I don't think people will be bothered who is leading the country. It's because things are not going well. And the tribal tone to the election, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all. Because if you look at our music, I try to look at our music. Yoruba àti Igbo, they do collaboration. Look at their movie industry. My brother, go to Teju Osho now and see the business that is going on between these people. Every sector of Nigeria, Hausa, Yoruba, Benin, and everything. We do things together. Go to Balogun, go and see the shops. Even a Yoruba man we have a house. And I've seen a Yoruba man refuse giving his house to a Yoruba man. They prefer to give it to an Igbo man or to a Benin man or to an Hausa man. All these things are happening. Nobody is saying anything. We live together. Why did this get to this extent? Why was this one different from other elections? That the tribal undertone has to encapsulate everything.
Orumila, what do you think caused it? What is the cause?
What I think
what
caused
is the
it.
cause? Yes.
Number one, I'm seeing it as an accumulative effect to this extent.
Not just this election.
Not just this election, some cumulative effect and some people having some things at the back of their mind before now. And again, I believe the presidential election awoke much people that we are sleeping. And again, the tone of my Eastern brothers. That tone, even if it is what they are not going to do. Can you imagine? Is it logical for someone to say, it's not logical. I'm trying to wrap my hand around Igbo Fegbaiko. Is that possible, my brother? I don't know. You people are intellectuals. Is there anything possible? So I don't know. My own is that I was born and brought up in Obalende. Why growing up?
See, I want to put something here. My brother, let me also contribute. The problem we have in Nigeria, each tribes, they have similarity, they have differences. And the government is not able to address this issue directly. But we just decide to walk past it for years. And that's why these things are happening. Because one, the little differences we have, sometimes people, particularly this generation, they were not nurtured on it, and therefore they underestimated it or even underrated to a point that those who attach value to those differences feel offended when they make some comment. And when you approach them, they don't know the extent at which the pain that they are inflicting through their voice, verbal word, into other people. And that's why we find ourselves in this total mess. I think we need to respect one another, respect community that hosted us, and we should not feel. Yeah.
Let me just chip in little things about that. You know what? All this thing, it's painful when I see us fighting the battle that we don't even need to fight. The politicians in Nigeria, they know how to distrust any one of our movement anytime we are trying to bring ourselves together. And it's a pity that we always fall for that trick.
Yeah, we will continue to fall into it because those things are there unaddressed. You talk about revolution. I just laugh. Revolution in Nigeria. How will revolution happen in Nigeria? Today we have a Yoruba president. Whether I mess up the country or not, as far as it's in power, you go and try revolution. Whether Yoruba people will allow you, there's an extent they will cooperate with you. But when you say their brothers should leave power, your thing will change. If you have an Igbo there, listen, this is where we have problem. Let me just learn. When you have a Fulani there, talk of revolution, there are things you will talk about. NSAS, police was brutalizing everybody. They can join you. But if you turn into Buhari must go, that is where the whole thing will end. If you have an Igbo man there,
I don't really know the reason why people think revolution is all about killing or coming out.
No, revolution is about unity for one purpose.
Do you know what me and you are doing here?
Listen now, let me address it because you try to put it that way. It's a kind of unity for a single purpose. But there is a challenge as far as Nigeria's structure is concerned because the ethnic affiliation is an obstacle to that unity and to that one purpose.
Do you know the reason why I'm here today this morning?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm here because I believe people of this caliber of where we are, we can actually organize. That is part of revolution. Before before me and you don't talk like this, but we're talking here today before it purpose. It's part of the revolution we're talking about. We can start from here, organizing
ourselves. In a revolution, we should also define our limitation. We should understand that we have a limitation. If we, for example, Tinubu is swearing as a president, I as an Benin person, maybe he's made some mistake, you want us to talk about it, we can join you. But if you turn to Tinubu must go, I will tell you no. I cannot be part of that because the Yorubas are not going to be happy.
Do you know? Okay, am I not a Yoruba man?
Listen, my brother, may God forbid you have such any purpose. This is where, like NSAS, we focus on one thing and the federal government agree. We did not stop there. There were a lot of demand that was coming to a point. It was not shifting like Buhari must go. And some guys who did not even labor from their internet. Listen, some guys who did not even labor for it from their internet. We are telling people, pick this, do this, buy that, do this, go to social place, and you take collapse.
And are you telling? Let me tell you what happened. In a system where people don't organize, what happened in Nigeria will continue happening. Me and you, I think it was because okay, let's say the reason why we are here today is because all of us here, what we need is to see a Nigerian that works, right?
Yeah.
Why can't we look for a template on how to make it happen?
Yeah, for it to happen. Listen, look at the reason why Nigeria is
for it to happen,
working on my own. The structure on ground has favored some political people. Therefore, they know the truth because it favored them and they have the power.
Okay.
They silence the structure that's supposed to work for everybody.
Do you know the structure you're talking about? The person that I want to be down after this Buhari, 8 million out of 280 million people was one that elect the person. 8 million people out of 280 million people. What about
that's a different issue that I want to talk about.
Can I interject, please?
210.
Yeah, comment.
This is what I want to say. These 280 million people that people are mentioning, we are not up to 280 million. Those mutual assistance so that will take us to 170 or 150 million. Those are lies.
Hello.
Nigeria is not up to that.
That's an argument for another day.
Let's put that one aside. I want us to answer what that our brother was saying concerning the ethnic problem. It's so shameful.
Okay.
And if you look at it, let us not deviate from that. The thing is this. From day one, even before they depended, Ahmadu Bello of blessed memory point to, just go to her, and even before he went to her, he has been presenting it before the leaders that want to form this country called Nigeria. These things were there, but they did not address it. And as I came across one of his I think it's one of written pieces of paper when he was addressed. He said, we have a differences, we all agree, but people are saying we should put it aside and work together. He said, but for him, it is better we sit down, discuss, so we know those differences and know how it affects every one of us. And that thing is the key to everything. Because now there's cultural differences. People behave the way they feel it is good for them, and they do it in another person's place. You see crisis everywhere. And we are all one Nigeria.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can continue.
Yeah, come in, yeah.
That's my submission.
I've never been opportune to go on any platform. This is the first platform I will just go. Why? Because I like this platform. Is objective. I know everybody there, from Alexander Gomez, Ajani Kuku, everybody. I like it, and I just stay at the background and listen.
But Orumila, wait. What of the accused that we have been accused as the ethnic bigots? What you don't see us in that light?
Who is us? If I come out around where I stay, normally I based in Germany. I just came on holiday to Egypt with my family. You understand? Around where I stay, all my friends. I grew up with Yoruba people, and I maintain such in Germany too, because I understand them. I understand them even more than my own people. You understand? I understand them more than my own people, so I deal with them. Even here, they call me that boy that speaks in Latin all the time. I take it in good faith. If Igbos don't know their best friend in Nigeria, it's the Yorubas. Where will I start from? Where will I start from?
I like Amaka and Ngozi.
Where will I start from? To look at the hospitality of the Yorubas to the Igbo, not only in Lagos. People are saying Lagos, Lagos, Lagos. Go to Ibadan now. Let's say we are the new generation now. We are youths. I'm just trying to, is there a way we of this generation can fathom a way and just live in peace first? Live in peace. If we remember what happened in Kigali, where a husband will wake up in the night and slaughter the wife, just reflect on that for a moment. And we will know what we are building now, where it might lead us to. God forbid.
Yeah, because if issues are not addressed, that's the only end game. This issue has been there since independence. It is our time our leaders start addressing it. They can't be sweeping it under the carpet. The carpet has swollen up. It has swollen up to a point where if you want to cross it, you hit your leg on it. That's what is happening in Lagos. It is there. Please let me quickly summarize this one. We have that ethnic affiliation because nations was there before the arrival of the white people. Now, creating Nigeria, it was through force, administrative conveniency, getting the independent. People want it to be addressed so that we can be able to manage it. But those who were having that upper hand did not allow it. Today, we are still in that mess. And I hope if we have a certain president, my brother, we have love, we have things to build upon, we have things that connect us, but we have differences. Those differences need to be addressed. And that is what I believe. We can't be saying it's not there. Let's move forward. There is no problem. It is Yoruba that is bad. It is Igbo that is bad. It is this that is good. It is this that. No, it will not help the situation. This is my own belief.
You are
Thank
right.
you.
You are right. You are right, Midwest. Let me contribute and so I can give leave the space for other people to talk. What I see about this issue of this tribal sentiment and all those things is our Eastern brothers, they are tired of Nigerians. That is just the plain truth. They are tired. You know, this issue of this marginalization. Marginalizations that they feel that they are not part of the system. So it's the issue of this hatred for one another is started from after the Civil War. So the federal government need to organize.
Before the Civil War, before the independence,
before the Civil War, they have to sit down and say, okay, what is your problem? What is that? So let's rub mind. Let them rub mind. Let rub mind and say, oh, okay. They have, you know, when someone, you know, it's like when you beat a child. When you beat a child, like my own child, when I beat my child, sometimes I eat him. He come back from school. He doesn't say good afternoon, sir. He doesn't say daddy good afternoon or daddy how are you, because he's angry. So when you, it's like when you beat a child, you call him back and say, come, I know you wronged me. You did some bad yesterday. That's why I hit you. So don't do it next time. Rub mind with them. So bring them into the table and say, okay, what is your grievances? Why are you angry? So until Nigeria government, until the system bring them together and put them among the system, there's no way Igbo people will be they will accept Nigeria. They will accept other part of Nigeria. It's like when a child is angry, there's no way you without calling that child to yourself and say, oh, my son, I beat you yesterday, so do well and let it work out for both of us. So if the Easterners, they don't feel part of the system, even you bring Obi there tomorrow, you bring other people there, the tribal system will continue to salvage that country. So until we all come together as one. So our Eastern brother feel marginalized. That they are not part of us.
I want to quickly put this in. Wait, Ero.
Can we ever come together?
Yeah. No, wait, Ero, listen. What is the problem? It depends on what your people said to you as a person. Listen, we are Benin. This country called Nigeria, the history I want to tell you, in Berlin Conference, it was Kingdom of Benin that was given to the British. Go and make your research. The most marginalized people in terms of
we are the Benin. We are the Benin.
If we want to be acting like them,
we'll be worse.
For us. So it will be worse. So it depends. Everybody have wronged one another. Let us know area where we should rub mind, because there are things that connect us. There are chances.
But Midwest.
If we don't address it, I still agree with you, Ero. If we don't address it, like that my brother said, this thing is going to lead us. You see example, say a husband will get up in the night and hand wipe the life of his wife.
Midwest,
because the problem is deteriorated, the unfaithfulness may become so frustrated. Nothing is working because they have a culture of family before. Now the waywardness was too much. So some of them will just wake up so frustrated and end the life of that woman. So we should not go to that level before we will not agree. What is going on now, my brother? People are seeing Yoruba like troublemaker. And the other hand, people are seeing Igbo. Listen, people are seeing Igbo like troublemaker. Some people are saying Yorubas are good. Some people are saying Igbos are good. But
let me tell you,
we are coming to pay for it, irrespective of the tribe and nationality we have in the South. We are coming if it is not addressed. Politically, we will lose. Politically, we will not be able to stand firm. And our generation is coming to suffer it. So we need to talk about it. It's a critical issue.
Midwest, let me tell you. But one thing I want to make our fellow Nigerians understand. Even the Benin, we are marginalized. You know, but I cannot say because we are marginalized. I will say let me tell you. No, Thomas, wait. I want to make a point. I cannot say because no, wait now, Thomas. I cannot say because we are marginalized. I will say Oba of Lagos is that. I will insult the Oni of Ife. No, I cannot do that.
That is cultural assimilation.
You have to put respect. You cannot say because Nigerian government. You cannot say Nigerian government doesn't accept you. You continue to insult other tribe. It doesn't make sense, my brother. That's why I'm angry with our Eastern brothers. You can't say because you are marginalized, you continue to put insult on other tribe. It doesn't make sense, my brother. You know, I am not president. My father have never been a president, never been a senator. You understand?
Game, and that's the problem. That's why we are here. We always fall for the
Hold on, let's hear from
this thing we are talking about is not as bad as it is, like this. But before they see it, something coming to them, like a shock. That's how they change the narrative. And the earlier we start defining our own battle to fight, I think it's better for us.
So issue of this hatred for one another, until we all come to the table. Who say you put a show there, you put the other one there, the same problem will still continue. I remember when Obasanjo was there far back. When Obasanjo was there, I know insult Obasanjo received. Every day insult. No, you need to put limits. Like me, I am almost 50. I cannot see a person like Obasanjo and insult him. Impossible. There's no amount of something Obasanjo will do because it's a politics, he's a president. I will continue to insult him. No, I have respect.
But Eru, we were hold on. We were not brought up on the same culture. We have the same culture. Some our ethnic group, they call their father by their name.
I know.
Yes, but we don't. Even your sister, you can't even call your sister by her name. You have to put that. We have different culture. You can't take it from them. That is their culture.
Yeah, but it's not normal, my brother. To me, it's not normal. You know,
because you are not from there. You are not from there.
Listen to me, Thomas. You see issue. You see issue. What make me to just say I've had it all? When this election started at the initial stage, it was a bit peaceful. When Tinubu got his nomination as the flag bearer for APC, I was very happy. I said, well, he's not going to win. I'm going to support Peter Obi because he's old. But immediately the election, the campaign went into the extreme of he's sick, he's a cocaine dealer, he's this, he's a papa, they sleep, papa, they walk, he don't fall, but people don't die. When this insult continue to pour out, as those people have passed their length. You go to YouTube, my brother. You can't say because we hate them. Like
your people sing for him. No, be your people sing for him.
No, wait now. You see, Omila was saying this thing now that he live with Igbo in Lagos and all those things. Okay, it's good. But if you go to YouTube, my brother, I can bring more than 1 million videos out from YouTube. Eight videos towards other tribe. I can bring 1 million video out from YouTube. 8 videos. But if you check all the names, all the people that makes those videos, you see the Chuku, Shinyere, this one. It doesn't make sense, my brother.
Now those stereotypes.
I think the problem we are having here, we are still even trying to sell the agenda of the oppressed here. One of us are still even standing like we are still not even trying to be Uma here. We are still trying to be tribalism here as well. Even the way many of us are even talking here, it shows that we are not even ready to let go of all these things we are talking about. This thing is because we are not.
Hello, let me just say this, please. What I'm saying is it's not tribal. What I'm saying, I am not a baby. What I'm always saying is that we need to speak out. We speak out. I'm not talking about hatred for one another now. If we speak out, maybe our own brothers will say, this thing is not normal. We need to adjust the way we speak. We need to adjust this one. That is why I make instances of, not that I'm not saying we are promoting our oppressor. No, what I'm saying, we have to bring the tension down. We have to bring the way we talk to one another down.
I want to ask my brother, can I be allowed? Who is our oppressor that you are referring to?
Our oppressor are
political
our bad
elites.
government.
Political
elites. Our bad government. You know?
Okay, is there any tribe in Nigeria that doesn't have a representative in the government?
That is what we are saying. All of them were there. That's why we don't need to fighting their battle for them.
Wait.
Let's choose our own battle to fight.
I want to put this one before you. Here come.
Hold on.
Together, but yet,
let's hear from Midwest. Don't let us talk on each other.
Yeah,
so
we have a representative, all tribes.
Yeah.
But yet there is a tribal tension. Like that brother from Egypt is what I'm also referring to. Yeah. Someone like him is trying to save life. So, but many people will tell you, let's just go above it. We are in 2023. People are talking of technology. People are talking of this, my dear. You see these ways. A West can kill thousands of people. We should have it. This social media of a thing, it is after our government should focus and tell people, look, from this day we don't want a speech again. You can make whatever you want to say. Because what my brother is saying here is very simple. This crisis is there. This hatred is there. It's not something we can put on that carpet. Because sometimes
we don't want to speak about it.
Like I said, I am a Benin person. I'm a proud Benin person. the greatest pain you can ever inflict on me is to insult my king. Yes. But people have been doing it for years. We are quiet and we try to talk to them in a silent manner that, look, you are playing with fire. The dead people will help you to put fire into this thing. You will not believe what you will see. But yet, you still see them pushing for it. Even some people raised in our state that can speak our language, but they are not from us. They pretend to be us. They start destabilizing. I am Edo and Ishan. I'm Urobo. We live together. I will see an Ishan boy receiving money, and the people will tell him, saw the Oba of Benin. Are those people, are they not evil? The federal government should talk about this, because look at what is happening in Lagos now. Look, these things are the most critical issue that is confronting us now, because every action, there's a reaction. Let them address this issue. We should not be saying Yorubas are bad or good, Igbos are bad or good, Edo is good or bad. This is a critical issue. We need to respect one another culture. If a community hosted you, a community hosted your father and he lived with those people peacefully for years, you small boy,
respect that community, respect that community, respect that community.
You that is coming up, you are looking at social media that is telling you something that is not, that has never happened, brainwashing you for years, not 1 year, not 2 years, not 3 years. Like that, my brother said, those children born between 90-something year, 80-something, you can't cooperate with them. When they do something, you want them. This is my fellow Nigerian.
Midwest, Lagos is no man's land. You should it's
an insult. Let's put that one aside. It's an insult. And like that guy who went to hell to say, we must take it by force. If we don't take it, my brother, what is that guy? That guy should be, he should be number one person to be arrested. If we want to solve this issue. And so that I can serve an example to the rest.
Let's hear from him.
They are empty.
Yeah.
They are empty. They can no longer have anywhere to stand. They will have to run from Lagos. Don't you want to chase them? Me, I would like to chase these people from Lagos. The way to do it is to take power from them. They will have no place to hide. There will be no under bridge for them. All those traditional rulers that are using talks up and down will be removed from there. You know what power is? We'll remove all those crazy people. Lagos will become a city that works. They will not, will have to find a place to go. I would implore you to ensure that you vote and your anti-vote and everybody you know, because the danger is too much. The stakes are too high. It is akin to a battle. Everybody. We must take Lagos. Must. The people who want to keep it are fighting. We that want to take it must fight harder. The people who want to keep it are threatening. We that have to take it must prepare for that threat. There is no new thing they are going to do now in Lagos. We already know what they will do. Therefore, we must prepare in our large numbers to go to our polling unit. You must encourage your parents that came out before. You must tell your friends that don't have PVC, come and help me protect my parents. We are going to vote so that you will live in Lagos, so that I will live in Lagos, so that we can protect ourselves. Because if we do not take Lagos, I do not know if you can still stay in Lagos. To stay in Lagos, you have to win Lagos. It is that straight. To remain there, we must win. To remain there, to do that your business, for your parents to go to that church, for you to stay in that estate, to enter that bus, that Marua, you must win. It has come to that. Tinubu has brought the country to precipice. The only way is to defeat them so we can lock them up and send them to jail. The only way is to defeat them so we can put them in prison where they belong. We must. It is not a matter of, am I afraid? What you must fear is fear itself. That fear you have is what you should be afraid of. Because these people do not care whether you voted or not. They will attack you in your shop, in your house, on your street.
See rubbish when they talk come up for now.
That is it. We must take Lagos. That is it.
Yeah.
You hear from the horse's mouth.
People of this nature, when they speak to those young guys who cannot digest what they mean, they start having, having that feeling that, yes, if we don't act like the way this man is speaking, yes, we are not going to be in charge. So the indigenous people feel threatened now. Even the king was mentioned. Why must they not arrest this guy? You cannot threaten. I don't blame them. I blame this evil constitution. That is why I said Tinubu have to, tear this constitution down. I see no reason why a governor should go and suspend the king. No.
Midwest.
I see no reason. Yeah.
Midwest. I went to the Dr. Damage show. I said there's one guy that called a Kenna, an Igbo guy. I say, if you see the way that guy was insulting the Oba of Lagos, I was crying. I was crying, my brother.
Yeah,
very painful. Very painful.
These are critical things they need to address for peace.
It doesn't make sense, my brother. So the way it's like Omila is saying we should lower our tempo, like Foley is saying we should lower our tempo. I am not here for politics. I'm not for show. I'm not for anybody. But when you see facts, speak the fact, my brother. Speak fact, because you can't speak. You can't speak so because you should speak lower the tempo, and we are saying some hatred here. No. Speak the way it is now. This is not good.
The thing is,
it don't make sense. I'm a Benin man. When you insult my Oba, listen to me. When you insult my Oba, if I find you, say here in Germany, when you insult my Oba, it will take me many years. I will find you. I know it's not my God, but you need to put respect.
It's just a matter of time.
That's one of the most painful things.
It can be 10 years, it can be 20 years. It's an
when you tell me face to face that you insult my Oba, do you know the respect is that?
One after the other, please. Yeah.
Eh? You have to respect. I said when I went to Dr. Dame's show, I was crying. I said, God, I cannot speak. I went out from the platform. When he came, I was saying, Oba Flego is crazy. He's that. I said, God, you are another master. I said he has a house in Lagos.
I said down. It's about
I know I know my brother. I know what is here. I know.
Please let us put it this way. Let us be sincere.
I know.
See why we are facing this nonsense is because of the constitution. I always say it here. How can they write a constitution? We elect a governor that is going to spend 8 years.
8 years
or 4 years. 4 years, I mean to say. Most of them, they fight to spend 8 years. They hardly lose because the political system is so complex that they can manipulate easily because they are on seat. The thing is this. You gave them absolute power. You pump money to them for education, healthcare, development. You like Buhari gave them a wolf, data state,
everything.
If not for Wike, we wouldn't even know. He pumped money to them. These people cannot even account. You also give them power. They can destroy local government and appoint whosoever they like. No election. They can manipulate, like my state now. No status as of
Edo State, no local government chairman.
You gave them power. The worst part that is creating problem for us now, that they can even suspend the king of every land and chiefs. Yeah. Okay, in that case, and they can do it not because of the king cannot even go to court, just because they did not serve the interest of the governor. You can say you are no longer in this purpose. Then we now caution people about the culture and tradition. You see the way our children are behaving. Go back home. We lost it so much. When you look at the future, you just wonder, why should our king see this kind of constitution and not call their children, lawyers and everyone, tell them, say, look, one thing is very clear. Our people can elect whosoever want to elect. This one, they should start accounting. This is what we have to campaign for. Like me, Benin people, I'm already working with people. We need to come out. This constitution should stop. They cannot be, because these guys are, the governors, like, they are just like complete parasites.
And this is exactly what I'm saying.
Yes, they're like emperor. The governors are like emperor.
With Buhari administration, it was not clear to us that these guys are emperor.
When my brother was talking about Obans,
you know what they do? Let me quickly learn. When the final one, please. When they see that they have committed evil like this, all they do it with the last kobo of the state to make sure the person they selected is the one that won the election. Those who ate with them so that they can cover up for them.
So
look at my state, what is going on. So it's not everything we will talk about on air. What's called strategy patience and just be looking because in our own parable for Benin, say when Benin people don't look you.
My brother, sorry.
That is so clear.
Sorry, how do you want us to rehearse to Oba that declare curfew for the day that we're supposed to have election? Do you want people to just sit down and not insult that Obas because it's Oba?
Listen. See the problem. Wait. I want to answer your question. Let me tell you.
Hold on, please. So they should cancel the culture because of election.
Not cancel the culture. It's not culture. That's not culture. That's
I don't know the Oba who said
it's not culture.
Now.
When we have
please
election,
let me just answer this. I will be happy to answer this guy. I think he threw it to me. When somebody said dethrone the Oba of a land, You want that king to hold his hand. If it is olden days, publicly they will remove his head. Kings are ruling countries and people are proud of it. Dubai is an example. So don't come here and be telling us democracy that they sold to us that is killing us in Africa.
Let me tell you where you people are doing. You people don't even understand what the problem is. The Obas you think you call Obas today, they were 419s that they just enthroned them. Politicians give them the title. We tell them what we call Oba in Yoruba land. It's somebody you cannot even look at. You can't even look at their face. That's why Yoruba is more deep than what people think. Today Obas you think you have as Obas. Most of them are criminals. They're 419s. They put them there to suit their agenda. Politicians do that. Before we have Oba, before we construct Oracle, before we have our Obas. But today we don't have that again.
Okay.
People you call Oba today.
Can I put something before you? Wait. Can I just put something here? Look.
I'm
the Constitution in some state, before you declare an Oba, the governor will not come and say, yes, I'm the one that accepted it. That's what is written in the Constitution. So it is our time we start separating this so-called political system from the traditional leaders so that they can do their things as the traditional people.
Yes.
So we should not be seeking a governor to appoint an Oba. It was not so before. So this is a throne of our ancestors. It's a throne of our ancestors, and we should not allow politicians to rubbish it. They have been doing it. They have rubbished everything. But one thing I want to say, those who come to another people's land to go and insult their king should be careful. Because for every action, there is bound to be a reaction. So all these things that is happening, some of them happen as a result of reaction. You can't threaten when we remove the Oba. You are so disrespectful. The Obas, and they are doing their best as they can. Even in your culture, Yoruba, if your Oba is not right, there is a way to reach them. There are ways, and you should follow that procedure. Procedure is
I'm a Yoruba person.
But the problem we have, the politicians have decided to hijack everything. Tell me what Nigerian government is doing today that is good for the city. No.
I'm a Yoruba person. And I respect my Obas.
One after the other.
But since I started seeing all the Obas that we have today, like when I was young, when I was very small, there was a man in my society that none of us even believed that person actually came out and even contest for, let me say, families organizing committee chairman. But today, he's a king. He's a popular known person as a crook, criminal. But today, because he has the money, he have his way to the throne. And today they call him Oba. And people will be telling me that kind of person, it will influence the society even more worse than what we think. Because the guys that are supposed to be doing good in that community will be looking at him. Our king is even a criminal. Today is a king. So we are encouraging more things to happen in our society. The more we make that mistake, the more we are encouraging more crime in our society. How will somebody be a 419 and make money through that? And you make him a king. And you want the little one that is coming up not join that line of being a criminal. It will never happen.
Sorry, can I interject? Sorry, can I interject? This is what
I'm listening to you, bro.
I get what you're saying, but this is the same thing. It still boils down to the government interference in international matters. We're supposed to separate both of them. Now, that of the Southwest Obaship construction, or the way it's being done, is an eyesore. It's a thing we must talk about. The government cannot just come out and appoint a ballet, then raise it to Oba. That's the biggest problem that is happening in the Southwest. The Legushi, Shahid Legushi, I don't know, Legushi or Said Legushi, it was before now, 20 years before now. He was a chief in council under the Lagos traditional state. But when, I don't know if it's Tinubu that removed them or Fashola, they now make him the own king, raised from a ballet, from a chief to a king, and say he started misbehaving. It's not everybody that is Oba. The government should not just start appointing warrant chiefs or warrant Oba because of admission purpose only. There's a bigger effect after that. Those are the things we have to look at.
Do you even know what these people will do? Politicians will even they will go to a town that is settled. They will divide the town into two, and they will give them two kings.
Because of election.
If they know that these people is working for the town is for APC or PDP, and the next person that will go there is PDP or or the town is for PDP, the next person that is there is APC. He will just go and create another community and give them his own king
Yeah.
title, so that he
So
will
do you know
divide the vote
do
there.
you know the effect?
So this
Do
thing
you know
is
the
how
side
this
effect?
politician has been manipulated this system,
Do
and
you know the side
this is the result we'll be getting all the time. All
Yeah,
of
do you
us
know the
here,
side?
what I'm saying
Sorry.
here is, all of us here, we need to organize ourselves away from all these the way they are selling things out to us. We have to be more organized than what we are saying physically. This thing is more spiritual than what people are talking
No,
about
no,
here.
it's not even more
It's
spiritual. Do you know the side effect? It's more dangerous. That's what destroying
more
our
dangerous.
that's what destroying our culture,
The
our
society
tradition.
is becoming
Okay,
more tense
let me make an
every
example
time.
for you.
So
Let
we
me make
have
an
to
example for
organize
you.
ourselves.
Let me make an example for you. There's one of the governors in Southwest. When he got there, he created 21 first-class Oba. Now, when you create 21 first-class Oba, you have to give them lands, right? You have to
Yes.
give. When you give them land, you have to give them history back in that land. Now, first of all, you have caused a tribal
War in that community.
war in that place. Because that guy you give land, you have to give him history to back that land. You start claiming other people's land. Now, then fight will start. Now, when fight will start, that will be a divided attention. I will not vote for you. If you are bringing investment, I will not let it prosper because you are coming to take my land. You want to go and build orange juice. I won't allow it to happen. You see, from there we will not develop. That's why I'll be championing. Let's get our history right. Let's get our traditional straight. If we don't get it, we cannot get our politics. We cannot get our politics right.
And in a society that are being governed by obas, and we are living peacefully. Now we have politicians in place and they make mess out of it. What we call Oba in Yoruba land before? Who dare you to even look at Oba's face? How we even do it? We
But
call
my
them
opinion,
Kabiesi.
my
The meaning of
opinion,
Kabiesi is just nobody can question you. That's the meaning of Kabiesi.
yeah.
That is Yoruba
To my
culture for you.
opinion, most of that
And if
Southwest,
any Oba
yeah.
misbehave, they will tell him to go and open calabash, and that's the end of his life.
Yes.
We have Ogboni that capture them, that talk to them in secret.
Yeah.
You can't even
Yeah.
talk to Oba in public before in Yoruba land. But
In
today we don't have that quality anymore. And
yeah, in my opinion, many Oba should be demoted to the rank of Bale. They should leave the old ones we know right from day one, like the Oni of Ife, Alafian for you, Eleka of Egbaland. Those ones that's been right from day one. Those ones be the one that is functional in that in the first class king. The rest should be Bale, like chief level. Because too many Obas is a problem. You cannot just put 21 first class king in a space where you need only one person to do. One monarch to do, you put 21. That would be a big problem. So we first start from there. Now we know our second class brother don't have a rulership like that, but we'll find a way to fix those ones too. In the north,
let me tell you, brother, what we need
yeah.
to do is to organize ourselves politically, and let's have a body for ourselves. But the day we have a leader from our own side that understand what we are discussing here, we make it happen. There is no way we can have all these things. We can make all these things happen without having somebody from us who understand the problem and how to solve it. Because these people, they've taken over the space. They are using the space for their own good. Anything that can promote their evil art is what they do in our space. And it's our own expense that they are doing all these things. It's us here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm talking about. We organizing a movement for ourselves and have a clear vision of where we are going to, how we want to get it done, and we will never allow any distraction to come our way. By the time all of us here see ourselves as if we are just human beings, not Yoruba, not Hausa, not Igbo. What I'm here for is just to make sure that everybody is enjoying their life and they are living good life. That should be our cause. I personally, the reason why I'm Yoruba is because I was born in Yoruba land. My mother spoke Yoruba to me when I was young, and I know myself. I know my mother as a Yoruba person. That's why I'm a Yoruba. But in the first place, I'm a human being. God brought me here. If I was born in the north, I would be speaking Hausa. I will be calling myself Hausa today. Okay, so we should forget about all this ethnicity of a thing. We are just human. Let's do things that need for human being to do. Let's forget about where you come from. How I want to suit my people. No. Your people will enjoy when the society is fine. When all of us see ourselves as one, everybody will enjoy the system. Nobody will even talk about Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa again. If they like, let them go and bring an vote to come and rule Nigeria. As long as that person is doing the right thing, I'm okay. I don't care about where you come from. What I need is your competency, the value you want to add to my community or society. That's what I need, not where you come from. You can be a Yoruba king and you are not going to add any value to me. You can be an Hausa person and you can add value to me. Once we have what we need is that value. Someone that will add value to our community and our country at large. That should be our goals, not where we come from. And that's what we're saying before the election, that we are allowing the emotional attach to take over the space of how we actually need to reason, what we need to do, how we need to go. We need to organize ourselves here, and that's why we're here. Organize yourself. And by the time you start organizing yourself, you see the politicians will run away. They have no power. These people don't even have the power. But we don't know that we have the power more than them. And we're not even making use of the power we have. That's all.
Thank you, Folly. I think I will give everybody a monologue without interruption, 2 minutes to just round up, so we can round up. We've we've reached 9 hours. I think it's time to go and rest. You guys thank you so much. Yeah, I'll start from Wafiz. 2 minutes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Hey, Rusai. I don't have much to say. What I'm going to say is that we should drop this tribalism, this hatred for one another. Love is a very heavy thing, though. At least we should find a place in our hearts to accept ourselves. And the election is over. Let's come together and build the country. The country is for all of us. If it is not if it's not conducive for anybody, or if it's not okay, none of us can live there. None of us can invest there. We have our fathers, we have our mothers. We're still gonna go there one day. Election is over. Let's come back and build, and let's drop this hate. Thank you, Thomas. I thank every other people in this platform. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, ma. My regards to the kids and your wife. Thank you so much, Wapis. God bless. Thank you. Yes. Do we have Arrow? Do we have Arrow in the house?
Yeah, I'm here.
Arrow. Yes,
Yeah.
2 minutes, please. Yeah, so we can round up, please. Thank you.
Okay. My final statement is that we should come together as one. We should stop the issue of this hatred, hate speech, and all those things. We should think one day that if we lose our country, Nigeria, there's no place like home. I'm in Germany. I will never dream one day I will spend the rest of my life here in Germany. I am still planning to go back to Nigeria. So I think that is the same thing other people think who live various countries in the world. So please, we should lower the tempo of hatred for one another and come together. Election is over. We are one people, one country, one family. That is my take, my brother.
Oh, thank you so much, Arrow. Yeah, I hope you will come early the next time so we can have a big conversation. But at least you guys have having a good conversation this evening. Thank you so much. God bless. Yeah. Yeah. Orumila.
Olurombi join Iroko join. Who knows that music in Yoruba? It has a lot of meaning.
I know now. In what? Yoruba or in Igbo?
My brother, when we discuss this thing, I want some of us to juxtapose the position and just put themselves in between, like somebody like me that was born and bred up in Lagos. I never know any other place. My village, I visit there only on holidays while I was back in Nigeria, before I came abroad, Just put yourself in our position. Like I'll be traveling next month now to Nigeria. My house, the caretaker, is a Yoruba man. I don't know if you people are following me. The caretaker is a Yoruba man.
I understand you, my brother. My brother, let me tell you something. The most song I like most is Igbo song. Do you know what the song they call Akanchawa?
Yeah.
I can see Akanchawa from the beginning to the end. I don't even understand what they are saying.
Believe
we
me.
are just, I don't know.
Believe me, my
But
brother.
I like the lyrics. I like everything. I like the melody.
To be sincere, I was caught off guard recently with Lagos. I don't even know what is happening in other states. I just mean Lagos, so because I'm in love with Lagos. Everything I've achieved, even everything about me is from Lagos. Even coming abroad, the connections, everything, the school I came to is from Lagos. Everything is from Lagos, brother. But no, I just don't. I want us to live in peace. That is just my own. I don't care who leads the country. If the person can provide good amenities, social infrastructure for people, I don't care. Even the Fulanis today, they can't tell me this what they benefited from. An average Fulani on the street, this is what I benefited from Buhari. And not that if Tinubu is sworn in, every Yoruba man will say, yeah, everything is good for me. I don't think so. It will affect everybody. When it's bad, it will affect everybody. When it's good, it's going to affect everybody. So going forward, I will try and come early again next time, at least.
Oh yeah, we'd like to hear from you, my brother.
To give regards to one man, I always find it funny. Sometimes he wants people to push back at him. I find it very funny and interesting. And I love you guys. I just want us to tone down. Let's now look forward and not look back again. We've discussed this issue a lot. We've disseminated it and everything. Let's just find solution now. That's my take. Solution is the way forward.
Thank you so much, Oromila. Thank you so much, bro, my brother. Thank you. Midwest, do we have Midwest? 2 minutes, please.
I'm here.
Yes, 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, what I want to say is simple. You know, issue that discussed or problem shared sometimes is even a problem solved. Instead of sweeping this ethnic division and the areas where we are not compatible under the carpet, it is high time they have to talk about it, because it's a trap for all Nigerians. The hatred is there, tribalism is there, territorial affiliation of, you know, all those kind of everything is there. And again, the worst part of it, we beg Baba Tinubu Ahmed, we know the court is still there, that this constitution that said governors should come and be appointing king and oba, it means they want to erode our history and cultural heritage. Now it's already a problem. Children are growing up, they don't know their culture, they don't know their tradition, and they have no respect for anything. So at the end of it all, crisis is going to spread across the whole country. So it's a critical issue that they should not ignore. We can't just sit down and see people becoming oba, becoming chiefs and everything. Governors want to destabilize everywhere. And again, to also make sure they fight that constitution, that every governor must account. It's only accountability that builds a nation. A country where there is no accountability, there will not be transparency, so nothing works. They will keep on building roads. It's shameful that we are building roads, it's independent, but there's no road. They are building schools, it's independent, no school. They are building hospitals, it's independent, no hospital. If they are sick, they go to abroad. And yet today, tomorrow, they will still campaign with that same thing. Generation is going. So please, it is our time we should accept the reality that things are not working and Nigerians are hungry, irrespective of the tribe they have. So we don't know where that anger will take us to. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And what happened? Okay, I just round up there, so I leave it there. That's my own submission for now, and I pray that God help us for peace to reign in our small country called Nigeria.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you, my brother. You always come after hours. Thank you so much. Yeah, Midwest. Thank you. Folly.
Yeah, my brother. You are doing a great job.
Really? I hope one man will not sack me.
So I actually thank God that Nigerians we are waking to what we need to do, and internet is actually giving us that space to use to design the kind of future we want to live in this country. And
Folly,
I know many of us.
Are you hurrying to go?
No, I'm not hurrying.
Yeah, because I have questions to ask you, but I think the interjection, because since we finished the election, we haven't
Okay.
heard from you. Can you just summarize what do you think about this election? Because I asked you the other time, they don't even let you talk. So what do you think about this election? The From the Tinubu camp to Atiku camp to Peter Obi's camp, aftermath of the election, the hatred, everything. Just summarize everything together with your closing remark. You can go as much as you want here.
Yeah, I didn't get the question. A call comes in. But you just my phone is down.
Yeah, I said I think we haven't heard from you since we finished the election, and I was keen
Please,
to hear from you.
when are we having our next section? I think my battery is about almost down now. I'm not sure if I'll be
Your
able
body's
to.
almost there. That's all right. That's all right. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow. Just give us your closing remark, then we call it a day. Yeah.
Okay. I think we're actually going there. We are trying our best to make sure we organize the country to see what we need to do and how are we going to get it right. So we are getting there anyway, because that election shows Nigeria can actually organize and have something good for themselves. So we'll start from there and we'll keep on expanding the political space so that it can give people of the same like minds to come together to believe on a cause on how to drive Nigeria of our dream. And I believe with this, all of us will be fine with it, by God's grace.
Thank you, Foley. God bless you, my brother. Yes. Looking forward to hear from you again. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
God bless. Yeah. We don't think we have Kolata. No, I don't think so. Kolata will have interject. Thank you, Kolata. I think Kolata is in dreamland now. Thank you so much. Everybody, we thank God. It's not easy. We are here to just let us come together as one. Everybody has been their closing remarks saying we should come together. We should come together. But I'm pessimistic and optimistic that we can come together. We have been saying come together, but I'm not seeing us coming together with what really went on with this election, the last election. It doesn't make sense. The hatred, the toxicity, the everything. It doesn't show that we are coming together. But let's be optimistic. Yeah, we will come together one day. Thank you, everybody. The comment section. You are the strength of the platform. All the panelists, everyone that came in. Thank you so much. May God bless everyone. I will leave you with this. Thank you. May God bless you all. Peace. I'm out. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Peace. I'm out. Yeah. Thank you guys. God bless. Thank you.